All right. I got the timing completely wrong. It was meant to be 1:25 a.m., not p.m. I wonder. All right. Well, there it is anyway. So there it is. Let's get started. Let's kick it off with the music.
Jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o, ara ló ń ta wọ́n ṣe mọ́ o. Náà bá ń sunkún sójú, bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ. Ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó, wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó. Ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹ́rí bá fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, ìrò fojú ti rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọ lání, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má jalè. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wọ́rí yìí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. Àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. Àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. Àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé. Àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn o wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọmọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyàwó àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rira jọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
And there it is. Why am I looking so? I'm not quite sure what happens to this camera. It just, maybe I'm that weird looking. I don't quite know. It just always makes me look. Is there any adjustments I can make to it? Make me look like a human being. Also this. I don't know how to work these things. That's half the problem, you know. Let's see. Anyway, we just have to make do with what we have. So the name of the artist is Fedora Ifudu. The music you just listened to, the name of the artist is Fedora Ifudu, and the Ifudu is spelled uh, no, IFDU, not FI, IFDU. That's the last name, Ifudu. And the first name is Theodora, but our fans call her Dora. So that artist you just listened to, Dora Ifudu, that's a blast from the past. That came out in the late 80s, early 90s, thereabout, that cusp, when music was still music. You know, back in those days, she was the Diana Ross of Nigeria. So she was the equivalent of Diana Ross in Nigeria then. Very popular, very well sought after still. You know that sort of music, they call it evergreen. Thank you, Olupopin. I don't know, man. This camera, maybe one of these days I have to. I keep saying I have to get a proper setup, but I don't really say that I need to get a proper setup. I'm just doing this, so it's not as though anything comes out of it. So I don't know. I always look weird, you know. Anyway, so the name of that artist is Fedora Ifudu, and that music is called Ada. It's an evergreen. All of our music are evergreen. You know, just go and search for that name, Fedora Ifudu, or Dora, Dora, and then Ifudu is spelled F. I keep saying F. So Dora is Dora, and then Ifudu is spelled Ifdu. I think she's from Anambra. I think she might well be from Imo or something. I don't think she's from Anambra because she's too elegant and sophisticated to be from Anambra. So she's probably more from Imo or Anam or Abia or Ebonyi, because that's the sophisticated part of the southeast. The people from Anambra, the southeasterners will tell you that they are barbarians, and that's the experience everybody else has with them as well. But if you go to the Imolites, then you get more. I think somebody like Man of Prestige is from Imo. So you can see from how civilized he is. And then somebody like Patrick Ute is from Anambra. So that's the contrast you have to. So the people from Imo are the sophisticates in the southeast, and the people from Anambra, they are the barbarians of the southeast. The people of Oyo Alaafin, of course, they are the civilized people of the whole world. That's where I am from. But I know I jest. A lot of people know I jest a lot. I hope nobody ever really takes anything I say here to heart. You know, it's just bands. You know, it's just bands, it's just banter. It's just joshing around, being silly. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. And I hope the glory of the day continues for spending time in the company of your favorite Oyo Alaafin man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow, the eagle lands again. The eagle always lands. As ever, the news cycle in Nigeria is relentless, and therefore we would never stop. So there's just a whole plethora of all manners of things to talk through to discuss in the course of this session. But there was one thing. Oh, are you in Nigeria, Fairchild? It's it's 1:41 here where I am too. I think we're on the same timeline now, actually. Yes, we're on the same timeline now because it's exactly 1:41 where I am as well. I never knew you were in Nigeria, Fairchild. I thought you were in Canada or something. I don't know you. I'm not sure you've ever said, well, I just make the lazy assumption that anybody listening to me now is either in the United States or Canada. I think the majority of everybody listening, they are usually in the United States. I don't imagine that there are too many Europeans or Africans, even or Nigerians listening to me. Is mainly the American crew. But then, good day to you. Good to be in your company, wherever in the world that you are. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. The Yes, you said Hong Kong. I remember now. So are you in Nigeria now? Have you gone home? Have you gone home to take a wife? Because that's what usually happens, isn't it? You go home to no, I don't actually wish that actually. So let me not even say anything silly. I'm lucky to have the wife that I have. Actually, I'm still calling her that she's on to a good thing after all these years. But so yes, the protocol. We do have a protocol here. Do you know what a protocol is? It's a set of actions that you have to carry out. A protocol. What is the protocol of this platform? The first protocol is to click on the like button. So you do that. Why am I glistening like a basted turkey? I'm glistening like a turkey that's about to put in the oven. Yes. You know, if in another life, actually, I anchor after. Let me tell you a little. Like I said, I digress a lot. Let me tell you a little bit. I was born in a place called. Anyway, let me not tell you where I was born, but I was born into like what you would term an upper middle class background. That's my background. My father was an engineer. He's passed on now. My mother is a lawyer, still alive. But in the wishes of my heart, I wish I was a village person. I've never been to a village before in my life, but I anchor after the romanticism of that village life. I've always anchored after that, the romanticism, being woken. I know it's probably a hard life in the villages, not the romantic notions that we see on Cockroach at dawn. But I anchor after that simple, steady life of the interiors, where you all live in these small little communities. You all know you eat from the land, and you respect the grounds, and you go hunting as well. I've always wanted to go hunting. These are, what they call a bucket list, things you wish you would have done, or things you would like to do. My bucket list, going hunting is part of what's on my bucket list. It's something I aspire to do, and I don't even like violence, by the way. All right. Everybody is traveling everywhere, but yes. All right. I'll read your notes later, AKO, because I'm streaming at the moment. So where was I? Yes, there was there's a whole lot of things to. Shall we just get started? Am I waffling on a bit? Am I just, there used to be there used to be this phrase that we used to use back in the day when we say somebody is waffling on like a tireless tattler. Yes. Actually, you tell me in the comment section what is on your bucket list. Let me tell you what is on my bucket list. On my bucket list, I would like to go hunting. I've never hunted for anything in my life. I would like to go hunting. And I don't even like violence, by the way. I don't like guns and I don't like killing. But I like the idea of going hunting. Maybe I can just carry the gun and then somebody else will do the shooting. So I'd like to go hunting, maybe somewhere in France or or in Portugal or something, or in Oyo, or I don't mind doing it in Oyo, but maybe more in France or like in Portugal. So maybe I could do that actually. That's easily achievable. I would like to go fishing. I've never really been fishing. And my biggest aspiration in life is to live on a farm, is to be a farmer. If there's one thing I've always wanted in life, my singular most biggest ambition is to be a farmer. I aspire to nothing more than just to be a farmer. But an experimental farmer, though, so you are crossbreeding something, you are experimenting. Maybe you put a pheasant with a turkey, or you find a gene pool of, anyway, let me just be quiet. Let's talk politics. Don't let me waffle on, but you tell me what's on your bucket list. What would you like to do? Tell me 3 things that you would like to do before you die. So before I die, I would like to go fishing, hunting, and then I'd like to be a farmer, but I'm not quite sure how attainable that still is. But certainly fishing and hunting is I've traveled a lot, so traveling cannot be on my bucket list anymore. I've traveled. I've been to. I've been to quite a few countries. So my aspirations are not towards traveling. And I'd like to. Yes, you tell me what is on your bucket list. Tell me what's on your bucket list. Tell me what you'd like to do before you pass away from this world. So there is that, and then we'll be talking about Abubakar Malami. You know, all the way through the Buhari administration, I've been prattling on endlessly that this Abubakar Malami guy is the worst of all that is known in Nigeria. Abubakar Malami is to the level of Abacha. When you're talking about people that have stolen the commonwealth of that country, Abubakar Malami is to the level of Abacha, Babangida, because if you're actually looking at people that have stolen from that country, they're at the top tier of that. You have to have Abacha and Babangida. Nobody stole more than those people. They just looted that country gluttonously. But at that level, you find Abubakar Malami, and the details of his looting are starting to come out. So we'll be discussing that, and then we'll be discussing there's this particular storyline, nothing to do with politics, but it's the goings on within the social media space. Police arrest content creator Odogu of Asaba over alleged, RAPE. So that RAPE, I'll be calling it grape for the purposes of not triggering the YouTube algorithm or offending YouTube. But no, is the excesses of this. Let me actually bring this one up now. Actually, let's start it off with this one so we can bag and tag it and move it out of the way. Ola Pumping said something that you can actually attain. Ola Pumping wants to go to space. I don't think that is attainable now. Something that you can achieve. This is what I'm talking about. But let's start it off with this one actually. Police arrest content creator Odogu of Asaba over alleged grape. So I've been seeing this story in the passing over the last 2-3 days thereabout, and it's the narrative. Actually, let's read it together. And then the Delta State Police Command has arrested popular Asaba-based content creator Ifeanyi Ogbonna, popularly known as Odogu of Asaba, over allegations of grape involving a 20-year-old woman who later died. So the storyline is actually this Odogu of Asaba, full name Ifeanyi Ogbonna. Okay, let's read it together first. The Delta State Police Command has arrested popular Asaba-based content creator Ifeanyi Ogbonna, popularly known as Odogu of Asaba, over allegations of grape involving a 20-year-old woman who later died. The command said the suspect was arrested following a petition alleging that the deceased traveled to Asaba on June the 1st, 2026, after being invited by the content creator who had reportedly offered to train her in content creation through a program advertised on his social media platforms. Police said the suspect allegedly lodged the young lady in a hotel where he allegedly raped her and physically assaulted her. According to the command, the victim later returned home in distress and narrated the incident to her parents. The police order disclosed that before her death, the woman recorded a video in which she recounted her ordeal and the emotional trauma she experienced following the alleged assault. She was said to have later taken a toxic substance in an apparent suicide attempt and eventually died despite efforts to save her. Confirming the arrest in the statement, the police public relations officer, Delta State Command, Bright Edafe, said the commissioner of police in Delta State, Yomi something or the other, immediately directed a comprehensive investigation into the allegations. He said, upon receipt of the petition, the commissioner of police. So it's not even all that. It's just the risk that is that content creation space It is. Oh, all right. I'm actually reading. Yes, I'm actually reading the comment sent to me by somebody as we speak. Please, it's just, it's just that content creation space. So this guy now, the Odogo of Asaba, all of these people, and this is a warning to the younger generation. Listen to Uncle One Man. You see, all these people that you see on social media, they are not real people, and they are not to be trusted, including myself. You don't know me, oh. Maybe you've been listening to me for years on end, but you don't actually know me. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't know what I am not capable of. Maybe you've listened to me enough to get some sort of a gauge of my character, but you cannot really say that you do know me. And a good example is this. Now, this guy advertises some online training program, invites people, and because they followed him for sufficient enough time, they invested confidence in him. The girl leaves her base, goes to Asaba to be raped by this guy, to traumatized to the level that she took her own life. So this should serve as a cautionary tale to the younger generation. So there's that one. So there is that one. 48 properties linked to ex-AGF Malami, including Rehan University hotels, are forfeited to Nigerian government. So as I was saying, the most criminal of the most criminal is this Abubakar Malami. Is the worst example of everything. He stole relentlessly from that country, and he did it in open glare. He didn't even care. So I'm not going to even go through the list, but it says the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) on Wednesday secured the final forfeiture of 48 properties linked to a former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami SAN to the federal government of Nigeria. Among the forfeited properties are Rahan University in Kebbi State, including the Rahan University permanent site, Rahan University temporary site, Rahan University third site, the Rahan University Vice Chancellors, etc., etc. Delivering judgment, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court in Abuja held that the commission had successfully established that the properties were reasonably suspected to have been proceeds of unlawful activities and were not acquired from lawful sources. So these are just examples. This is where all your money, if look at that. This is what this guy came into government with about 5 million naira in his account, and he left office with about $3 billion in his account. This is the life of Abubakar Malami. Look at that. He just stole everything. Everything that he could lay his hands on, he stole. Properties all over. He forfeited 212 billion naira in properties alone. And that's not even 1% of what this guy stole. $212 billion. And not dollars or naira. 212 billion naira in properties. That's what this guy forfeited, Abubakar Malami. So that's that one. PFIPC scandal. Senate rejects probe request. So why exactly do they not want this one probed is the question. The Senate on Wednesday requested a request to launch an independent investigation into the controversy surrounding the purported Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, insisting that the matter is already before the court and under investigation by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. The controversy, which has dominated public discourse for over 2 weeks, centers on a purported federal agency that allegedly secured a 1.3 billion naira allocation in the 2027-2026 Appropriation Act, despite the presidency maintaining that no such agency existed. So this story is so convoluted. I still have no grasp of it. So if the presidency is saying this agency does not exist, then how? Where are you getting the 3 billion from? No, I said if you are talking about Abubakar Malami, SS 77A. If you are talking about Abubakar Malami, we're talking about 212 billion naira. So now I'm still not clear in my head what this PFIPC storyline is all about. So this is my understanding. A guy presents a phantom agency to the government. The government then gives that phantom agency letters that legitimizes it. This guy then takes that phantom agency to the Central Bank of Nigeria and opens a government account with that phantom agency. And then that phantom agency was then allocated funds in the budgeting cycle. It's just, I have no concept of, I'm as confused can be regarding this. What exactly is the storyline? You know what exactly? Because if you follow the story through, it cannot have happened without complicity of a senior functionary of government. The storyline cannot sequence in the way that the sequence is without the complicity of a senior personality within the government. And who is that senior personality? The protagonist, which is, I can't remember his name, some Yoruba guy, the protagonist, he is fingering, what's it called? Is fingering Gbajabiamila directly. So what is going on there? And very quickly they go and arrest this guy, they kill another one. So what exactly is going on there? What's this? What exactly is, if anybody has any real understanding, if anybody has a coherent, logical sequencing of what this PFIPC storyline is all about, please come up and tell me, because I have no concept. But what I do know is that this guy was budgeted for. An agency you are telling us does not exist, exists in the budgeting of the country. So how does that work out? I have no idea. But that's that one. Let's go on from that to another one. Let's go on from that to this one. Let me send the link again, actually, because we don't have that many stories. So if anybody wants to come in, it's time to start coming up. I'll send the link. all right. So if anybody wants to come up, that's the link in the comment section right there. So if you can stand me sniffling and waffling and whatever it is that I'm doing. My nose is all bunked up. I'm still not in great shape anyway, but we'll soldier on. Yeah, let me do one quick thing. Let me do one quick thing. Hold on. Oh, okay. Pardon me. Let me do one quick thing. There's all right. Let me actually play you this clip whilst I'm doing that. You know, this guy, El Rufai, is a very bad man. I just now told you. Yes, this El Rufai is a very bad man. I just now told you about Abubakar Malami, the way he looted hand over fist the Nigerian coffers. That guy would have stolen the better part of $3-4 billion because Abubakar Malami came in with the singular purpose of stealing as much as Abacha, and he was stealing from day one, and he was the most powerful person in Buhari's administration. is told relentlessly. That guy, and what was that one that died? Is it Mele Kyari? No, is it Mele Kyari or who's that one that died of COVID? So those two elements, they're as criminal can get, and we are seeing all of the results of it now. But somebody equally as criminal is El Rufai, and not only is El Rufai criminal, is also ruthless as well. I'm not the one saying this, so it is his own people saying this. So I'm going to play you this now. This is a guy called Madi something or the other, who recounts his experience with El Rufai. So tell me if you can hear the volume on this clip that I'm about to play you.
I had so many. The other day, I told you that I had so many reasons, and I still have so many reasons why I have not commented on El Rufai's saga until when I was asked by the journalist, why am I quiet? And I had no reason to keep quiet, and I had no reason to tell lies. I also recall that the former chief of staff of Nasser El Rufai and former commissioner for finance, Alhaji Bashir Saidu, in 2019, August 2019, he called me. I still have the call log, and said he wanted to see me. I asked him when. He said no. I said, let me come. He said no. Let me come to your office. He came to my office at Issaquah Road and told me that he has been mandated by Governor Nasser El Rufai then to reach out to me and find out if I can get and identify a serious investor who will come and invest in rehabilitating, constructing or reconstructing Daba Hotel and managing it. He said, if you are willing, I will go back to him now and tell him so. I said, no, if I am willing, I would want us to go together. Let me hear from the horse's mouth. We left, and he called the governor that we were coming. He said he's in the office. We went to Nasser's office. Bashir repeated exactly what he told me right before the governor. The governor confirmed that. He said, if you are willing, I will instruct Bashir now to tell Kaj's DG then to give you a copy of the CFO and a copy of the layout as a starting point. I said, I will try. Same day, I was given the copy of the CFO of Daba Hotel and the copy of the TPO, complete TPO. The following day, I detailed 2 lawyers. On the first day, I detailed 1 male lawyer to go and conduct a search for me on that property. He brought me a report the following day. Same day, I got a lady, a female lawyer, to go and conduct the same search on the same property for comparison. The reports were the same. That the certificate given to me, that was given to me, photocopy, represents the true certificate of what is contained in the file of Daba Hotel. Number 2, there was no encumbrance, no loan, no liability, nothing as far as the record is concerned. And number 3, there is no existing litigation as far as the contents of the file are concerned. I was satisfied. And then I thought over. Suddenly an idea came to me. In 2014, myself, Most Reverend Archbishop Isaiah Idowu Ferron, and some few people, 10 of us, were invited for an international conference on religion in the US, in Washington, D.C. specifically. And on arrival, we registered. On the 3rd day of the event, I was sitting outside in the foyer at Holiday Inn, right outside Washington, D.C. An Arab man approached me, So we started talking. He spoke fluent English. We were talking, we got acquainted to each other. And for subsequent 3 days, we take coffee almost every evening together. We exchanged our telephones. And subsequently, we kept on talking to each other. I came to realize that he was a big man from a big family. So with this Kaduna State Java issue, I just called him. I said, I have an important issue to discuss with you. And I would like to come to Doha in Qatar to see you. He said, fine, send me your passport, I'll get a visa issued to you. Within 48 hours, a Qatari visa was issued to me. Before then, we had gone, I employed the service of an architect and a quantity surveyor. The architect is architect Zaid Lawal Kankia, a brilliant, fantastic young man who knows his job. We went to Doha Hotel about 3 days. We were taking measurements, we were taking values, everything. 2 options, to reconstruct or to demolish and construct newly. We had two optional drawings. I took the drawings, I went to Qatar. I met the man. I discussed extensively with him. All he did was the following day, he took me to 5 hotels owned by him. 5! Healthy rich man. He said, my dear, I'm not a Nigerian. And I have no interest in investing in Nigeria. But I have known you for long. And for you to have taken the pain of remembering me and coming over to see me, I will not reject your request. I only need one thing. Go and bring me the total costs involved. And get me also a letter addressed to you in the name of any of your dialogues. Once I see a certificate of that land in the name of any of your companies, I will give all the amounts required. All I will need is for the first 5 years, I'm going to appoint managing director of the company and head of finance. Every other employee go and decide what to do with it between you and Kaduna State government. I was happy. I came back. Zaid and his team spent about 15 days trying to arrive at a value. I went with the value, with the working drawings, together with Mr. Saidu, met Nasser Ibai and showed him in one night. He commended the speed at which the job was done. And he said we should go ahead and then he will reach out to us. I called our investor. He said he was in Dubai. I got a Dubai visa and I met him there. I told him this is what we need for the project structure and contents. It will consume about $200 million for a 5-star hotel. He said no, for a 7-star hotel, and we left. He said, I'm okay with this, but in the following terms. You will give me the schedule of all materials required as contents, and I will order them from my clients because I have been running hotels, so I know the business. I will order them in advance so that while construction is going on, the items are being manufactured and prepared for or shipping to Nigeria. Number 2, give me the local cost contents required, and we open an escrow account. You are my representative. This escrow account will be managed by Kaduna State government and you until the end of the project. And such other requirements. He said he was willing to give the money. He said all other expenses relating to the day-to-day business also he will put in the escrow account. I came back happily. I met Bashir Saidu. We went and so on and so on. I told him this. 10 days later in the morning, Architect Zaid, the man who did all the donkey jobs, called me and said, sir, they are demolishing the hotel. I said, no. He said, wallahi, they are demolishing the hotel. I drove straight there and I saw the hotel being demolished. I began to ask myself, why would Nasser El-Rufai allow me to go through all these pains, spend all this money, hang my integrity and my goodwill in the eyes of a foreigner, only for him to demolish this place. What do I tell this man? How can I, for God's sake, begin to talk about Nasru's trivialities or trivials or trials and tribulations if I remember all these things? The best was for me to keep quiet, and I kept quiet, except when asked by the journalists. Otherwise, if I had not been asked by anybody, I would have kept my silence for now and forever. The other day, I told you that I had so many reasons, and I still have so many reasons why I have not commented on El Rufai's saga until when I was asked by the journalist, why am I quiet? And I had no reason to keep quiet, and I had no reason to tell lies. I also recall that the former chief of staff of Nasr El Rufai and former commissioner for finance, Alhaji Bashir Saidu, in 2019, August 2019, he called me. I still have the call log, and said he wanted to see me. I asked him when. He said now. I said, let me come. He said, no, let me come to your office. He came to my office at Issaqueto Road and told me that he has been mandated by Governor Nasr El Rufai then to reach out to me.
Oh, all right. So that was repeating on itself somewhat a bit, but that's the narrative of this guy. I think this guy is called Mahdi something, and the narrative is telling us is how El Rufai just set him up needlessly in some high business venture. This guy goes internationally to seek money for that venture, only for the last minute El Rufai to just bomb the whole, and I'm talking about the literal bomb. He just destroyed the whole thing with bulldozer. So El Rufai destroyed a lot of lives when he was Kaduna State governor. There's a lot of crime. Alongside Abubakar Malami, there's a lot of crime for El Rufai to answer to. He will never answer to them, of course, because the Northerners don't answer to crimes in Nigeria. But certainly there's a lot of crimes for El Rufai to answer to if there was any form of justice in that country. Kwakwanso, Southeast not enemy of North. Let's forgive each other. So this is Kwakwanso now jostling hard in order to make that permutation work between him and Peter Obi. Rabiu Kwakwanso, vice presidential candidate of the Nigeria. You know, it just doesn't ring right that you'll be referring to Kwakwanso as a vice presidential candidate. All of his career, all of his life, he has been number one, and now suddenly is deputizing to some low-witted guy from Anambra State. Rabiu Kwakwanso, vice presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC, says the North and the Southeast geopolitical zones share a bond that should be strengthened. Speaking in an interview published on BBC Igbo. You know, I never knew that BBC had a BBC Igbo. I only know of BBC Hausa service. I didn't know that they had services in all of the other dialects of Nigeria. Rabiu Kwakwanso, vice presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC, says the North and the Southeast geopolitical zones share a bond that should be strengthened. Speaking in an interview published by BBC Igbo on Wednesday, Kwakwanso said Nigeria's political leaders have, over the years, demonstrated the importance of reconciliation and inclusion after the Civil War. So if he feels that there was no issue there, then there will be no reasons for reconciliation. But there it is. We have to forgive ourselves. We have to work together as a family. Southeast has been our ally, our friend, our friends over the years, Kwakwanso said. The former Kano State governor cited the alliance between the Northern People's Congress NPC and the National Council of Nigeria Citizens NCNC during the First Republic, which was led by prominent leaders like NNamdi Azikiwe. He noted that Shehu Shagari, leaders of the National Party of Nigeria (NPN), and politicians from the Southeast worked together during the Second Republic. during our time or the time of our fathers, grandfathers in politics in the First Republic, you could see the MPC then, which is mainly a northern political party, had an alliance with the NCNC headed by NNamdi Azikiwe. You know, the first real political relationship in Nigeria was actually between the Southeast and the North, to the exclusion of the Southwest. So people who follow Tinubu now, they'll tell you that Tinubu is evidence of the Southwestern master strategizing of Nigerian politics. But for the first phase of Nigeria in the First Republic, the Southwest was actually the poor cousin, the poor cousin that you made to you that sat outside of the room, and that's the memory lane journey that Kwakwanso is inviting there. The former Kano State governor cited the alliance between the Northern People's Congress, NPC, and the National Council of Nigerian Citizens, NCNC, during the First Republic, which was led by prominent leaders like NNamdi Azikiwe. He noted that Shehu Shagari, leaders of the National Party of Nigeria, NPN, and politicians from the Southeast worked together in the Second Republic. During our time, or the time of our fathers, grandfathers in politics in the First Republic, you could see the MPC then, which is mainly a northern political party, had an alliance with the NCNC headed by NNamdi Azikiwe, the ex-minister added. Even in the Second Republic, you could see our leaders, Shehu Shagari and co, of course, went coincidentally to the Southeast and even Anambra State. Even Azikiwe himself, you know, now I never knew that NNamdi Azikiwe, is there any prominent Southeastern politician at the top echelon that doesn't come from Anambra State? It looks as though the only champions in the Southeastern politics is, is Ojukwu. Where's Ojukwu from, actually? Is Ojukwu not from Anambra State too? If Ojukwu is from Anambra State, then it's game over, isn't it? Zik is from Anambra State. I wonder if a lot of you knew that. Even in the Second Republic, you could see our leader Shagari and co, of course, went coincidentally to the Southeast, and even Anambra State, even Azikiwe himself from Anambra, and so on and so forth. Our leaders had foresight. The Civil War was finished in 1970. In 1978 and 1979, pardon me, the Civil War was finished in the 1970, in 1978 and 1979. When democracy came back, the first thing they said was, look, they are not our enemies. Let's prove to them, let's bring them, let's work together. Our leaders of the First Republic worked together with them, and that is how they brought Alex Ekweme to be vice president. Kwakwanso said Ekweme was a friend of the North, recalling that he attended his burial in Anambra State. I went to Oko, the hometown. I was there during Alex Ekweme's burial. Throughout his life, he was our friend. It is only that democracy was truncated, he said. Kwakwanso also pointed to the return of Biafran leader Odumegu Ojukwu from exile and his participation in politics of that era. The NPN, a mainly northern party, had invited Ojukwu to come back. He came back, contested for a Senate seat and lost. But despite the fact that he was the leader of Biafra at that particular time, our leaders decided to forgive themselves and forge ahead, Kwakwanso said. We cannot be in the same country and start fighting. We have to have the spirit of forgiveness. Whoever offended the other, it depends on who is giving the story. We are so happy that we in the North have decided to go back to history to work with the Southeast. That is not to say we are fighting the Southwest or any zone in the country. No, we are all friends. You can't play politics in this country alone. politics of Muslims or Christians or North or South are not at this level. Kwakwanso, who hails from Kano State in northern Nigeria, is the running mate of Peter Obi, a Southeasterner from Anambra State for the 2027 presidential election. So that is so clearly Kwakwanso recognizes that there's a tension within that relationship that needs to be addressed, because there's still strong elements of distrust between the North and the Southeast for reasons of the Biafran War, of course, which you all know, but there's still very much that strong backdrop of distrust. Why Orire rescue success cannot be repeated anywhere else. This is coming from a DSS chief. A former assistant general, no, not assistant general. Let me have a sip of water. A former Assistant Director General of the Department of State Services DSS, Mohammed Ngoshi, has disclosed why the successful rescue of abducted pupils and teachers in Orire local government area of Oyo State might not be replicated in other kidnapping cases, explaining why similar outcomes had not been achieved in some northern states. Despite the capabilities of security agencies, the retired DSS chief said each operation is shaped by different circumstances. Correspondents report that he stated this while speaking on channels, televisions, etc., etc. You are right. There are mass abductions, but first of all, I want to address the issue of trust deficit. Nigerians, please, you should learn to trust your servicemen. These people are working hard and they are achieving successes in their own way. For every successful operation that you see against Nigeria, more than 5 to 10 such operations must have been failed. These are not easy successes to achieve. So the issue of trust deficit should please be closed, he said. Ngoshi argued that the circumstances surrounding the Orire abduction differs from those in other parts of the country. Every case, every security operation has its own dynamics. What happened in Orire might not be the same as what is happening in Borno. The political aspect and other considerations that weighed on the mind of the terrorists to go into Orire are not the same considerations given to the issue in Goza. I am from Goza, and Goza was attacked. A lot of our people are still in captivity. Our circumstances are completely different from what happened in Orire. So it's not really explained anything. These are just ambiguous terms. These are just generic ambiguities. It's not said anything of substance that explains why they were able to quickly, within 2 months, rescue all of these children, all of these people, barring 2 that sadly lost their lives. So it's not able to explain why they can move with such dexterity and professionalism in Oyo State, but they just abandon the people of Borno State to their fate. I am from Goza, and Goza was attacked. A lot of our people are still in captivity. Our circumstances are completely different from what happened in Orire, he said. He also attributed the recurring violence in Plateau State largely to retaliatory attacks between communities. The problem in Plateau, if you look at it critically, has a lot to do with retaliatory attacks. When you attack a Borom man and kill him, as a Fulani man, you should know without anybody giving you intelligence that you are going to be attacked by Borom people. And if a Borom man attacks a Fulani community, raise it down to the ground, kill their people, and rustle their cows, nobody needs to tell you that they are going to come after you. Defending the handling of the Orire rescue operations in Ngozi, Ngoshe, dismissed criticism over the limited public disclosure by security agencies, insisting that security operations could not be conducted in open. It is not an operation that is supposed to be carried out on the pages of newspaper or on the radio or television, he said. According to him, the abduction initially targeted the school to pressure the federal government into releasing detained Ansaru leaders, but later came under sustained pressure from security agencies. The service went into other activities, especially the arrest of their own leaders, their own assets, like their parents, their wives, and their children. All of them are collaborators. Upon this happening, the terrorists now opened communication with the service and asked what needed to be done, and they gave those conditions. Those conditions were denied flatly. The terrorists were then put under pressure. The pressure was transferred from the government to them. Ngozi argued that the security agencies isolated the kidnappers, cut off access to food, weapons, and informants before surrounding their location. They were denied access to food. They were denied access to weapons. Their informants were taken out and used as assets. They saw that they had no option other than to surrender. He said, oh God. Anyway, so that's that. You know why I said, oh God, the image of that little boy that was rescued suddenly flashed across my mind. I was just thinking, there, but for the grace of it could well have gone disastrously wrong for those people. Birth registration are at 57%, death registration below 20. So this is gloomy. I'm not quite sure if this is not bad news. So this is coming from the National Population Commission. That data, birth registration at 57%, death registration below 50. So we're giving birth we're giving birth to 300% more than people that are dying. So that, what does that tell you? That's telling you of a population explosion anytime. In fact, we're already in a population explosion in Nigeria now. The National Population Commission, NPC, says birth registration coverage. The National Population Commission, NPC, says birth registration coverage in Nigeria stands at 57%, whilst death registration remains below 50%, leaving millions of vital events undocumented annually. The national chairman of the commission, Dr. Aminu Yusuf, disclosed this on Wednesday in Abuja at a news conference on the nationwide commencement of digital registration of births and deaths on the whatever portal. So they're creating a portal to capture all this information, and that's where that's come out. But just the headline tells you all you need to know. Birth registration at 57%, death registration below 20. So that's coming out of the National Population Commission. So that's all I have to offer. Let me play you a couple of clips. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come up, come up. If nobody wants to come up, then of course you know how that goes. So if anybody wants to come up, come up. Let me send the link. Oro elemo. You know that's Hassan's favorite song. Oro elemo. Oro Oh, that's how you're right there. I thought thank you. I thought the super chat button was long broken and doesn't work anymore. But let me play you a couple of clips. Okay. Let me play you this clip. The first one is from Chidi Odinkalu, and listen to what he has to say first. The first one is from Chidi Odinkalu. So listen to this, and then we'll discuss it after.
When you fix elections on 16th of January in Nigeria, you're actually making a profound structural point about electoral participation. Okay? When you fix... Now, the issue here, and I want to be very straightforward in saying this. I know people are going to slate me for what I'm about to say, but I'll be responsible if I do not say that. I'm above the average life expectancy of a male Nigerian. So I'm in borrowed time. Okay? Now, what was the issue that led to fixing elections on 16th of January? That Ramadan next year is going to, that if you did it in February, Ramadan will fall in the month of Ramadan, right? Now, Ramadan next year is likely to be 7th or 8th, beginning about 7th or 8th of February, in all likelihood, if you go and read your numbers. Between 16th of January and the end of the beginning of the second week of February, you've got 3 weeks. Now, if you move the onset of elections to the end of January, it's a significant difference from the middle of January. In this country, as it is today, if you fix elections in 16th of January, you're telling Igbos who go from where they live, you must not come back. Because if you do, you're in trouble. You're making a fundamental structural point about ethnic participation in the voting. And as I said, people are going to slate me for what I've just said. But what you're telling, because you see, if you are an Igbo person living in, say, Kanu, or living in Kaduna, or living in Mayobelwa, or living in Lagos, and you go home for Christmas, correct? Or New Year, and you start traveling back on the 11th, register to vote in those places, to vote on the 16th, you're stupid.
Economically?
No. You're playing with your life. It's not like an economic thing. It is, and this takes us back to where we started in this interview, quite interestingly. This takes us back to the question of belonging and state legitimacy and the construction of a Nigerian identity, a country in which everybody belongs and in which everybody can count.
But he's not the only Igbo person that traveled during Christmas.
No, I'm sorry. There is a peculiar transhumance of Igbos, just as there is a peculiar transhumance of cattle rearers during the Catholic Great Season. All right? Now, and it's the same thing. So what you're saying is this. The Igbos who are registered to vote where they are living, all of them will go home for Christmas and New Year. None of them will return until after the elections in February. That's one. Two, if you have Northerners in particular, from particularly Northeast and Northwest, in all of the places, most places in the South, most of them will go home ahead of Christmas and New Year. They will not return until February. That says something about our approach to nation building.
So now, when I first saw that clip, my instinct was to slam Chidi Odinkalu. But if you actually listen to what he's saying, there's actually logic to it. There's logic to what he's saying. So I'm not quite sure. Can somebody quickly check? But the 16th of January was not the original date for the elections. It was for much later. I think it was actually somewhere in March, thereabout. But then the Muslim North quickly complained. I think it was actually Atiku that led that complaint, that it will fall in the middle of Ramadan and it will disenfranchise the Muslim North. And because they made that argument, and because of the sensitivity of that argument, INEC changed the date from whichever date in the future that they were intending to hold the elections, and they brought all of the elections back into the middle of January. But what I was going to say, Nandekano, what Chidi Odinkalu is actually explaining here, it actually makes infinite sense, because by accommodating the Muslim North, they are disenfranchising the Christian South. And when you are talking about the Christian South, you are really talking about the Southeast. Because if you look at the Southeast, a good 90-something% of that space is Christian. If you look at the Southwest, you can say it's 50-50, maybe even 50-something, 40-something Christian Muslim. There are more Muslims in the South, in the Southwest than there are Christians. So the Southwest is not a Christian space. but the Southeast is very much predominantly a Christian space. So by moving the elections back, so am I still here? Sorry, I'm not quite sure what happened there. My system just got wavy, so suddenly it was you get the drift of there's logic to what Chidi Odinkalu is saying. By my reckoning, in my own humble opinion, there is logic to what Chidi Odinkalu is saying. Because of course, if you move the elections back to because we all know the migration waves, we all know the living patterns of Nigerians during the Ramadan season. The whole of the Muslim north and the whole of the Muslim Nigeria shuts down for a festive period of celebration. During the Christian Christmas period, the whole of the southeast shuts down for that festive celebration. We all know the pattern of living of every Nigerian. The Southeasterners, they work hard all the year through, only for that 2 weeks, that 1 month of that festive period, they go to their villages for Christmas and then stay there to enjoy the village for about a month or two before they come back to their businesses or their workplaces. So what Chidi Odinkalu is arguing there is that by moving the elections to the 16th of January, that disenfranchises the Southeasterner, because the Southeasterner goes to the Southeast for the festive period. No, I'm back. My system dropped me for whatever reason. I'm sorry, Azita. So the Southeasterner goes to the Southeast for the festive period. They're there for a minimum of 6 weeks. And in that period, in that phase, they're there for, so they will essentially be there during the election. So let's take, for instance, because there's a good, healthy population of the Southeasterners in Lagos. So they move from Lagos to the Southeast. They go from Alaba market to go home and spend their Alaba money in their villages. So now, but they are registered in Alaba to vote. So they are caught in the village because they are not able to then transit or abandon their, or because the whole of the Christmas is a year's planning for the Southeasterner. So they are not going to it disenfranchises the Southeasterner. I agree with the logic of what he has to say. Anyway, there's infinite sense in what Professor Chidi Odinkalu is saying there. So that's that one. Let me play you this one. You see this one here. I think we are all familiar with what this next guy is about to say, but what we're not familiar with is why it has not been addressed by the Nigerian state.
Kaduna State can take care of Nigeria as is. The mineral in Kaduna State can feed Nigeria for 10 years without borrowing. The deposit of gold in Kaduna State alone, we are not talking about, Kaduna State is one of the most blessed states in Nigeria, followed by Niger State, followed by Taraba, followed by Nasarawa. We are not talking about industrial like Kogi. No, we are not talking about essential minerals. Do you understand? If you go to some place, I was in Banki Kogi in Kafachan, where we're doing exploration on lithium. We saw high concentration of beryllium, high concentration of aquamarine. I'm not talking about just little quantity. Do you understand? We are talking about thin oil that you can see visibly. Not going for about 5 feet. No, just visibly. Do you understand? Now, the Kaduna State government are still looking for money to develop Kaduna State. And federal government are only having earthly reports on the deposit in that area. Nicole is there. Even the California we are talking about is there. Indianum is there. Rutanium is there. In that same Kaduna.
And yet
nothing. If you go to Beningwari, there's a place in Beningwari when we went to those days, you will see gold at the surface, permanent gold. We're not talking about Alovia, we're talking about permanent gold. at the surface of a rock. Do you understand? And Kaduna State are looking for money. And Kaduna State have over 61 licenses under the SPV, but no operationalization.
So is it that it's capital intensive, and why they know?
Look at it. The Chinese are
making the best.
The Chinese, their strategy is very simple. Remember, before the European colonization, everything happened. Europe have a standard for Africa. They build a very high standard for us. They will tell us, even the Americans, tell us, okay, you know what? For us to buy your mineral, for us to buy your agro-commodity product, you must cling to this percentage, you must have 99% and all that. The Chinese formula is totally different. Chinese formula will come to our level. They know we don't have information. We don't know what we are doing.
Or even
they came to our level to buy that raw from us. They will now modify it and amplify it and process it to a higher standard to fit the American market, to fit the European market. While the European market are still waiting for Africa to come to their standard. But Chinese are, even in our own level, they came to our standard at every sector in Nigeria.
So there it is right there. There's an abundance, there's endless mineral resources in Nigeria. If we're able to access even 10% of the resources, you know, the wealth of Nigeria is actually in the north. There's more gold in the north than there is in Ghana, and it was gold that built Ghana. There's emerald everything is in the north. And that's where you're seeing all this banditry and insurgency. It's nothing to do with religion or tribe. It's all about resources. So now this is the last clip now I'm going to play you. So this is where the inspiration for the headline came from. So I was in some platform just a couple of days ago, and I was making commentaries about this thing, and there was no manner of name that they did not call me. What you're about to hear in this clip that I'm about to play you now, I said similarly on a platform that was on a couple of days ago. And I'm not sure that there's any abuse known to mankind that those elements there did not throw in my direction. But I am right in what I'm saying, and here is evidence of it.
I don't like to be sentimental about Nigerian problems. Everybody should call a spade a spade. Yes, they might have done a good job and lives have been lost in the process. But there are things that should be done on the heat of the time. Are there no students that died already? Now, these students now that you've been rescued at this point, after so much torture and this thing, are they going to be mentally the same? Are they going to be mentally the same persons that entered the bush? You think their growing up is going to be the same? As at this point, it's even better they had died. Because these children will also grow up to be like terrorists. It's going to be taking a lot, and that there are no.
All right, so there it is right there. You heard it there from the horse's mouth. I could have brought you 10 examples of that, but that's just one example. I was somewhere in some platform, and I was saying to them that the obedient space, the rescue of those children does not serve their narrative, and they would have rather that those children were pied. I said that. I said they would have rather that those children were killed. You know, and when I said that, which is just what we're hearing from the obedient space, they were so unhappy, they were so upset and angered by the rescue that you could see right there that they needed the narrative of the death of those children as a bullhorn towards the upcoming election. It was quite clear that the obedient space would have rather those children did not come out alive. I said that somewhere, and they just slaughtered me completely. But of course, because they control their space, of course, so I didn't have the tools to fight back. But I was right in what I'm saying, because I've heard them say it endlessly. You know, and here it is again. Just listen to it one more time. You don't even have to listen to it again. They said it quite clearly that they would have rather that those children did not come out alive.
I don't like to be sentimental about Nigerian problems. Everybody should call a spade a spade. Yes, they might have done a good job and lives have been lost in the process. But there are things that should be done on the heat of the time. Are there no students that died already? Now, this student now that you've been rescued at this point, after so much torture and this thing, are they going to be mentally the same? Are they going to be mentally the same persons that entered the bush? You think their growing up is going to be the same? As at this point, it's even better they had died, because these children were also grown.
So there it is, right there. Need I say more? We're playing for high stakes in the Nigerian politics, and there is no taboo. Everything goes, but everything and anything goes. So that's all I have to offer. I'll play you the Kegite music. I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, and then we kick off the conversation. And by the way, to the people listening to us, watching us on our Facebook, can you make sure you're sharing the links? We're not seeing anything like traction on Facebook at all. Maybe we'll stop streaming to Facebook altogether if we're not getting the engagement there. The Kegite.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief pilot kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us are the elegant Zita, that's Zita right there. The inimitable Tony Africa, that's Tony right there. The majestic Tunaija, that's Tunaija right there. Father of the bride, that used to be Ajande Koko, now is Baba, father of the bride, Baba, and that's Bishop making up the list. So thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Good to have you. There's more spaces still. Anybody that wants to, especially if you have never been on before, don't shy away. Come join the conversation. So don't shy away to come join the conversation. So lead Zita and the guys. We're going to do 5-7 minutes monologue just to go through the room fairly quickly, and then we open it up. But as the room continues to populate, we may be pushing you for time a little bit to hurry you along. So we'll start it off in the order that people came in. We go to Zita to Tony to Tunaija, Baba, Bishop. So Zita, you're up first. But before you go to Zita, I just want to address something fairly quickly. After I left, it looks as though you guys were still carrying on with the fighting and whatnot. We don't really want too much of that on the platform. We like a bit of both, but it seems because I've been inundated with messages from all over. I'm just putting this is my WhatsApp. I would never do this normally, but I'm just giving you an example because I tell you all the time that I get feedback, but you don't. This is one of the feedbacks. It says It says, I wanted to, it says, unfortunately, I won't be able to attend today, join today. As I am traveling, but I wanted to say yesterday's session was not good. I don't like how Zita was being treated at all. And I also don't like the comments that were made towards her. I believe everyone has the right to their opinion without cursing each other. And also this tribalism sentiment that comes out from some of the panelists, I don't subscribe to it at all. So this is just one of, I could show you about 3-4 more, but I think that captures the sentiment of just how that thing went down. So I think we just have to, we'll file that one away, but let's just take the learnings and move forward. Everybody entitled to their opinion. Please, let's not go in the direction that we went yesterday for the future. But Zita, floor is yours. Give us 5-7 minutes. We're talking about the looting of Abubakar Malami, who seems to have stolen more than Abacha. The Senate rejecting the request to probe the PFIPC scandal. And Zita, I'm still not even sure about the details of the PSI, the whatever scandal, the Gbadabia Amila scandal, let's call it that. Kwakwanso pleading with the North to play nice with the Southeast because he wants to be vice president with Peter Obi. And then a top DSS functionary tells us not to expect the success that we saw in Oyo State anywhere else in the country. That we just forget that was just a Christmas present. But Azita, this data really surprises me. Birth registration at 57%, death registration below 20%. This is the data coming out of the National Population Commission. So I'm not quite sure how we're digesting that. So are those or anything else that interests you in the news cycle? Give us about 5-7 minutes.
I will address that man, whatever you called him, or Dinaka, whatever that was talking about.
Chidi Odekalu. He's a friend on this platform, but you know he calls me when he comes to the UK or when he's passing by. He's a friend on the platform.
One man. If I have time, I will go into the topic of today. There is something that happened in your platform yesterday.
Right.
I get my submission, which is normal me. And somebody in your platform was raining curses on me. I let that curse be recorded. No, I will not. I will not, Baba. No, I will not. I will not. I kept quiet to allow him to rain that curses so that curses will be recorded in your platform. You were in the platform when he was raining curses on me.
I was?
Yes, you were here when I finished speaking, when it was his turn to speak, he started raining curses. He rained curses on me on Yoruba and he rained curses on me on English, in English. Now, I stand my ground. You heard what the DSS officer said. What is happening in Nigeria is a shenanigan. It's a shenanigan because it has been happening for the past over 10 years. They picked the first group of chaos in large quantity. We all know how Nigerian villages are. African villages is not where a stranger enter and walk away. The moment they see a strange person, a strange car, they know everybody. There will be the environment will be alerted. That being said, it is a shenanigan, and I beg them to stay away from kids. When they are doing that, their madness, their shenanigan, they should stay away from the kids. Now, one man, I will keep a standard in this platform. You see this man called Bishop, the old, dilapidated, overused 1 naira note called Bishop that came to this platform to lay curses on me because of my submission.
I think you have already. No, don't do that. Don't do that now. Don't do that.
He opened his mouth in your platform to do any form of submission. Even today, I'm going to respond by laying curses on him. That is the standard. Any day Bishop do a submission here, whether good or bad, the moment he shuts his mouth, I am going to rain curses on him. It's not just for one day. Any day till the end of time. If you walk into this platform and give a submission, I will respond with curses because every other thing has been happening to me in this platform. It's okay, it's fine. Because I know myself, I'm an extremist. When I want to do something, I take, even me, when I get to where I'm going to run down his profile. If it means 2 of us hitting the court, I will, I'm ready. Because I am an extremist. That's why when people do something to me, I overlook it. Because I know if I am out to respond, I do respond adequately. You see that man, that old, overused 1 naira note you call Bishop in this platform. Any day he step in here and do submission, it is going for you, allowing him to rain curses on me for my submission. He opened his mouth to do a submission here. I am going to rain curses on him.
All right. Sorry, Baba. First thing, Zita, apologies. Nobody should rain curses on your opinion. And I thought we'd already addressed this yesterday. Hold on now. You spoke, so let me speak. So apologies if somebody rain curses on you. I thought we addressed this yesterday. Just for because I thought I relate the groundworks of the platform, the grand, the standards, the rules and regulations, if you like, that nobody should. Everybody is entitled to their. I did say yesterday that it's unacceptable to rain abuses or at panelists, etc. Politicians are fair game. You can say whatever it is you like about politicians. Political situations are fair game. You can say whatever it is you like about political situations. Even political regions, they are fair game. You can say whatever it is you like about those spaces. But people that make the effort to come and join us, they're giving up their time in order to share their opinion. And I'm sure that people don't come here for abuse. I was just saying to you earlier on that I went on some platform and all I got was a plethora of abuse, not an engagement in the conversation. So it's not an especially what you're looking forward to. You're looking forward to the engagement, not to the abuse. So we set that as the standard. So I think we should just draw a line on the rate.
One man.
Is it at some point he has to
well,
stop,
I
right?
will respond with indirect insult.
Right.
Thank you.
Indirect
curses. Any day he speak on this platform, my response is going to be an indirect curses on the submission he made. I will not let this lie. I have tolerated everything in this platform, but the height of it, somebody raining curses on me because of my submission that was not even bad. I was saying it is a shenanigan that has been going on in our country. They should leave the kids out of it.
All right. You said that already. So, and by the way, I do defend your right to say that it's a shenanigan. You're perfectly entitled, and it's not even especially an offensive word. So I'm not quite sure why it went in the direction. I think because it's a high octane topic that everybody's emotion is involved and things just spiraled out of control, which we have experienced previously on this platform, and I'm sure we'll experience in the future. Okay, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to?
One man.
You tell me the way out of this so that we can
move
forward.
Man. I've said what I want to say. Yes. Let me go back to the point.
Yeah.
This is a situation in your platform I will not let lie. You see, before I do anything in life, I have 3 people I take permission from. The people I respect, what I believe in, and what I worship. I have already taken permission from those people to deal with Bishop. So it is not something I will not let it pass.
No.
It's a simple thing I said. I will not let this pass.
No. I'm trying not to settle.
I will not let it pass. Let me go back to the topic of today. When he speak, I rain curses on him. No problem. One man. Let's talk about the lady.
Can everybody just hold on?
It's not fair. This is not fair. I have listened to everything you have said.
Guy, can you be quiet for a moment? Can you be quiet, Zita? Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Be quiet. Enough. Bishop, you have to allow this woman to have free reign of her speech. And Zita, you have to let go once upon a time. Let's draw a line on that. I don't want all this nonsense all the time. 3 days running. Zita, Bishop, we don't want to carry it forward anymore.
I'm not carrying anything forward.
No. Can you just make when I say, I don't want you to say any sentence, my guy. You know I love you. I love you there. No, but that's not fair. There now. Shape your once in a while now.
Somebody says she's going to
okay, don't fuck off then. Fuck off. Nonsense, now. Where does it end? I said I don't want it anymore. Please, I don't want it anymore. Are we children? This is nonsensical beyond belief. Baba.
I beg, I just appeased both of them. I mean, it's enough. That was yesterday, 14th of July. Today is 15th. I mean, it's a new day. It's a new topic. Let's drop it. I don't know how people do it, carrying grudge overnight, and like you've never slept because of one person living in your head, maybe rent-free for 24 hours. I mean, there's so much things to talk about our country. It's not a very good face at the moment. So please, let's just don't escalate things unnecessarily. I beg of you. It's all of you. I beg. Enough is enough. Let's forge ahead.
All right, Baba, do you want to go first, actually, just to move it? Apologies, so I don't mean fuck off, Bishop.
I met Tony here.
Tony, yes, but at some point we have to draw a line under it. At some point we have to draw a line under it. 2 days running, Kilo dinner. Let's move. We're political. No, I don't think anybody here is under 45 now, even Tony. I mean, what's all this now? Tony.
Okay, I greet you. Babawa, aka, Aja. Baba, everybody. Yeah, Babudi. So, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, Ogawaman, I salute you. So, but first of all, the Muslims don't have majority in the Southwest. Okay, so because you go to Ibadan, now only the Saremo area there, so maybe 2% of Mokola, because that's where the outside people they are staying. Then if you go to Ukiado, they are all Christian, 100%. You know what I'm saying? Ring Road, Molete, you know what? So don't say that. Don't be telling the Northerner that they are majority, their religion is majority in our space. You go to Edo State, the same thing. They're about 5%. You know what I'm saying? That's it, sir. So then. Let me start by addressing that area of trust deficit. That's why, okay, I want to say apology to Madam Zita also, because she'll be doing well, these days, you know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry, Madam. So we're going to take it easy, So then about this trust deficit, I keep saying this, that we have no government, or we have no, because there are no systems on ground. We don't have established, governmental institutions, to guide us through our journey of life. You know what I'm saying, Nigeria, Niger area. So that's why we say that we should divide that country. The earlier, the better. So and that is why this question of election should be stopped. Let Tinubu just continue to do what he's doing right now, to try to, whether not restructure or separate the country peacefully without any war. So before all this wahala would accumulate, So in order to, in order for us not to be postponing the doomsday, because at the end of the day, we cannot live together with these Northerners. All of them together. If you go to Benin, you go to Ibadan, you go to Lagos. So now these people from Benue State and Plateau, they come, they steal our, all our wires. They broke into homes. They steal many things. So they are also criminals. Benue Plateau, where David Mark and all these people they came from, they are all a bunch of criminals. So the same thing with all this Dajuma and all of them. So let the Northerners go their way, and the Southerners will go our own way. If we can be able to stay together with the Igbos, then okay, let it be. So be it. If not, then we can also separate ourselves, because it's just too, it's just too crazy right now. Because if I listen to that woman they call Lisa Kanu, or many people that these people that I just say that it's either will be or nothing, I don't know, if it's
sorry, Tony. Is Lisa Kanu for Obi or for Biafra? I thought it was Biafra, not Obi. Is it not that albino girl or something like that?
It's anything Igbo, whether right or wrong.
Yeah, but she's not for Obi now. She's for Biafra.
No, she's for Obi.
Is it that very yellow girl?
Yes,
like
that yellow titi. She's for Biafra and then for Igbo. That is. She said that the Igbo people are the only human being on earth. That we go that without them, that we cannot go nowhere. That if until we have an Igbo president, that the country will never move forward. So that's why I said that I don't think we can we'll be able to live together with Igbos again, because the relationships are that damaged. You know what I'm saying, to that point that I don't think we can coexist again with them also, because it's going to be so difficult. You see, I was also happy that you made reference to, during your readout about what I'll be saying here. Baba is my witness, and then probably Bishop and Ayo, then Ola, they know that I've been defending our area, Western Nigeria, that we have never partnered with the Northerners before. So I always say that Amadou Bello with Azikiwe with Shagari, I said that they should go read their history well, you know what I'm saying? So stuff like that. So yeah, so this trust deficit, because myself, I didn't believe that these people were rescued. I know that they pay ransom, and then even my problem is that what more, must have happened to these women, because these people, they don't just kidnap women and let them be in peace. They would have molested them.
Just on that space, Tony, the headmistress of that school was asked that question pointedly, and she said they never molested them. That's what she said.
She was shy. She didn't want to say it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way they would have, were you
expecting her to say on camera that she was?
Yeah, she will know. She will know. But it did no sense to them, to all of them. There were some beautiful women among them. Those ones that were wearing burqas, white robes or whatever they call them. So there was a video also sent to you now, I think about 2 weeks ago or probably a month ago, where they were molesting one girl. About 7 of them. These were they won't let them be peace like that. You know what I'm saying? So the system is just so crazy. Make I even talk. Make I speak in broken English right now. That I don't believe say that a place would do for this world, whether na Thailand, whether na Tokyo, whether na Cambodia, that you don't have police stations. Look at South Africans. Look at their police people, the police women and men. Look at their vehicles. And you come to, back in the day, we used to have police vehicles. We used to have police stations. If you get a problem, you call the police. I remember losing, that my car was, not my car, my sister's car was stolen at Yagoku. We were partying, our life away in Yagoku Akpata in Ibadan. They stole the car. They would just go to the nearest police station, and then they gave us the police report. Then we sent to the insurance, and all those Femi Johnson, we used to have all these insurance companies in Ibadan, stuff like all the brokers. Everything was just, was just normal. That everything was just like when I got to Germany, our roads were even better, but today.
So sorry, today I'm not sure. I don't know where you are. What are you talking about?
So I mean that lack of systems, no institutions or grant at all. That's why people are doubting the whatever the government is saying. That's where that trust deficit come into play, because I don't believe that they will rescue people without CNN, all these Nigerian news medias, they are not there accompanying the military or whatever they call them, and then we see the action. We are in 2026. One man went on the move. This government, the so-called the rulers, are so difficult for you to defend right now, as I'm saying it. I think at a point is coming where you have to abandon them.
All right. So what do you believe happened? But just give it to us in about 2 minutes. What do you think happened in the? What happened?
Yes, sir. What happened is that they paid some ransom because just imagine, like a government park, what I'm saying, or reserve, like between Eleyele and the Akpata and the Ring Road, like Forest Reserve. People are there and we are not able to use helicopter to smoke this food out. So we have no helicopters.
No,
we have no.
There's no point in saying we have no helicopters when we do.
No, we have not. We have not. We are not seeing them be put in action.
Guy.
Yes, sir.
We see them being put in action. Don't say silly things. Now, you're not a silly person.
Why not? No. We were not seeing them. We are not seeing the video. I mean, live coverage.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry, sir. And then live conferences.
All right.
No. Hold on, one man. Please, sir.
Just stop it. You want a live coverage like in the movies. You want to see live streaming of army men with helicopters shooting at terrorists with children are captive, or what are you talking about? What
yes, like a hot pursuit. When they were kidnapped, we should have seen the action be taken by the military, the various arms. Then they are coming to that place to comb the place immediately. You know what I'm saying? So that's why. So how can we run a country like this?
But we saw that. We saw
that. No, we didn't saw that. So
we didn't, people. We didn't see them combing the forest. They released the videos now.
No. One man. You see, that's why there's a total confusion right now about what MAKINDE said yesterday. That we have been saying this, that at the end of the day, it's still that we have reached our bar as black people. Because we cannot just do anything. We can. Ever since I joined your platform, I've been on this line that you see that something is wrong. I don't know whether by nature or by the sky daddy, God, aka sky daddy. I don't know, because like I say, we don't fit. I mean, how can people be suffering in the midst of plenty? Look at those resources you just announced just now that have been discovered in the northern part of Nigeria. And then if you go to Edo State, the same thing. Akoko Edo local government, you go to Eastern local government, you have all this River Niger, where they get all this fishing. Where can people be suffering? And how can Dangote be the sole everything, that the sole owner of sugar, salt, petroleum and everything? What is happening with our country? That is why things are just trust deficit come into place. Anyway, I think exactly my direction that I'm heading without consuming your time, sir. I'm just too crazy. And then I'm sorry, Mother Zita and Bishop. It's just because of the situation, lack of, improvement. No electricity after 3.5 years, or we are not seeing them putting those equipment, on ground. Oh, one man. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Tony. Let me just put this up. Just two things. I'm going to put this up. These are just snippets of some of the operational videos that came out of the Nigerian army. So here you see them on the ground. This is the deployment in those areas, and these are just little snippets of them, going after these people and all of these things. So you cannot say that there's no snippets. There are snippets of this is them in that forest with all of their kits and everything. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe you are right to say that they're not sufficiently equipped, but we cannot say they're not doing it. There they are now. So
there was no corresponding conferences by the military or the police or the local government chairman speaking to the press.
All right, and also here is the headmistress of that school telling us that they were not molested.
The rest of the victim, they will close their mouth, tie it with clothes, and beat them very well. Then the men, they had it worse than us, because they were blindfolded, handcuffed, and chained. All of them until they remained true.
Was there any form of molestation on anybody?
Sexual molestation? No.
Mrs. Richard, what next for you? What is going through your mind? I know your husband can also reach.
So there it is. They asked her that question frontally and she answered it directly. So I'm not quite sure if it is your wish for her to have been sexually molested, or she's telling you
she was under duress.
Duress from
she was under duress.
What does that mean, the rest?
She be taught what not to say.
Woman,
or what to say. Yeah, because
Tony, can I come
they
in?
must have warned her. Hold on, Madam Zita. Hold on, Madam Zita. They must have warned her not to say what she saw there. That they will see come back for her. I due to the fact that there is no security on ground. No 110. No 911. Thank you.
Guy,
Yes.
you're not. I don't want to use words now. You're a person now, so act like one. Like, just.
Okay, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
No.
I mean that. Yes, like.
It's near impossible.
Okay, thank you.
No, guy, just said it's near impossible to conversate with you, Tony. It's just because I've been trying for 4 years. It's just near impossible to have a conversation with you. Zita, did you want to chime in before we move on? It's just
woman, I was just thinking, is it actually very right for a journalist or whoever that was talking to that woman to ask her that kind of question in public? What were they expecting her to say? That they were raped and molested? Come on now.
Yes, I thought that
shouldn't be the kind of question you should be asking a woman who just came out from a trauma.
And that was a question from a woman as well. So you are right,
goodness.
actually. Yes, Well, all right, maybe Tony is right, but it's just the speed that it goes. It doesn't leave you the window to engage with him. It just wants to punt through. But let's come from you, Tony, to Tunaija. Tunaija, are you still with us or tonight?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah. Salam alaikum. Is that where we are now? Okay.
What do you do?
Thank you for having me. I think listening to the last speaker, half of my brain almost died. But it's all right. People have a right to air their own opinion. And it is the way he sounded is the reason why it's important for people to study. Because he sounds honest, but it's completely misguided. It's like he sees only what is. He's not even seeing what his eyes can actually see. He's not processing it. He's talking from inside his head. And based on programming, conditioning, not necessarily what he actually sees.
Your voice is not clear. Your voice is not clear. Your mic. Adjust your mic, sir.
Okay, can you not hear me clearly? Let me see, can you not hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly.
I can hear you. It's a bit grainy, but not insurmountably so. But carry on. You're clear and lucid enough. So yeah.
So for me, from what I can see, the security officials were brave to go in there, and you can see that the environment is not necessarily. They don't control the environment. Let's put it that way. They are just in there, and they were able to go and source these people out. It turns out that they are connected to the Ansaru, this kind of terrorist group that's linked to Al Qaeda, and they are trying to force the government to release their people that have been kidnapped. Arrested and detained. I don't know why they keep arresting and detaining them. They should be completely executed. The moment a terrorist asks you for your release, I'll kill you. So that's how it is, because you have killed a lot of people too. So the point is, and then you look at
what did you make of that actually, Tunaija? Because what the security forces are telling us was that they were able to intercept the communications of these people, and then through those communications, they were able to locate their own kith and kin, their own loved ones, and then they were able to then video the loved ones and send them to these bandits to say, look, you harm those children, we wipe out your family. So that's what they said they did. But is that in conformance with best practices? Does that not flout some UN? Is that allowed for them to do that?
It's not part of best practices, because technically you are going after innocents to capture the guilty. And it shows how strained the Nigerian security forces are. They don't have much of a choice. Life or a life. And to be frank, if you take away the niceties of societal rules and norms, that is nature at its rawest. You can't take people's lives and expect yours to be safe. And I think on that basis, they are right. But as a state, they are not supposed to do that. And nobody should ever encourage that, because it's a terrible practice. That said, in the case of the way they intercepted their communication, They've been intercepting communication forever. And they've been doing these type of things, and that's what frustrated me with the earlier speaker, saying something about why they are not carrying a helicopter. What do you think Nigeria is? I don't know what people think. You think that Nigeria is LA, where there are security forces everywhere? No, they don't have them everywhere. They've said it multiple times, and it's like, this is what I mean by, it's like it's in his head. He doesn't necessarily look at what people are saying. That is why when Lamido went there, he said they were going to get 1,000 people to protect that area. There was no security forces in the area. Where are you going to get a helicopter? Before you take 40 people hostage or more, that shows you that there's nobody there. There's nobody. It's like you can hire a downfall and kidnap the whole school and nobody will stop you. That is how horrible the situation is on the ground in Nigeria. But nobody should ever say that because I saw the video you played, or the audio I mean, saying that it's better off that those children are dead because they are traumatized. That's ridiculous. Again,
according to the rules, according to the rules, can I interject if you say yes or not for just 20 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead and interject if you want to interject.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Nigeria, you guys, you told us that it's moving towards a 1 trillion economy. As we are moving towards that target, what happened to our institutions, the police system? You know what I'm saying? What are you telling me? We used to have all this, you know what I'm saying? Helicopters. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in Benin, Lagos, and Ibadan. We used to have all these helicopters, police, helicopters. Even helicopters that were even controlling the traffic in Lagos, Kata Bridge. Right on, my friend. So what are you saying?
Okay. So I don't know why I keep having to repeat myself. Terrorist activities is not the same as your regular crime when you are in the city. Do you see these terrorists in the city? And why is it our people can't see? Do you see all these terrorist activities inside the city? They don't come to the city because they know those areas are more secure. If they come, they are not going to escape. Because even if you are operating in Ajegule, how are you going to make it through all the routes of Lagos to escape into the next state and go inside the forest? You are not going anywhere. That's why you don't see them in cities. They are operating in areas where security forces are not present. And that is what needs to change, because as a matter of fact, what I see in the behavior of Nigeria is very appalling, because what they are doing instead is to kind of all the establishment, all the key things that are on the outskirts of town, they are moving it into the city instead. In other words, surrendering the outskirts to the terrorists. What kind of behavior is that? I've seen schools in Nigeria, when I went this last time, schools, international schools that were built in remote areas, they have now moved all their children and this to Lagos because they don't feel safe in remote areas anymore.
What about what about the bigger city in the neighboring areas that we are talking about?
To Nigeria, the real tragedy is schools probably thrive better in remote areas because they have the peace and the serenity of that backdrop that then helps them focus on their education. You don't need education is best not in a bustling, condensed place like Lagos now. In some sleepy outskirts in Ekiti, somewhere, that's where real education should be taking place now, where the children are one with nature, the environment is serene, and then the mind is focused. That's weird, but
it's how it is here too. So it's clear that they shouldn't be surrendering the outskirts of the city. This is why people are going to still come back to some of the things I've said in the past. When I keep telling us we don't have personnel in those areas, instead of us to be beating about the bush, you need to have personnel in those areas. And some of our prejudices is not allowing us to see straight. Some of us are worried that we are going to recruit other tribes into the security forces. Some of us are worried that there's going to be Boko Haram terrorists inside the military. It's like all kinds of crazy stuff we come up with while our children are getting kidnapped, our women are getting kidnapped, our men are getting beheaded. All kinds of nonsense is going on instead of it to just act and do something. Because now these security forces that went there now, when they rescue people, people are happy about that too. But when they say increase the numbers, people are against it. What kind of mentality is that? Sometimes when I listen to some of our people, I feel like we have a mental problem. We seriously have a mental problem. We don't see the world the way it truly is. We act as if we don't see anything.
So sorry, are we using you as an example? Are you citing yourself as an example?
No. I'm not. Because but my see, that's my own.
You don't have a mental problem.
One man, no, not close. I mean, maybe my mental problem is that I like to shout at people, and I say I'm very, very short with people sometimes. But my analysis and my interpretation of things is based on reality, nothing else. This is the critical aspect. And when they say reality, truth, that's what it means. In other words, you are looking at what is going on in the world, straight up, not pretending as if it doesn't exist, and start reaching false, fake conclusion that doesn't bear any resemblance to reality. Do you know how devastating that is? To watch people do that repeatedly, and it's frustrating to see. Because what you are doing, you're leading people into darkness. You're leading people to keep making mistakes over and over again. Why other people, this is very clear to them. Because many of these people saw the Gaza war. They saw how terrorists behave. If you were carrying out an experiment, that's what you should see. That's your perfect experiment. They saw how it works, but they don't interpret it. They can't see the real world for what it truly is. With the best tools, with the best equipment, nothing works until you take those areas. Until you actually take physical control of those areas. Because your human beings are not spirits. Are you going to fly into an area where you are not? You'll just teleport yourself into that place. Because those terrorists, they own the area. They know the place. When you are showing up, they know where you are. This time, these security officials were able to outsmart them. And it's more they technically they outsmart them. They just play dirty. They just kidnapped them, basically threatened their family.
It's still a smart thing. But tonight, just to manage the time, let me move you to another space. Let me move you to this headline that you're looking at on your screen and invite what you're making of it. It says birth registration at 57%, death registration below 20%. This is coming out of the National Population Commission. So 3 times more people are being born in Nigeria than are passing away. What do you make of that as just raw data?
That Nigeria should be if that correlates to higher birth rate versus higher lower death rate. Technically, I think that's the same trend all around the world. The death rate is declining, and even if birth rate is also declining, there's even less death rate in many.
It's the reverse. It's the reverse. Sorry, it's the reverse in the West, especially in places like Japan and Europe. People are living longer and they are not giving birth. Yeah.
I think you're actually correct there, actually, because if the population is declining, it means that they are having less children than they are actually. These are the people that are dying. So you're technically correct there. But these figures, they say registration, so I don't know what it necessarily means, whether it's actual just based on registration or actual births and actual deaths. But if it correlates with the actual ones, yeah, that's what you should expect from Nigeria. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And the same goes for many African countries, especially other African countries.
Do you not see the danger of a population explosion there? When 3 times as many people are being born than are passing away, is that not a strain on resources? Will we not end up cannibalizing each other at this rate?
Name one country that population has destroyed. That the large population has destroyed. If anything, it's made them superpowers. So
we have the resources to manage this level of.
No, one man. This is part of what I'm talking about. We are divorced from reality. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We say things that don't correlate to reality. Why is that? And people say I'm mad. I'm seeing the world for what it truly is. Like I said, name one country that population has destroyed. If anything, it's the opposite. Life is power. Life is a gift. But like I said, we have an anti-life culture. For some reason, it's easy for us to be convinced that we don't need life. But that's my take, and it actually bears correlation to reality too. Like you see, a moment ago you corrected me. What did I do? I retreated very quickly. I said, "Hey, you are right. In other countries, birth rate is lower than death rate because the population is actually declining. It is true. If some people, they will double down. Makes no sense, but they will still double down anyway. Why would you do that? Why? You want to walk in darkness? Do you know what the consequences of that is? It's very serious because you are walking your own children, your descendants into darkness. You will never prosper in this world. These things have consequences. That is why I'm passionate about it, and sometimes people are angry with me that I'm maybe short with them, but these things are consequential because our people say things that don't bear resemblance to reality. Reality should be your guide. It's in the world out there. Nobody made it. It's God that created it. It's already done. No matter how you try to distort reality, you know what they say? It always has a way of snapping back. You pretend as if it doesn't exist, it will show you it's there. If you pretend a mountain doesn't exist, try to cross it, and you find out that whether that mountain exists or not. God has created it.
All right, tonight, give us about 2 more minutes, and then we're going to Bishop just to move it around a bit. Yeah.
All right. So, regarding the question about being molested, again, you see, you have to use your own eyes to look at the way the lady responded. It was clear they were not molested. I don't know what is it with people. Then now you start second guessing the woman, saying, "Oh yeah, they told them not to say anything. Otherwise, they might even come and attack them again." All kinds of stuff. The lady didn't hesitate. She didn't try to even twist her tongue. She made it clear. And not only that, it also correlates to the way the Islamists behave. If this was normal bandits, you will see that yes, they will carry out sexual harassment and all kinds of stuff, abuse. But these Islamists, they are the ones that take people's head off, and that's what they did. They are Muslims. They are not there to have sexual their desires met. If they want to, they will marry you.
Do not say that. Do not say that, my brother.
See, hold on. I'm telling you, their general. It's not that some people don't do it amongst them. Some of them are not.
Just look at the face of that woman or that principal. Look at the face. Read the face language and the body language. Yes.
Maybe you are seeing a spirit or something. I don't know what you are seeing, but what I saw with that lady, she didn't have much of anything. She could have just said anything else. She could have hesitated. She could have just used a different language. She made it clear they didn't. And I actually believe.
Then you want a husband to sack her? You want a husband to sack her?
Hold on now. I see. Come on. They didn't. Come on. If they did, you will know. These are Islamists. They were demanding the release of other Islamists. These are. Do you know if they found out publicly that they were busy harassing sexually abusive women, that would destroy their Islamic credibility. Don't you see that?
Well, that's what they usually do.
No, those are bandits, and by and large, maybe some of them, some factions may do that, but generally they don't. That is not their modus operandi. And given the way this group beheaded the teacher, it tells you that they are extreme. They are an extreme group, and they want to intimidate the government to hand over the ones that have been jailed. So this is what we are dealing with, and sometimes that's why I didn't use only one point of reference. I tried to use their general behavior and the likelihood that they were abused based on what their elderly.
Tunaja, sorry, sir.
No, Tony. I want him to round up so that we can go on to the next person. Sorry,
yes.
Tony.
Yeah, based on their modus operandi and ISIS and all of them. ISIS, they marry brides. They don't just go about raping people. And they have their own ways to, the code that they believe that they have to follow to make them appear credible. Because they cannot say they are better Muslims when they are busy raping women. They can't say that to the moderates. You see what I mean? So I don't necessarily believe that the lady was lying. I don't think there's any need to ascribe any kind of hiding, trying to hide anything, because the lady spoke plainly. If somebody is speaking under duress, you get a sense of it. She didn't even skip a breath. He didn't see her hesitate, nothing. She just said no, they didn't. And she said they tortured the men. that the men got it was. So I don't know why people just like to read meanings into things. Thank you for that, one man. I appreciate it.
All right, brilliant. Excellent by Tunaja, as always. Always excellent by Tunaja. That's why we love him here so much. And I want to say I agree with you so much, Tunaja. We are talking about body language. If you see how that woman immediately recalled from that question, if you look at her facial expression, it answered it even more than her words. What you say, no, that didn't happen. You know, because there was not even any hesitation in it. But what do I know? Maybe she was coached as But let's go on from you to Bishop. So Bishop, you're up next. Sorry if I was a bit abrupt earlier on, but I just wanted an end to that matter. We've carried it for 2 days now, so at some point we just have to let it go. I think we've all explained ourselves to each other and we know each other better now. So people are setting their limits and limits have been set. So Bishop Floyd, yours, give us about 5-7 minutes, Bishop.
I apologize to Bishop for on behalf of one man.
What did I do?
When you use a double F word.
Oh, sorry about that, Bishop. I didn't know. I was just frustrated. It was starting to grind on me a little bit. But sorry, Bishop.
Good evening. Good evening, if you are hearing me.
Good evening. We cannot hear you. So we're talking about the birth death rate ratio in Nigeria. We're talking about the DSS telling us that they cannot replicate what happened in Orire local government area across the country. We're talking about Kwakwanso inviting the Northerners to play nice with the Southeasterners. And then the Senate rejects fresh request for a probe into the Gbaja scandal. And then the endless properties, 212 billion naira worth in properties seized from Abubakar Malami. And then there's also this one, a content creator called Odogu of Asaba, arrested for raping a girl. So all that space. So
Profodi Kalu's explanation.
What did you say, sir?
Sorry, Bishop. Prince Daddy, you're not connecting fully. Maybe go out and come back in, Prince Daddy. Sorry.
Baba, what did you just say?
Modin Kalu was saying that the 16th January.
Yeah, I'm going to start from Modin Kalu. Quite honestly, we have a way of throwing spanners in the wheel of progress. He just wants to bring up topics that are completely irrelevant. If people go on holiday and on the 16th they are not back to vote, then what do you want us to do? The reason why the thing was moved back before was the amount of noise and complaint after the 2026, that the period of litigation, that they must not swear somebody in until all the litigations have been exhausted at the Supreme Court. Now they say, okay, let's give more time so that the election, so that there will be enough time for litigation. Now they have moved it back. But then Kalu was among the people they were advocating that immediately you swear the person in, that he has all the power, he can manipulate and abuse, use the judiciary. So it is better that all the litigations are completed before the swearing in. That was the thing that was. Now they have tried to move the day of the election back so that it will accommodate the litigation processes and the rest. Yet, people like Odikalu will always come. He has never provided any solution. It's a purveyor of fake news, and it's very, that's his comfort zone. So what he's saying is not, it's as usual, rabble rousing. Let's see what comes out of it. If we want to truncate the system, let's truncate it. If people want to vote, and it's important to them, after the new year in January, they have 2 weeks to go back to their station to vote on the 16th. The date was actually a little bit long. Some people complained that, it falls within Ramadan. What's the big deal in going to vote on the Ramadan day? I don't understand. Now they say, okay, let us accommodate. We move back. This one will come down. Let's move forward again. So where are we exactly? So Chidi Odikalu has never made sense to me. I listened to him talking about the same police something a few days ago. He's also looking for something to make him relevant, even though it's just very uselessly so. Abubakar Malami, those are the people that really messed up Buhari. And like we said here, Buhari became a lame duck in the second tenure. He shouldn't have done that second time. Because obviously, I was embarrassed the day Fashola came on board and said that Buhari he just give you assignment and what do you say? There's a language he used that he doesn't even follow up. That whatever you do with it, and that's a failure. That's one sign of a failure of a leadership. He doesn't know what it takes. So whether we want to believe it or we want to take it or not, irrespective of how much we love Buhari, the fact that some of his aides, appointed hands, really messed up was his failure. And I did say when we had that election, if anybody remember here, that Buhari was the price we had to pay to have a Tinubu who probably is trying to do everything to redeem whatever we have lost. But it's a shame. I want to say that even if they go further and arrest other people, there is a lot of rot under Buhari. Economically, we became far worse off. I mean, printing 30 trillion naira in ways and means. There was no control, no regulation. Some people can sit in their homes and get allocation of $1 million every other week, once in every 2 weeks, without lifting the finger. I mean, we're almost welcome. We're almost, so that's my take about Manami. So I really wish and hope and pray that we can push this through and not only collect what he has stolen, let him serve as an example, give him like 1,000 years, like they did in the days of Buhari, when they were giving people multiple,
Bishop, there's every chance that Abubakar Malami might well end up being the governor of Kebbi State.
There's every chance that he will end up in jail. He will not end up in any governor of any state.
If he ends up in Kebbi State House before they put him in jail, then he has that immunity cover.
You will not even contest. Let's jump up because I don't have enough time. I'm timing myself, but I don't think he will be able to contest. Because if they seize all these things from him, mind you,
this is just the ADC candidate for Kebbi State, though, for the governorship.
Which ADC now? The ADC that is struggling to stay afloat. Remember, the case has not ended. The case is still on. This is just the forfeiture case. The corruption case is still on in the Federal High Court. I think he has about 2 or 3, maybe 2. So I really wish he goes to jail because he really deserves. I mean, this is too much. I was reading those things. I've read them before. I was reading them again earlier today, and it is mind-boggling. It is embarrassing. And it's an indictment. They really messed up. They did Buhari dirty. Everything about integrity, Miabami Gaskia just fell inside the gutter. Completely, they rubbished Buhari and his legacy. And they are doing a very bad, that they are doing his legacy and memory a lot of bad, unfortunately. So unfortunately, the sad part is that there are so many people that genuinely believe in Buhari, but these people that were close to him, they really messed him up. And this is not all. I can say that this is not even the worst. There are more that we hear. On the girl that went to Asaba to go and meet that guy, it's so unfortunate. I know some people who still don't.
Are you following that story, that girl?
I've read everything about it earlier.
I felt so sad for her.
I saw her video, and I will see some people.
Sorry, Bishop. Are you also following the story of the girl that mysteriously died in Dave Umahi's house?
Yeah, I don't. Okay, maybe I'll mention that one. So I don't want to use the word mysteriously because I've read some few things about it. I pray that Dave Umahi is able to insist on carrying out an autopsy. Dave Umahi wanted to do an autopsy, but the parents are saying no because autopsy we know is very invasive. They just scatter the what they call it now. What's the right word now for the dead body? What's the right word now? Cadaver. Yeah. The cadaver, they just, it's too invasive, especially if you really know where you are going. You want to go everywhere. They want to test her kidney, and there drugs, what kind of drug, what did she eat? They want to test her stomach. They want to tell her vagina, was there a sexual intercourse before death? They want to test her, a lot of things. It's too invasive, honestly. So if the parents say, but I really wish for Umahi's sake, I think he should insist and beg them, whatever it is, let them do that autopsy. So people are already, we have this catch up chief mentality. Everybody just become an expert on every topic. Everybody.
But Bishop, the first question is, why was that woman seconded to Umahi's house in the first place?
Seconded at how? What do you mean seconded? From where?
Well, they said she was seconded from Dave Umahi University. She's a physiotherapist or a psychologist or something like that.
Yes, she was a nurse.
She said she was on. They said she was on secondment to Dave Umahi's house.
Well, yeah,
two of them actually from that same institution, Dave Umahi University.
Anyhow, she's dead. Unfortunately, her death might be natural causes, but the cause of where it happened, or maybe she has an ailment, or maybe she has an attack, whether she was asthmatic or something. But if they do, they will be able to know. Otherwise, it is in Dave Umahi's best interest that they do that autopsy. But the parents are saying they don't want to. She's a young girl at 26. It's unfortunate. But one of the problems we have is that everything that something like this happen, we begin to post, how do I call it now? To guess, and we want the things to go the way we are guessing. We want it to go along our line of thinking.
Was David Umahi home when it happened?
No, it was not. I think it happened in Abuja. Because the girl was walking both in his house.
No, it didn't happen in Abuja. It happened in his mansion in Ebonyi. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Check that. Okay, she has a room in Abuja, in his Abuja something too. She used to live, she lives there. Anyhow, it's an unfortunate thing. The only thing I'll say about that, because of time, is that I think it is in Umahi's best interest that they do that autopsy. Let him find a way to send people to the parents to persuade them, because it will clean his name. We have this mentality of catch 'em 50-50. Everybody becomes an expert on every topic. Immediately, it has something to do with them. Then this them versus us issue now comes up, and it will keep there. And we have people that will keep mentioning it forever and never and never. People like what's this guy's name? This our right. What's his name?
Do you think Dave Umahi has a woman problem? Because I think this will be like the fourth woman sort of thing.
Dave Umahi is like who have taken, because when they were good when they were at the lower cadre, because they were very jovial. They play with people. They and people enjoy it. They crack jokes. They are like comic relief and very jovial. But when they begin to get to this level, there must be some kind of restraint and gap to people, because it's very easy to misconstrue. In Africa, we do it. You pat people in the back, you talk their cheeks, you are looking chubby. You do that in some part of the Western world. They consider it the sexual. So people get exposed that they want to take advantage of every situation. So, are they promiscuous? Maybe not. But the truth of the matter is this. Is that we want to begin to deceive ourselves. In Africa, is promiscuity actually a sin? Is flirting actually a sin? In Africa, it is not. Even in the Western world, we know this history of the United Kingdom, even the monarchy in the United Kingdom. I mean, you are going to have one wife, but with many concubines and mistresses scattered everywhere. So we know that whether anybody wants to believe it, my man by nature is a polygamist.
But based on what one man said, Bishop, my own observation, in shape and size, that lady who just passed looked like the other Oriri woman. Is it Oriri? The one who said, don't they look alike? Does Umahi have taste for that kind of size?
Maybe, but it's not even the same. If he has, my father had 3. The father before him has whether 8 or 9. So anyhow, because of time, I'll just move. So, Malami,
like in South Africa, now the first South Africa IKB.
Let me go back to the radio. Tony, I beg, make I just leave you. Your own lane, especially.
If you are talking about Ikebe, now Rwanda and Uganda get that one.
The rape girl was very pathetic. She was a twin. She would have at least confided in someone. She does not need to die. She really didn't know to have committed suicide. It's unfortunate. It's painful. It's agonizing. I mean, no matter what they want to do to that guy, which I am in for, it's not going to bring back that girl. The agony of the parents is going to be there forever. And considering the fact this was unavoidable, that you were raped, all you need to do is just face it up. I mean, if you could make that, she stood 2 weeks after, and she could make that video before now taking her own life. There was enough time for her to look for somebody to confide in, whether her mother or her sister. Then seek help. It is not the end of the world. We know people that were raped, that they got pregnant, and they still bring forth those children. I'm not saying it is right. I'm saying that there was no need. It was a one dead too many, on one needless death, one unnecessary, ridiculous death. I saw the guy video trying to beg and apologizing that he's going to do whatever to make it right. It's so painful. Let him face the music so that other people that take advantage of young girls like that. The sad part is that our young girls have become that there's something else. You watch on social media, so many things you see on Twitter. I used to hear things that happen on what's the other one now? The other social media. The very book, the very talks, not toxic now. There is this social media.
Facebook.
No, not Facebook. This is TikTok. I don't have one TikTok and Snapchat, whatever. I don't have those. But what I hear happens there. But they are beginning to import it now. You see 11-year-old, 14-year-old shaking their bum, opening up their, and it's like, where are we going? So if a girl at 20, if she says she's a virgin, that means the parent must have done some good job in bringing her job. And she felt that remorse. The only place she crossed the line was having to go and commit suicide, which is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. One man, I don't know whether you read something that Soludo said today. People will roast him tomorrow or next. I don't know whether you read anything about what Soludo posted, something about Tinubu.
Tell us.
The taste is in the pudding. Okay. I think he said he made a request to the president about what do you call it? About some road. And he said today that, to his surprise, the road totaling about 300 miles in Anambra State, between Anambra and Kogi, and one way between what's the name of this place? Nibo or Nise, something, just within Anambra. And to his surprise, that the president this morning got a call from the president. He made the request. He got a call from the Dave Umahi that the president had approved it, and that construction is going, if you dualize, they are going to dualize it. So what he's saying is that Tinubu is the best thing that has ever happened to Igbo land. Of course,
Dave Umahi said that as well.
That is
the Biafra that they are looking for.
You need to read that thing by yourself. I wish I have it. Fortunately, I don't want to think about that. If you read it, I'm sure you will bring it here tomorrow. But it's what he said. But they will, I'm sure they are already roasting him. They are already calling him to do all manner of names. But the truth of the matter is that those two projects are real game changer. If all the states in the south.
Can I just interject a bit? You see, I'm getting a little bit unsettled by the amount of dualized roads that their people are using to praise administrations for. Like, a road exists. Did they tell you that there's massive traffic that is killing the economy there, where you are worried about dualizing it? Because like in Abuja now, you hear this type of stuff. They say Wike is doing well because he fixed a few roads. You know, when I go to Abuja, I don't notice any difference. If you look at Abuja, you will not notice any difference. But because he fixed a few roads, they're saying he's doing very well. While let me finish. Let me just finish. I'm going to finish very soon. I'm not going to go long. While in Wuse 2, Wuse 3, all the major areas, not to mention the other areas like Lugbe and in Abuja, there's barely any power supply. You'll be lucky, especially in the Lugbe areas, if you get 6 hours power supply a day. So why are they not putting those efforts in areas that is going to give people far more bang for their buck? Because when people get power supply, people spend more time at their homes and buildings than on roads. But they are not doing that. Thank you.
So this is it.
Sorry, Bishop. Tunaja, check private chat. Sorry, carry on, Bishop.
So this is it. I'll try and spend less than 1 minute on that. Let's be very sincere to ourselves. It will be very unkind to history to say that Wike is not doing anything, it's not doing much, or to try to downplay it. We had a minister under in the last administration that spent 8 years. You cannot point at 10 kilometers of road that he worked on. Road is an essential project, and it is the first step towards development. Everybody, even his worst arch enemies, have confirmed that they don't like Wike, but when it comes to road and infrastructure, he's opening up the hinterland. I know a bit of Abuja. I won't say I know a lot. I know a bit of Abuja. I frequent Abuja very well. Whether you are going from Yanya, whether you are going from Lugbe, whether you are going from this outskirts, what's his name? this popular outskirts. What is the name?
But Abuja has the best roads in Nigeria. Is that transformational? That's my issue.
The Abuja road.
Change.
The Abuja road, we are talking about the roads in Amak, even though the roads in Amak, but 75 to 85% of Abuja people that are working in Abuja lives in those satellites. Kubwa is where I wanted to mention. They live in the satellites and they don't have roads to those places. So many places were closed up and it's opening them up. Don't let us waste time on that. Don't let us debate that.
Visualizing them, not that there was no road. It's visualizing them.
Yeah, if you know the kind of traffic, if you are going from Yanya to AYA, if you are coming from Gwagwadadarakuwa, you meet at that junction and you are coming, you know how many hours. People live in some villages in Nasarawa. You know how
Abuja is now known for traffic. Are you serious? Abuja is known for traffic now.
It's not exactly. Abuja is known for traffic. Is this supposed to be so?
Actually, it's Lagos. Abuja is not known for traffic.
No, it depends. Because
ask one man. One man. Do you know Abuja for traffic?
Hold on now.
I don't know Abuja.
What I'm saying is, if you know, please, calm down now. Calm down. If you know Abuja and you know the traffic period, the majority, I said 75 to 85% of people that work inside Abuja live in the outskirts. If you go to Abuja and you stay in an hotel, whether in Wusetu, whether in what they call this place, Jikoi, or you stay in Jabi, hotel in Jabi, and you are saying there is no traffic in Abuja, you are not being truthful. Because you are not heading towards Gwagwalada, you are not heading towards Nyanya, you are not heading towards Kubwa after close of war. Ask the people that are going there, they will tell you. It's like, because I live in Atlanta, I live somewhere in the Atlanta, I know I'm going, I dread going on I-85. If I'm going to go to that place, I have to leave home by 5:36 a.m. Because I know by 7 a.m. I-85 to I-75 to 285 is completely blocked. A journey that shouldn't take you like 25 to 30 minutes will take you like 2 hours. And that's a fact.
Yeah, but the same thing is happening in Lugbe right now. Lugbe, cars have to walk until they are trekking.
Let me go. Road. If you have a different opinion, let's move back to Anambra. If you have a different opinion about Soludo being excited that road is going to be constructed and is going to be dualized and is going to add value to that road, I'm not saying every road must be dualized, but if that one is so important, a 150 stretch road cannot be a single lane, especially in fast-growing areas. So for me, I don't know why Soludo is so excited. Maybe he shouldn't be excited about it. Maybe if you tell him the way he's present.
3 more minutes, Bishop. 3 more minutes.
I'm very fast. So let me move very fast. He said 3 more minutes. Let me utilize my remaining 3 minutes, please. So on the molestation of the victims, there is a saying in Yoruba land, I don't understand why we always like negative and bad news. Somebody said, after everything they have gone through, they asked, when you said, no, that one did not happen. Whether it happened or it did not happen, it did not add to it. But because some of us just want the bad side, Tony is in this thing that they were actually molested as if he was there. Or if the woman said you were molested, is that going to make you more happy? I don't understand. That one really lead me with some sour whatever. PSS about you really, I don't know was saying that is not going to happen. I would rather say it's not going to happen because it's tactical, it's strategic. Because when you are saying that they are going to use the same approach, there is no two cases that are the same. They are going to divide what is the best approach to tackle the next one, so that people will not preempt and begin to. So any DSS person, any intelligence will not come and say, this is how we are going to run this operation. So for people expecting him to say, oh, this is how we are going, no, I don't understand. That we do that. He should tell us that that's how we are going to run it. How? Who does that? Where is it done? He will never tell us. Even when they are very at the close of it, he would not say. So that's, he said what he's supposed to say. So when the next thing comes, they will look at the circumstances, look at the environment, they will look at the situation, and they will look for the best way to tackle it. There are no two cases that are the same. No way. So I don't expect him to say anything different. I don't know why that is generating so news. So if I see something on this one, many people will pick me. If I say what is on my mind, honestly speaking, it will not end well. And the Senate, I think the Senate did what they were supposed to do. You don't have to. Are we going to be having 3-4 investigation and the rest? ICPC is on it. The court is already there. The police is handling their own. What do they want to do? Whatever they do is just going to be advisory. They are not going to arrest. They are not going to do that. They are not going to prosecute the guy. They don't have the power of prosecution. They are going to. So why don't they just focus and concentrate on other things and just edit? And just so I think I agree with their decision. And finally, one more second. Let me apologize to Madam Zita. I'm not apologizing because I did anything wrong. I'm apologizing because I just did not have that strength. I wanted to interject earlier on because the last language she used that she was going to deal with me. Thank God for that. That's not the right word to use. I listened to everything she said. Yesterday, I did not lay any cause on Twitter. I said the people that were saying that what happened was a stage and that it was fake, that it was a comedy, it was a skit, it was a, that was what I said. And I made, what's his name? In governor, the focus of my anger. And that was what I was addressing. That's how so when Azita put herself into it, and when she came to the contact, she called me up and out things. And I was very calm in responding to her. And so my apologizing is not because I just felt like you can't say you deal with me, Madam Zita. I apologize to you. I don't have any snake against you. We can disagree without being disagreeable. But that's all it. So
I thank you personally.
I just wanted to point to the fact every other thing I took it, but I just wanted to point out, look, why don't we just withdraw that you deal with me aspect? Because quite honestly, even if we are staying face to face or we are staying in the same city,
do not die in their war. Do not die in their war. Really, I'm happy that you apologize.
I don't say you. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bishop. A real gentleman, and thank you because we needed to draw a lot. And let me apologize to you as well. I don't know. I was frustrated, and maybe my choice of words clearly not appropriate. But this is just an example of how I can spiral over. So apologies to you, Bishop. Apologies to Bishop. Apologies to everyone, and a group hug. So thank you, Bishop. Well said. So thank you, Bishop. We go from Bishop. Baba, can we go to Zita and then come to you, Baba?
No problem.
All right, Zita, floor is yours. Zita.
One man. I want to start with that man, the man that said the East, whatever he was talking about Eastern Nigeria and people traveling on Christmas Day to go and vote and they will not vote.
Prof. Odinkalu.
Yeah, Professor Chidi Odinkalu. You know, he hates people calling him. He came here once and I called him Professor Kalu and he got quite angry. He said, there's a reason why he put the Odin behind his name, which is an acknowledgement of his family homestead or some. So sorry, go on, Bishop.
You see,
Zita rather. Sorry.
The time they put that date, it's almost 6 months now, if I'm right, that they changed that date.
At least about 4 months ago.
Yeah.
It was supposed even to be in November or December of this year or something.
Okay.
Then they changed it to February, from February again back to January.
Okay. And this thing was happening, I think, January this year or December last year. They were running back and forth with the date of the election day. You see, everything is not tribe. Yes, there's something he said. I quite agree with him. But people usually go for Christmas, not during Christmas period. More especially the traders, they go after Christmas. They will sell Christmas market according to them and say January market before they now come for holidays. Number one, we are not actually politically, will I call it happy people. When you say somebody is camera happy, we are not politically happy as the Easterners because of the agitation. in as much as some people claim that the number of people or whatever our land is, we are small, I don't really believe that. If Easterners are politically happy, the number of votes that will come out from that area will shock people. That being said, within the time this thing was changed, if you really want to vote, you can change your, what do I call it? You can transfer your voter's card. Is it voter's card or whatever? How do they call it again? Transferring of voter's card or transferring of polling station, whatever. Okay. Now, whether you vote in Imo State or you vote in Lagos, I don't even know why people like registering and where they are staying. I believe during the election, in those days, when you watch the documentary, people actually really travel to go and vote. Even the Northerners, they still do it today. No matter where you sit down and vote, as long as it's presidential election, the president will get your vote. Even if you are the only person in Imo State that is going to vote for him, it will register that he got one vote in Imo State. So it doesn't, when it comes to presidential election, it doesn't really matter where you are going to vote, because your presidential candidate is actually going to get your vote. Unless otherwise there is something beyond voting he's talking about, unless they are talking about the drama of I won Lagos, I won Abuja, unless it's that drama. But normally this thing has been for a long time. People who are interested in voting and are very sure they will not come back to where they registered before 16th of January should have transferred.
But Zita, what about the wider point that is making? So they were going to have the elections in February thereabout, but then the Muslim North complained that it will fall in the middle of Ramadan. So then they changed it then to January the 16th. But January the 16th is the festive period of the Christian, and the majority of the Christians are from the Southeast, which is the largest popular. And what he's saying is these people are registered to vote in Lagos, and when the Southeasterners go home, they don't just go 2 days to go and do Christmas. They take a month, 6 weeks to enjoy their community and do all of the festivities and all that. So it disadvantages them. I think he may well be right.
Woman, he's not right. Let me tell you why he's not right.
Yeah, the election must end. Sorry, Zita. The election must end 90 days before May 29th.
Okay. You see, woman, you can make yourself important. The Northerners, as long as election is concerned, as of today in Nigeria, they have made themselves very important. So if you need their vote, as of today Nigeria, you have to, honestly, sincerely speaking, play a little to their rules, because they come out in large numbers. Igbo people have already told you they're not Nigerians. They sparingly vote, and they did not complain.
I have to disagree with you. Igbo people have not told us they are not Nigerians. It's the Biafrans, which is just a
point
small,
of correction. Yes,
It's
the Igbos that said they're Biafrans that are saying they're not Nigerians. The Igbos that say they're not.
The majority of the Igbos are Nigerians.
Wait, are you distinguishing between Igbos and Igbos? I hear you pronounce Igbos, which is the correct thing anyway.
Igbo.
Yes, when did they put the G? What's the acceptable?
Yeah, I asked myself that this morning.
I think that GBO is actually the native, the Igbo language way of pronouncing Igbo.
With the G. Because we grew up with IBO, and then suddenly it was I.
No, you one man, Habana. You see the other way around. You should have grown up with IGBO, then all of a sudden it became IBO.
No.
It was always IBO.
It was IBO in our own neck of the wood.
IBO.
When that G came in, I can't remember. It just make kind of
right from in.
I think it came in the last 5-7 years. I can't recall.
Haba, woman.
Zita, I think I would move back to like 15 years, but not more than that.
No. Even when we were in primary school, they used to is IGBO. They used to write.
It's 2000. Like maybe
now IGBO. Zita. Sorry. Now IGBO for Benin, they say Oigbo. You know, then Igbo. Now they say Igbo. Then they use the English version.
Yeah, that's the English version. It's IGBO.
Yeah, the Benin, the Edo, would they say Oigbo, you know.
And then Igbo people say when we write it.
Yeah.
That IBO is like anglicized.
Yes, it's English.
Yeah, it's
and it does make sense given that they are all this Iboho language family. Because if you look at the Igbo now, you don't say Igbo, you say Igbo. And that because people don't necessarily associate Yoruba language and Igbo language and the Edo language, they are all the same family. So that Igbo is more likely to be accurate than Igbo.
Is it offensive? Do people take offense to the IBO, Zita?
Yeah, there is a way you pronounce it.
Is it offensive? Yeah, the IBO.
Yeah, if you are not an Igbo person and you call me Igbo.
You know, in Lagos they actually call it Yibo, like YEEBO.
It's still IBO in most of Yoruba land.
Yeah.
If you call me that,
IGBO, that's what they say. Now they get to Jabuigbo, now they get to Koigbo. You know, Abik. Now IGBO is the right one.
IGBO.
The right
if you call me
yes.
Igbo girl, I will think a kind of like you are trying to demean where I come from. Honestly, sincerely speaking, it's Igbo.
Okay,
I'm Igbo, not Igbo.
Okay, we all went to primary school in Lagos. In social studies textbooks, okay, since I was born, you know, it's IBO. I read in the textbook. So we didn't make it up. Maybe only in the Southwest they had it IBO. I know IBO.
Even some books published by Southeasterners was IBO back in the
80s,
in the 80s, 90s.
In the in the news, television news, they say Igbo news in Igbo. Igbo now for Benin, NTA Benin, NTA, they'll say news in Igbo.
One man, yes. Our language doesn't even have that IBO. It doesn't have it. Igbo or whatever. What are you going to write? It's not. It's IGBO. This one you people are calling IBO self is kind of anyway. So what I'm saying is that if they have complained, if Igbo people have come out to complain that look, what about us? But they didn't complain now. They never complained. One thing is complaining, another thing is giving you audience. But one thing I want to say is that other part of Nigeria should make themselves important in the election. I hope it will happen this time around. So that if the North wake up and say, we want this, the other people will say, no, what about us? We want this. And the presidential candidate will come with something, or the government will come with something in the middle. But for now, come on now, one man, they have the cards. They have the cards. They have 17 states, Abby. And they come out in mass to vote. So if you gather all their votes where they come from, man, it's a lot of vote. No presidential candidate will ignore it. Okay, back to the girl that died in Omahi house. Obviously, what he says is that Omahi was not there, right?
He was not home in the southeast.
When the girl died, what were they doing that killed the girl?
They said she was
the Sahara reporter said the blood was coming out from the girl's.
No, carry on. They said she was seconded, that she's a physiotherapist or something.
Who is the physiotherapy?
And that's what I don't know. No, it's physiotherapy in his bedroom now. That's what it's probably.
that of my hair, should be one woman don't come talk one thing about
now woman go still down for that guy. The way they look and so now woman go down.
But what is all this one with women's stories around him now?
And the same size.
Huh?
The same size of
the same size of it's good you did that observation. The same size of women now. Not too fine, busty, big bomb, things like that. What is going on?
Mother, this one pretty. This one pretty. Hey, this one na queen, na princess.
No, okay, make I shut up my mouth. Anyway, he called for autopsy. Nigeria and their autopsy. Somebody in government calling for autopsy. Anyway, may the guys so rest in peace.
Amen.
Then back to Gbajabi and Miller. I think they say he should resign.
No, suspend. Some say resign, some say suspend. Or he should step aside.
I believe he has a hand in that. He has a way of he has been doing it. This one can't enter. Because you won't tell me that he will be forefront in doing it. They have people around them they use in running those kind of show. So he should step aside. I don't even know why he said. One man who has your president chosen for vice president.
Shetima.
Oh, I thought they said he's going to change him.
No, he didn't change him.
Okay.
So it's on INEC portal already.
Okay, no wahala now. So the girl soul should rest her spirit.
Sorry, Zita. Guys, let me drop 2Naija takes over. 2Naija, Zita goes on. Baba next, Prince Daddy with you as well. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The super chatters are Ayo and Kulata. So thank you to two of them. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, one man.
Madam Zita, the woman was found stuck naked in the room.
Is he physiotherapy stuck naked?
She was totally, stuck naked.
What did they do to her now?
Yeah,
they said blood was coming out. What did they do to her?
Maybe now,
if it's foam, I will say it's epilepsy or something. But blood.
No. It was not foaming. It was not foam. They said na massage. They did. Anyway, this man is too dangerous. Really, it's dangerous. And then I'm very happy that you are one man. You did a great job because other panelists try to defend this guy because he's a minister to Tinubu. You know what I'm saying?
No. People should not be the man. Yes. That's the problem I have with Bajamia Miller or whatever you people call her.
Yes.
When you have a dented name, you have to be very careful.
Yes.
Because 80% of the time, people will believe that you did it, even when you did not.
Yeah, so kick them out. Kick them out. Don't defend them. Yes.
I don't even know who is defending Nigerian politicians anyway.
This
man has been running around with. The last time we had a story, him and one girl shouting on the making videos of
the same thing. Yeah, the same thing. She was later giving money to cover her mouth.
What if I say he was there?
It's crazy.
What if I say he was there?
Madam Zita, what do you make of the family not wanting an autopsy?
Who told you that? Did you hear from the family? It was that's just application for the man. Manipulation. Yeah, they are manipulating the whole. It's imagine that it's manipulating the whole scenario.
Burial. No, because they said they want to proceed with the burial.
Now, do you know how much they've been paid? We're in Nigeria. Do you know how much they've been paid?
To cover their mouth.
What they will tell you is your pikin don't die, it don't die.
Yes.
And if you
make trouble, we'll come after you.
He will not
come for you. Yes.
So they will call elders will call you by one corner and tell you, bros, sister, auntie, madam, collect the money. So it is, I won't blame the family, but standing up against a politician in Nigeria, you really have to have all it takes. Outside of the country connection. so that you blow it very loud there, and the
That's why
force
you
will
see a
come
whole
from there.
governor, madam, a whole governor is even afraid of the of the ruling class, and the people are coming here to. A whole governor is even scared of this mafia, the mafia rulers.
So I pity the girl. I don't even know what they are doing with that man. I don't know. Maybe our money, our collective money, he's dishing it out. If God of me. So I believe Umahi was there. I believe
he was there now. He was there now, but now they are lying, And you see the picture
and
that
immediately that thing happened, they have to evacuate him immediately. And then
so that he was not there. Yeah,
you want to know whether he's there, you use his phone.
Yes.
You use his phone, stress him. You will find out that he was there when that thing happened.
It's a pity. If you look at the picture,
platform.
The picture that was displayed tonight in another platform, beautiful, tall girl at the huge German, so tall, beautiful, Ay, my God.
What did they do to her now?
I don't know. Only God knows. If you look at the full picture, Ay,
did they beat her?
No, we don't know what happened. No, nobody know what happened.
Because blood coming out from her nose and mouth must have, they have hit her head on the wall or something.
Yes. It's a pity. It's a pity.
Yeah, there's a lot of young women now that have been taking advantage of in Nigeria.
Money. Yes, they are looking for money. They want to build mansion.
You see, there are two things happening in Nigeria now. Number one, I mean, just as you mentioned to Nigeria, you are talking about young women. There are two things happening in Nigeria now. Number one is those who do a belong. They want to wear the best of shoes, the best of clothes, and
to build mansion.
That's one. Then there are the ones that are hungry. Honestly, sincerely speaking, when I mean hunger, serious hunger, that are hungry, they can do anything to feed, to take care of their mom. I'm not saying what they're doing is right, but I'm just trying to let you know that it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Yeah. I hope they did not hit that girl's head on the wall.
Desperation in the land.
Yeah, I hope they did
let me, Madam Zita, let me give you an example, because I think you may be touching on something here. Because when I go to Nigeria, and I know I'm a bit older, at least 45 and all, but you see women up around 20, this in a 30 or so, being you are able to access them in Nigeria, but in the West that's not the case. So I don't know, that dynamic is almost as if our women, they are willing to go out with older men because the older men will support them for money. What do you make of that? Is that okay, or is it something that we should frown at? Because it's not like it's consensual between grown adults, but the age gap, is that okay?
I will say whether it's okay if I see a situation, or it's not okay. It's not okay, but it's okay for survival. If it is a situation of survival, look, let me say this. There is something I do in Nigeria that most people don't know. I think one man is aware of that. I have a pantry. I do pantry in Nigeria. I box food, boxes of food, and I ship them to Nigeria, and it gets to the poorest family. I won't call the amount. I have a lot of family in it, but in recent years, since the last 2 years, the caliber of people who join my pantry make my leg to wobble. Honestly, sincerely speaking, they will say, Mazi, I might not be eating it, but I can use it to solve problems around me, to reach out to other people around them. So if that is that level, and I had one of these Nigerian bigwigs one day complaining on the internet. He said, if she too can complain, that she's just sitting down wondering how poor Nigerians are managing. So if I see a girl who is having an affair with an elderly person, to Nigeria, it's not nice, but what next? What else? Can you tell me what else?
it's a very, very dicey thing, because for me, watching it, and you can see that, like, one of the things I observe is that the men in Nigeria today are very, very cynical. They will say our women they take advantage of people, especially for the people that come from overseas. And I don't know. The whole thing just seems a little bit. It makes me uncomfortable, because it's like women. So women are not necessarily, by and large, not supposed to be supported by their men. So why are we persecuting them for going with the men? Personally, I try to isolate it to deceit. Like, when there is deceit involved, like you are pretending as if you like the guy, why you don't like the guy, or you can't stand him just because of money and all those things. But and then there is another one again. Maybe you have heard of this one, where some of the women will say almost all the women in Nigeria, that they are all doing this on the side as a way of life. And these guys said that there are people in the banks that their friend will come from overseas.
Don't even mention the bank own. The bank own is they put so much pressure on those girls, and they do. Don't even mention the bank.
Oh my God!
Soludo tried to stop it, but he couldn't. Don't mention the bank area. The bank is totally a mess.
Wow.
It's a total mess.
Man, when I hear all this, it makes me so. Yeah, go ahead.
So you make it sound like the relationship between younger girls and older men is something new. Is it new to you, especially in an African setting? Is that new to you, to Nigeria? So I'm not sure exactly what your graph is about it. It's not a new phenomenon. If you're making an argument that, okay, because of our younger population and we have a lot of girls and it's more prevalent, well, maybe so. But you know, it's not the young girls in university, you know, they tend to go out with older men that have money, you know, be working at a bank or just being a politician or whatever it may be. It's always been the case in that country. Now, if you want to couple that with the effects of the social media factor, whereby everybody's a slave queen or people want to be this and that, well, that's another ball game. So at this point in time, quite frankly, you know, I don't know, you know, I don't have any figures about it, but the young girls are equally culpable in so many ways when it comes to going out with the older men, because they want a lot of things that they probably don't deserve, and they want it right now. So it's kind of a two-way street at this point in time. I'm not sure who's been abused in this relationship, okay, but again, it's not a new phenomenon. Don't make it sound like that.
Yes, I don't know.
It's
There's
not a
something
new
about
thing.
it. Am I missing something here? Is it no? Is the scale? The scale is like, okay. Let's say a lady could be walking, but on his side, she's also seeing an older guy. And sometimes whether the man is married or not, it doesn't matter. Then they will see the other guy. Then they will see multiple men just to get resources from them to make, like you said, take care of their mother, take care of their own affairs and stuff like that. It doesn't seem like the way societies are generally run. Am I getting something wrong here?
Pious nonsense society. You start it again. You don't start again.
I just feel uncomfortable about it. What are you saying?
Society? You know, these girls too. Listen, these girls too. You know, I don't blame. Right now, I don't blame anybody. These girls too, they get too greedy sometimes. You know, I mean, if you can have one allergy or some guy with some money, why won't you get 2 or 3 or 4 of them if you can? Are you kidding me? They're as greedy as the next girl, the next man. No, that's just the way it is right now.
Oh, but that is not. Is that normal though? Is that how we have always been? It's okay,
do you want to talk about morality right now? Is that what you want to talk about? Are we switching to morality?
I'm looking at societally. What does look at this lady now that we are talking about, because that's where it came from. Because she just lost her life now, and her family maybe.
And there is nothing they can do about it though. Now they go bury that girl. There is nothing they go do, Mahi.
Madam Zita, look, probably there's another dimension to it too, like the wife of Umahi, or let me not say the wife, those Nigerian men, their wives can also do harm to those guests. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I remember the Owerri governor. Yes, I remember.
If they know if they know that somebody is going out with their husband, they can send some mafia there to go and buy this girl now. You know what I'm saying? That's why, because she was found naked and then in blood, probably.
Yeah, they must have hit her on the head.
Yes,
I'm very sure of that.
Yeah, that leave my husband alone. Leave my husband alone. You know what I'm saying? You know, leave him. You know, leave him. I can say somebody. You know, so that that can be another scenario. That's why in the Western world. Yeah, if look in the Western world, if you want to start investigation, they will start investigation from the wife of Umahi or anybody that had this problem. You know, they will start the investigation. Who do you know? You know what I'm saying? You know, so this is very, very important.
But again, since they did not throw away, maybe a lot of people saw it. Because
yes. Thank you. They were probably scared that they want to go and dispose of. People saw them coming in. Yeah, I mean, that's another way.
They usually dispose of their corpse.
Yes, so they would have said that okay, let us let us start investigation in America, in Germany, in England. They will start from the wife or the family members of Umahi. That's how it's been done here. You know.
Okay, Madam Zita. So if the lady was naked and now found in Umahi's house and it wasn't at home, to whom was she naked for? I mean.
Did you don't you see that he wasn't at home as a clause?
Of course, now that's what I'm trying to see. So
it's a clause to make it look because the story is disjointed. It's a physiotherapy to who? They did not tell us. Is it to Umahi's mother as an old woman? Yeah. She comes to physiotherapy her. Or is it physiotherapy to Umahi's wife? Or is it physiotherapy to... Because these politicians, if you are close to them, you will find out that, number one, they don't stay in the village because of a lot of, I'm not saying security, a lot of visitation. They're very stingy. If they're in the village, they spend a lot of money giving people, listening to, it's just a busy, they don't rest. So they usually come to the village, spend some time and go back to Abuja. They prefer Abuja and Lagos. So who was the lady physiotherapy in the village? They did not tell us, okay?
I think...
They didn't mention, like I think when you said that maybe Umahi was around when this happened, because it's in June, you see, so there's no real evidence of, what circumstances. Nobody's telling us the circumstances that this happened. So that is something maybe we need to flesh out.
That is the problem. Nobody is telling us a physiotherapist.
I think if the parents of that kid, of that girl, said that they don't want autopsy, probably I'm foreseeing an underlying...
Autopsy.
Autopsy. They said they don't want autopsy. So I'm saying that if the parent refused that one, probably maybe it's a natural cause of death.
Which natural? With the nose running there.
The reason why I say so is that because as a parent, if you lose your loved one on an untold way, of course you fight to the end. And this is also a way to exploit... No, apart from fighting with Umahi, it's also a way to make sure that you get whatever you deserve from
Remy,
Umahi.
You have to consider the power.
No parent would deny autopsy.
They'll just succumb quickly like that.
No. She was killed by a hired assassin. Probably Umahi usually come there on weekend, and then the wife is in Abuja. That's it. So as a mistress, that's it. Yes.
Remy, what you're saying is that girl, maybe her parents are one village people somewhere, because those are actually the people that target all those politicians to build house for their parents. I'm just saying. You are saying that village woman, I'm just saying, I'm not saying the parents, the girl, I'm just giving an example. Who says Ogo in Mpobu Hiala, and the father sells or repairs shoe in Mpobu Hiala? You are here telling me that they should fight for their daughter.
So in a nutshell, this opinion, all this thing we are saying here is that we don't know the actual cause of her death for now.
No, forget about the actual cause of her death.
People are just insinuating.
No, forget the actual cause of her death.
I want to say this. We can insinuate because of the position of the man involved And because as a former senator, as a former governor, and we know as a politician or as a wealthy person, there's always a lot of things that they do behind secretly.
But because of your current, the frequent happenings in his house there.
Apart from that, if you are a wealthy person, especially in the African domain, sometimes they do a lot of shenanigans. Not shenanigans, they do a lot of things secretively that is not normal. Maybe they have to use this kind of juju, use kind of so many stuff. Diabolical, let me put it that way. So even if you go to the Western world too, sir, in the Western world as a top politician, they also do a lot of things secretively that sometimes you'll be surprised as a senator or as a former governor. Why is he doing something like
why
that?
would he actually surprise? Why would he do it all the way in his house? And by the way, why
so
did they make it public?
The question I want to ask every one of you on this platform is that if somebody die in a rich man's house, automatically that rich man will kill her, okay, or kick him.
No, don't say that.
That is the impression you guys are
because
saying.
I have seen a situation where people die in people's house. After all, what's that girl? It died in my colleague's house now. That's former Nigerian actress that died. Is it 2021? Or they died in my colleague's house in Warri. They were having lunch when
Is your colleague a man or a woman?
In the family. The family were having lunch. They invited her. They were having lunch together. You know the story now. This woman that acts in one TV show, they call it's a popular Nigerian. That woman now from, is it Benue State or somewhere? She slumped.
So continue with your story.
She slumped in his house and died. Her family too did not ask for autopsy. It's not. See, there is a kind of consensus when somebody died like that. People we call people to speak to the family. At the end of the day, what will be the outcome of you pushing the case? Okay? Are you pushing the case? All you want to gain is to disgrace, let's assume there is a foul play, is to disgrace the person that your child died in his house. If you suspect a foul play. And if you disgrace the person, is your child going to come back alive? The answer is no.
So when you have all of these things, okay.
When it comes to that level, they come to the middle. And that's when cash is involved. You will see them saying, oh, you compensate the family with so amount. Let them go and bury their dead.
Oh, no,
it's not because the person is a
I think, to me, I think the
what do you mean by
society is
disgrace? Somebody died. Don't they have the police?
Police report. They have to report
to uncover what happened.
Yeah, they have a right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. The state prosecutor have to take over the case. It's not the duty of the family or the Mahi. Somebody died. They have to take that body to the hospital, and then the state prosecutors will come
in the Western culture, that's how it's being done. But
yes,
it's not
even
done
in Nigeria
like that
also.
in
Madam Zita, it should be the same thing I was saying earlier on.
In Nigeria, they will just report
yeah, we have no institutions.
Attorney General.
The country is not functioning. You know,
wait, see, before you start saying that the country is not functioning, the only thing that you normally say is not functioning. Let me give you my own story. This one happened to a colleague of mine, and I participated in the events that happened. It happens on a farm. This guy employed a guy that was working for him. So these all these Benue people. So the guy now invited another guy that come, there is work here that you can come and do. So somebody else employed the other guy, so making two. So that evening I went to the farm. I saw the two of them. I was even asking him. I said, who is this guy? And I said, I know it's one of my guys from our village. That somebody so person just employed him. So we start work tomorrow. And but he want to pass night with me so that by the time he resume work tomorrow, he will pack to the place that they will accommodate him. So they were cooking. I was even joking with them. Say, okay, when you finish cooking, I will eat out of your food. They say, do you know that by 8 a.m. the following day, they called me that those two guys don't buy inside their room. You know what they did? The generator it was during the December period and it was cold.
The phone.
So they carried the generator that they used to pump water on the farm, carry the generator, enter their room.
What the heck?
And they were using it to not to eat the room. Oh, they were using it to charge their phone, playing music and all those things. That was how the two of them just died quietly. The generator ran. The generator work until the petrol inside the generator finished. So when they called me the following morning, when I went there, we couldn't even open the door. It was the window that we forced open, and we saw the two of them just lying on their mattress.
Yeah, sleep as if they're sleeping.
They just yes. So what I did was that I went to the police station. Just wait now. I went to the police station. Say this is what happened on this so place. So when we are going there, I carry a photographer and I carry a video recorder. So we took their picture before anybody even touched them. We video. If you see the whole room, if you know cobweb now, this cobweb that we used to see, the thing was so dark because of the film. What I want to say is this. Let me tell you, if it happens, supposing it happens to a politician or somebody that is very, very prominent in the public, because I knew what people were even insinuating, even to that person that was not so popular, that probably used them for ritual. So what I'm saying is that whatever you do in Nigeria, if something like that happen in your domain, the first thing that people will be thinking, they will not think that those people die naturally. They will be thinking that maybe you use them for something or you want to buy them.
So
that's what I just want to say.
Okay, let me chime in. Hold on. So, Simba, your story is a straightforward story, very straightforward.
Please, don't say that a case. Do you know? Let me tell you. When we called, because the guy that actually brought the first guy, we called him and said, "This is what happened to the guy." The guy said that he has to call the parent in the village. When they call the parent, because people are talking about autopsy or no autopsy, do you know that the parents said they don't want autopsy, that they wanted, because what Nigerians believe about autopsy is that it's like as if they will cut the
they will cut the brain and cut pieces the meat.
And that because everybody they want their corpse to be intact and buried intact.
I don't know who told them that the autopsy they scatter body. Well, I don't even understand that.
That's okay. You know, when people are not well
somebody now told me, say, come, in future they might want to raise this issue. So because we dropped something in this, so we did the autopsy and kept the report of the autopsy. Because somebody might just go to them, so don't mind those guys, they are the one that buy your people and all those things.
Okay.
So that we have
the rituals.
Exactly.
Let me make my submission real quickly, and I think I'd like to know who goes next. Okay, so again, your story is pretty straightforward in terms of how the people died. It's very similar case actually happened here in America, in New York. Actually, it was a Ghanaian family. The man, I think had 5 altogether, him, his wife, and 3 kids. Anyways, the guy woke up in the morning because New York was winter, maybe super cold. He went into the garage and he turned on the car. He started the car and he left the car, opened the door to the garage that leads into the main living room. Anyways, and he went back to, maybe he fell asleep. But when he got up in the morning, I think the rest of the family was still sleeping. So by the time he fell asleep and came, well, he didn't come back actually. I think maybe the car ran out of fuel and the car died. But anyways, the entire house had been permeated with fumes, whereby the entire family died. Okay. And by the way, I was going to ask one man, to the point why we don't use killed and death on this platform, because anyway, I don't want to digress, but anyway, so the entire family died. So I think the family member came to knock on the door somehow, some way, maybe the next day, and they found they found the dead bodies, and like, oh, this is the cause of their death. They all slept they slept and they didn't wake up anymore. They died. But anyway, back to this Umayi story. See, I'm just talking on it because at this point in time, I guess nobody knows anything. To the point where the girl is naked, people are saying she was naked. That's one story, if she was naked. So right now, this story looks convoluted.
Prince Daddy.
People make things up left and right.
Sorry, let me just highlight part of the reasons why this appears to be suspicious, because from Umahi's account that they were posted from a kind of nursing school or university, but Omoyele Sowore, Sahara Reporters, is reporting that, can we leave it, that their investigators indicate that these women traveled from Kaduna straight to their residence. And this is why I highlighted the issue of our women. Look at this lady, extremely beautiful and odorous. Hold on, Remy. See, I have to say, this is another thing we don't recognize about our women. Our women are exceedingly beautiful, and then they hang around some of all these men. And I've had many Nigerians say that they use them for all kinds of things. That when they go with some of all these rich men, they use them for all kinds of different nefarious activities. And now some people are reporting that this woman is found naked. I saw an image that appears to indicate that. So I don't know whether it's true. So the circumstances of her death seems suspicious. Whenever it is suspicious, there should be autopsy. As a matter of fact, by law, it shouldn't necessarily be anything. So this is the circumstances.
You don't need to ask the family. That's what Nigeria is saying. They didn't actually need to ask the family.
Yeah,
Umahi would have conducted that autopsy.
Yeah. So
the state prosecutors.
The law works in Nigeria. Is it
that woman is too beautiful. That is Miss Nigeria. She was a Miss Nigeria.
Yes. Or the lady's family. It's not up to the states to do their job. I mean, am I missing something here?
I think we should not over-labor on this matter, because you are just being insinuation from here over here.
No, I'm talking about
I understand you.
It's a big issue, actually. It's a big issue in Nigeria.
I understand you.
It's everywhere. And hold on, Remy. Remy, hold on for a second. Hold on, Remy, calm down.
You have been talking. I listened to you.
I've not been talking, actually.
The two of you, it's not a competition now. It's not a competition. What is it? If you are not here, that's what.
I kept quiet for you, and you don't want me to say anything.
You have spoken a couple of times already. So, no, I just want to contextualize it, that the reason why, for me, this is quite a serious issue, because it's become a way of life for a lot of our young women. And that is why it's a serious issue. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Do you know? Sorry, Remy. Do you know what actually brought that lady to Umahi's house?
They don't know.
So why are you insinuating? Why are you saying the way of life? Forget about Sowore. Forget about Sowore. Sowore is not a law enforcement agent.
He's a journalist that is doing his
job. Forget about. He's a politician. Forget about him. Forget. Don't be.
Hold on. Why you say we should forget about him?
You cannot. Wait.
Should. Okay, let me give you a very good example.
Let Remy talk. I need to talk.
Let Remy talk. One at a time.
Sorry, please, Daddy. The reason why you should forget about Sowore, I will remember you there is one particular young lady, very beautiful. She was a copper, and she was antagonizing how the NNPC was treating. NYC was treating her. At the end of the day, Sowore came forth, fronting for her. At the end of the day, did that particular girl repeated that NYC something? What does he do? So sometimes they just want to overblow everything unnecessarily, just to give the ruling party a bad name. In this particular case about this girl we are talking about, this is a professional, a nurse, and probably she might be seconded to wherever they can second her from our primary institution. But because we live in an environment or a society that everything that happens, we always look at it suspiciously. We never believe in the system, and we never believe anybody that is in public domain or a public service, a public official, whatever come out from their mouth, 80% of Nigerians will not believe them. It's always conspiracy every time. Let us calm down and listen quiet. The people that this thing happened to, the man at the center is a minister of what? If he was not a minister, do you think this story will even come to the limelight? No.
Exactly. It will come. What? No, Remy, please. Only Lagos that is functioning in Nigeria. Hold on. If we were to be Lagos, the governor will come in and say that they should do autopsy. This is the government matter. It's no longer the family matter or Umahi's matter. Someone was found dead in your house.
It is not a government matter.
It's a government matter because that's the Hold on. The protection of the citizen. Hold on. That's why we have state prosecutors. It's not. It doesn't cost anything. It's free of charge. The government will come in with their agents to examine the body and see and take her to the hospital and look for what has caused his untimely death. And then they will not. They will then, but the mother or whoever, they will say, no, stay clear. If we're to be in Germany or any other country, you stay clear. The people will come and take that body to the government. The government will take over the body and
no matter what we are going to say here. When a person dies in Nigeria, the parents or the relative have a right to go and report the death.
No. The police must come in.
Remy, you cannot. You know this one. It's only the one way to but somebody. Just continue what you are saying now.
So what I am trying to say is this: it happens. I don't know whether it's Umari has in their hometown or Abuja or wherever. When such a thing happens, they will probably take the cops to the hospital and they will report the death to the wherever government agency they are going to report it to. But as a society that is already warped, a society that is full of deceit and corruption, every little thing people try to insinuate left and right and something like this. Nobody knows whether it's a natural death. The only way you can know is if they carry out an autopsy. And
natural death, this woman was found to be naked and the blood in her nose.
Okay, sorry, Patoski, please hold on. See, Remy, autopsy. I'm doing you a favor here. You have to
thank you. That's why that's what you
headmaster. He's not a medical personnel. Just what is your problem?
No, I'm not telling you.
You want to? I'll get him back. I will get him back. He beats me. I will get him back. I'll get back.
So, but let's not politicize it because the young lady.
Okay, so that is what you guys are doing. You are already politicizing.
No. I don't care about what is Umahi. I'm talking about the way of life of a lot of our young women.
Even Nigeria.
Hold on. The way Nigeria is overly protective about this young girl tells me something went wrong when you went to Nigeria last time. So why don't you tell us what happened?
Okay.
Tell us what happened.
Hold on. My point is that I can't help but wonder because Nigeria has things. A lot of people don't know Nigeria. Especially when you go to the Abuja area, you see all those Nasarawa plateau. There are exceedingly beautiful people out there. And you see all these women looking all great and everything. They are willing to go out with people that are older. And I find out a little bit, for somebody that has been in the West for so long, where people tend to be within age brackets, I find that to be very, very strange. And the way our men treat the women and the women treat the men, they seem to be. Sorry. Let me explain what I saw now. I just came from Nigeria on Sunday, so what I saw is that.
Telling us this story. You went to
after 5 years now,
and you are telling us a story.
No, it's not true. It's not true. Nigeria has been regular. Nigeria has been regular in Nigeria in the past few years. Forget about that.
I also think that Nigeria is obsessed with this young lady because she's quite beautiful.
They want to get back at you.
Nigeria is not as beautiful as this young lady.
You guys are just disruptors. You are disruptors because Prince Daddy Zita, myself, and then Tunaja, we said the right thing. Even woman also did the right thing. But you you Remy and the Dr. Simba, why you guys try to politicalize it? You are saying that we are trying to be politics. Everything is not politics. This is about human being. You have to think of this girl to be your own sister.
No, just wait.
Hold on,
President.
Simba, Tunaja. Hold on a second. Tunaja, yes, the gap between young girls and men in the West is frowned upon, especially if it's too wide, right? But the relationship that goes on between young girls and grown up people in the West, I don't think it's any less than Africa or Nigeria specifically. I don't think so, because the rate of abuse of young girls in the West is super high. There you are in your damn country, there where you live, where the Pakistani grown-up men were raping little girls, little white girls for so many years that you guys swept under the carpet. The British government did that. So the abuse of girls in the most vicious ways happens in the West. Okay, very much so. So don't be high on your horse when you talk about like African societies, young girls, and that girl that traveled all the way from wherever she came from and went to Umay's house. I think she did so by her own volition, quite frankly. Whatever she's looking for, whatever she's trying to get, is up to her. I'm not passing no judgment. Okay, she made her own decision, right? And unfortunately, it was unfortunate what happened to her. But again, my point here is that do not be disillusioned when it comes to the relationship between young people, girls we're talking about, and grown men in the West is prevalent.
Yeah, see, I'm not going to dispute the structure that young women can go out with older men, especially for resources all over the world. However, I'm trying to say something here that you don't seem to be grasping. We're talking about university students. We're talking about people that work in banks. We're talking about people that may even have families and all the rest. And these women are going out of their way to do some of all these things. It's almost transactional. And when Shore is saying that they have evidence, you see, this is the thing. We forget that this is not just a statement; it's evidence that these ladies traveled from Kaduna to this Mbonyi residence, and now she has lost her life in suspicious circumstances where they didn't even bother collecting forensic evidence in the area. So, like I said, in other crimes, this will necessitate autopsy, even without the consent of the family, because they have to investigate why a Nigerian lost her life.
Let another person speak. I don't finish.
Okay. I want
to thank you, Madam.
Can I say something?
Okay, no. It's my turn now. Well, you guys need to behave yourself.
Yeah. Let's bring that this speak. Go ahead.
Okay, Simba can make a submission if he wants to, but let me just give me 5 minutes. Simba, guess
no, I'm not even making a submission. I just want to say just something, maybe in one minute. What we are saying, because this Tony that was talking blah the other time, this kind of thing happens daily in Nigeria. It happens daily. There are so many people that died in mysterious circumstances every day in Nigeria. How many of them have brought to our notice that we are aware of? You understand? Because this one happened because it happens in the minister's house. That's why everybody's hearing it.
But should it not be brought to our notice?
No, just wait now. I'm not saying you should not bring it to our notice. What I'm saying is that it happens daily. You understand? And what I want to say about it is that I think it will not do us any good when we start, and the first thing that comes to our mind when anything happens is foul play that we normally suspect. And even when one thing that Nigerians like, that they like negativity. Once anything happens, if you want them to believe you, anybody that you think that people don't actually like in the society, just label them with something bad. Everybody will run with it. They will not even bother to check whether what they are saying is right or wrong. Let me give you for example, because this one that you are shouting Showore. This popular guy Don Aza, Tunaja, the guy now. The guy is an obedient like you. That usually bring news that
I know him. That's actually on YouTube.
Do you know that when the issue of this NNPC scandal about Bajabi Amila came out, he was the first president to put it on his social media, and he dissected. He just read the news from the what they call this Gazette. I've forgotten the name of the news media. And he was saying by the second day, the guy withdrew whatever. He brought down whatever he says because he now discovered that it was a fake news, that the thing was not right. You understand? Let us be fair to everybody in that country, whether we like the person or not. Give everybody a fair hand. If I am Minister Omai, whether the parents wanted autopsy or not, me, I will go for autopsy because of people like you that we always think of the negativity.
Yeah,
so
but no, it's
whether
not about negativity, it's inconsistency of statement. When he said they came from a higher institution and it's found that is not the case, then that is a problem on its own. Not to mention the fact that maybe there's some other ulterior motive. Maybe he didn't do anything wrong. It's true. But if you have inconsistent statement and evidence is not being collected, people should be accountable. A life has been lost. If it was your sister or anybody, God forbid,
to Niger, let me give you one example. In Lorraine, there was a day I was in the emergency in the hospital, and there was let's say, okay, where I've never met you, I don't even know where I can use, but the distance is not even up to 1 kilometer. A taxi driver took a Fulani woman, and within, it's not up to 5 minutes when that woman entered that taxi, that woman bite inside the taxi. Because the distance from that place to the hospital is not even up to 500 meters from the place where the taxi driver took the woman. You understand? That was one example. That was one of my friend. He went to his friend's place and they're having dinner. And the guy took during that dinner and died right there.
Okay.
You understand? Let's say if that guy is a minister and somebody, they will say, nah, that one are poison now. Straightforward. The poison
they will
now.
not say that. No, they will not say that.
They will say it. Forget. We know. Let me tell you, Nigeria. We know our society. We like negativity. We don't like ourselves. That's just it.
Tragedy has happened around a lot of officials.
I think it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Sorry, sir. Because this guy made mention of my name. So thank you. So it is so obvious. So, Mr. Remy, I mean, is that Simba? Look, it's so easy for us. We are living in the Western countries or in human societies, real human societies. Someone died mysteriously in a house. She was found naked. And then she was blood full all her nose. So let us call in. Hold on, please. Let me land. So we are not saying that you are 40 or you are at fault or Umahi or myself, Tony or Tunaja. We say let us call in the state, the state authorities. You know what I'm saying? At least we have a branch that's going to perform the autopsy to see why this guy died. Why? So that to prevent any future reoccurrence, maybe in a heart attack or what. But why was she found naked?
Okay,
that's the question.
What I have read, there's nothing there's nothing that said that blood was gushing out from her mouth.
No, there was blood. She was found naked.
Listen, it's only you that can see that blood is gushing out from her mouth, that she was found naked. All the story on the newspaper, nothing like that she was found naked. Blood,
no, she was found naked. I know you are just here to defend the government.
At least to Niger, you also read the report.
Mr. Remy, she was found naked.
Yes.
So there's a full picture of her naked body, and you see that there's even tears on her thighs. You can see there's blood in her mouth. You can see the scratches around her breast area.
Thank you.
So can you share the picture with
So let me, so that maybe you may have a retake, so that you can have a, hold on, so that you can, no, hold on, sir. Now, Joy. So that you can have a retake. Hold on,
I'm
please.
not having a result till I see what I
And
can
hold on. So, it could be that this girl was a side chick to somebody, to my, let's say my girlfriend, and then my wife got to, a hitch of it that, my man is always going to the village on weekend, and then there's somebody, then my wife could hire people to go and hire an assassin to go and assassinate this girl. We are not saying, that's the case right now. That's why an autopsy is needed to see why. How did she, what?
Okay, I agree with you, Tony. That's fine.
Yes.
That makes sense.
So no matter what
anyway.
happens, they will carry that one out and let's see how it goes on. But from you guys saying that you say a photo, I hope you can give the photo or whatever to tonight, and tonight that can share it so that we can all see. Because
can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? And there's evidence, at least from investigative reports of this is Sarah reporters alone. Let's make that clear that there is ample photographs of her naked.
Tell me,
they have at least 3 photographs of her being naked.
Hold on.
I saw it on Twitter.
Focus on the message, on the message rather than the messenger, please. Let Tunaja finish. Yes.
Toniger, one thing I want you to realize is this: there is a lot of deceit going on in that country, and they are using AI to do whatever they want. Let us hear the story from
No,
Nigerian
this is not
police.
AI, Mr. Remy. Come on now.
Okay, show the video. Show. Is it a video? So the question is. No. Hold on. I want to ask you guys a question. The question is: after the death of this young woman, who took the picture? Is it the Umari family that posted the picture online? Where did you get the photo or the video? If it's a video,
wait, hold on. Let me find it. Let me see. If I
can... that's a good question. Okay, now let me take the floor, please.
Yes,
go
ahead.
What is the topic? What topic are we talking about? I heard it earlier before we get into the topics. I heard it earlier tonight about we were talking about population of a country. That it's always a positive thing for any country that has a large population.
Evidence suggests that.
I'm sorry?
The evidence we have so far, with the question, the statement I made was that name one country that has been destroyed by population.
China is good. India is good. Thank you.
Hold on. Okay, when you say destroyed by population, what do you really mean?
Yeah, their reason for not growing is because they have population. If anything, it's because of their population.
But you don't consider, before China came about, I know you know about Chairman Mao's industrial revolution in China.
No, the question is supposed to even asking why did the China actually regulate their population growth? Why did they
That's a very good question.
Yes, because that's a very good question. You want me to answer it? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you answer. Okay, guys, let me moderate my section. I don't want if I call you. You guys have this bad habit of jumping in and out.
Okay, you're allowed.
So
you're allowed.
You respond to Nigeria, but I was going to say before now, China is, I think it's well documented now. They are lifting people out of poverty higher than any country in the world, and they've done a great job. In fact, I think it's 500 million people have been lifted out of poverty in China. That's phenomenal, But prior to that, okay, years back in the 60s and 50s. When they had large population, right? You didn't talk about how many people died as a result of famine, as a result of poor health condition, and so many malaise in society. You didn't talk about that. It's today you want to talk about that population being a positive for the country. See, that's when I always have a problem with you tonight, guys. I always tell you, always talk about the final product of
it's the largest population in Europe.
But you don't consider the prior events.
Yes.
Okay, but go ahead and answer that question briefly.
The question was about population, and I said how many countries has a high population destroyed or led to them not growing? Because you have to use evidence from the real world, and clearly, even in your own example with China, they had a period of famine and a revolution to get themselves out of the mess that they are in, but they succeeded. And the population didn't hold them back. That is my point. And the argument in the
Then
60s.
India, and the Germany.
The same goes for India too. And the same goes for the argument in the 60s was that because we didn't have enough technology, the population keeps growing, the society will collapse. So they convinced themselves that they have to control the population. That was the argument that was in the 60s and 70s and 80s. That is why all societies during that time started reducing population.
Prince Daddy, can you give me a minute, please? Prince Daddy, please. Can you let me interject for a minute? It was not the same case for India at all. India was unable to lift millions of people out of poverty because of their class strata of the Indian society. There are more than millions of people living in India with abject multidimensional poverty. When you compare and contrast with the Chinese, they in the 1980s, they make sure that you only have one child. And the reason why they do like that is to control the population. And they enforce a lot of rules to make you patriotic and be hardworking for the society. China is the only country the only country in the world, in my eyes, that have used their population more efficiently and effectively to carry out their developmental plan. And the reason why they were able to do so is that there was some years that they go for industrial revolution in which their great-grandfather have to sacrifice for generations yet unborn. No any other country have really followed the footpath of China. If like Nigeria now, we cannot do that because we cannot sacrifice for generation yet unborn because we want to enjoy. But these people, they sacrifice the Lord. They suffer the Lord. There were famine.
But we have to do that. That is why we're discussing it right now. We have to, so which way to go? So more population is more chance.
Cannot do that. Don't deceive yourself.
Why? So the more the Chinese, the Germans, and the India with double head.
The reason why we cannot do that is because, first and foremost, we are practicing constitutional democracy in which you cannot force people to do this or do that. But in China, they are practicing a kind of authoritarian and communist system of government in which the
let's go that way too. Let's go that way too.
I just gave you why we cannot do that. We
have got some countries to learn from, Yes,
is it free for all talk? Yeah. Are you giving people opportunity to speak?
Okay. I think it's Prince Daddy.
Okay. I'm just letting them go to and fro. But just to be clear, the Chinese were forced into it. They didn't just make the sacrifice; they were forced into it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So good point that Remy made, right? So tonight you didn't consider the years of stagnation and regression in the Chinese society. That millions of people died because of the large population because they didn't have enough resources. So, the population has to commensurate with the resources that a nation has or the ability to fend for its people. Now, again, just like Remy said, India did not grow at the same rate or did not have the same structure as does China or did China when it started. In India, they have Remy said they have multi-dimensional poverty, and they have a lot of poor people, and they have all the what you call it, all the things that you can imagine in a poor country. You have them in India because they have their large population in India really. We can't say I've served that country very well. I don't think so. India cannot be compared to China. Because a lot of
you say it hasn't served them very well. One, they don't have an existential crisis that we do. As a matter of fact, India is a power broker in the world right now. They can decide the direction the world goes. Secondly, they are nuclear power. They are a spacefaring race. Yes, they have societal issues that they have to resolve, but they are not where we are at all. And their population is a big factor to why they have that leverage. And remember, I will say this to you. India has the same. India has almost the same population. Let me say, India has almost the same population of the entire Africa.
What does your population have to do with your nuclear capabilities or your nuclear arsenal?
Because the more people you have, the more spread you have of capabilities, and the more likely you are not, the more spread you have of capabilities, and the more likely that they can't take it away from you. Because
more
if you have
brain boxes,
just like
more brain
just
boxes,
like this delusion about
if you have 100,000 nuclear physicists, they can't take that away from that nation anymore. And you see what I mean? If you have 20, they can take them away. You saw how Israel was going after those mines. These things matter to the nation.
Just like in economics, there's always this point of diminishing return. You cannot substantiate the size of India's population as a benefit in correlation with their nuclear arsenal or their nuclear capabilities. I don't see the connection. So are you saying hold on? Are you saying if India's population was like 500 million people and they have their nuclear arsenal, it's less of they're less of a superpower than if they have almost 1.5 billion people and a nuclear arsenal. They don't. I don't see the connection.
Let me give you an example. Their number, you like to think economically, isn't it? Their number gives them leverage economically. If you go into an India market and you go into a Pakistani market, it's very different. If you go into an India market or you go into a China market, it's very, very different because it's a centrally controlled. It's a system that is an entire nation. So you are entering a 1.5 billion this population market versus 60-something million this in the market. So they have that punching weight. Like they have literally have
no. Hold on. Are you talking about that purchasing power? Is that what you're talking about?
Not only purchasing power, the market for you to be able to sell.
They don't even have the purchasing power tonight.
No.
It's almost like they have a higher purchasing power.
If that was the case, how come most countries court United States as the destination for their product? When they have like India, they have like almost 5 times the population. How come people are not going there to sell to the freaking Indian market?
We have to we have to restrict it to the population argument. My argument was that population has not stopped any nation from becoming the superpower. If anything, it has helped them.
You're wrong about that. I don't have any academic.
But you don't have any agreement.
No.
You are acting against nature. What is your face?
No, your argument portends that any large country with a large population, they've always done well progressively, and that's a freaking big lie. Where did they get that from?
Actually, no, they've done better. I'm just saying that they've done better.
We need a metric. We need to quantify when you say better. I don't know what better means. I just don't know what that means.
What I mean by that is, if America goes after Iraq, they are fighting maybe how many million people, but if they go after Iran, the calculation changes because you are fighting a larger population. If you go into a family and there are 4 people in that family versus there are 100, don't you see the difference? Have you chosen to fight
to Niger? Have you done your comparison looking at the growth of a country with lesser population and the growth of a country with a bigger population, and make your comparison and discover that the one with a larger population are far better than the one with a smaller population?
Simba, in addition, I've already given a very vivid example. It's only China with their huge population that have leverage. Now,
no, forget about China because it's only China. I want to say China alone. You are not. We should not even be behaving like.
I want to say this.
The issue here.
Okay, look at where I'm living here and all the countries I've visited in Europe that they have their population is not even up to 6 or 7 million, and they are doing wonderfully well because they were able to leverage on this smaller population. But when you look at countries like China, like India, that they have a multidimensional poverty is even more than 50% of the total population of that country. If you go to India or if you watch a documentary about India, you will even be praising Nigeria. Come and say poverty in real eyes. People, because of their religion and whatever.
India is the trash capital of the world. Yeah. Trash capital of the world. Literally, I'm not making fun. I mean, they have so much garbage around that country.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
they're almost, Indians are synonymous with garbage. because that's as a result of the large population, and they have a poor sanitation system in that country. That's a big problem.
Don't let us be wasting our time. What Nigeria used to do? What you Nigeria? Maybe we just dream about something, then you make it a fact, and then you.
But it's not dreaming.
Don't be surprised when you see another platform discussing the same issue.
Okay. You see, this is why I don't.
Let me go to another topic.
Hold on, Prince Daddy. We really have to be factual. This guy said that multidimensional poverty is over 50% in India. That's not accurate. And India, like I said, you still haven't provided evidence, and you're saying I'm dreaming something up. And this is, to me, it's a sin. Because you are sinning against reality itself. You are sinning against something that, for want of a better word, has been manifested by the Creator himself. So you are telling me now that there is nations out there that their population has resulted in them not growing. If a nation is bigger and a smaller nation is doing well economically, that bigger nation could decide to cancel out that smaller nation easily if they have the power to do it. So it's not the same thing to just look at it from the point of just economic growth. If you have a bigger nation, you have more influence. That is why we have created the African Union. That's why they created NATO. Because you have more punching weight. You can be able to do more things. How can one country have population? 15 seconds.
Most
15 seconds. I'll be done. 15 seconds. Just give me 15
when
seconds.
Alexander the Great and Cyrus the Great, when they conquered the known world, are you telling me that their population was larger than the rest of the world that they captured? Is that what you're saying?
No,
see,
there was.
You always
come on. There was isolation. Come on, there was isolation, and there was massive technological differential. That makes a big difference. If you carry machine gun to the people that are using one arrow, what do you think is going to happen?
Because you have a large population does not pretend that you are a strong nation. That's not true. Nigeria. That is not true.
It's true. In Western Europe, Germany is the most populated and is the most richest.
Okay.
Most industrialized.
Listen to what I said.
Nigeria has no reason. Hold on, Nigeria has no reason to be under South Africa. As South Africa is. Yes.
I'm talking about population. See, Germany, or the Germans are well advanced people and an advanced country. They don't run around the world because of their freaking when Hitler,
because of their population.
When Hitler was trying to take over the world, was it because of its population?
They are the most populated in Europe, and they are the richest and the most industrialized. I mean, I don't know why you guys are just you have to shuffle your population. That's what Nigeria is telling you guys. So the more population, you shuffle them, then you have brain boxes. You get a lot of brain boxes out of that population. You know what I'm saying? Then you have more chances,
Okay, maybe Dr. Zima can interpret that. I don't know what that means.
Tony, I appreciate that. See, let me finish with this. All the great races in the world, the major four ones, let's say Europeans, Indians, Asians, and Africans, their major powers are often their largest nations. Like China is the most populous Asian nation and is the most powerful one. India is the most populous South Asian country.
That's interesting. You always have your starting points in the conversation.
No, but you have to see
where was Japan? Where was Japan?
Please, let him finish. Let him finish, please.
You have to let me finish my statement. It's not fair. You keep cutting me off. The last time you cut me off too. All the major races in the world, they are most populous nation, like even Europeans. America is the most populous nation and is the most powerful one. Even within Europe, the most populous nation is the most powerful one, the most influential one. And when France was the most
even Brazil in South America, Brazil, the same thing in South America.
Numbers is not everything, but it does matter when the technology
differential. Who is the moderator? Who is the moderator on this show tonight?
But it depends on what you are. It depends on what you are looking at. You understand? When you talk about Europe, if you say the best country in Europe, I'm very sure that Germany will not even come up in best for anything in Europe. You understand? So it depends on the way you are looking at it. If you are looking at
what? Did you just say Germany will not come
yes,
up?
now.
Germany is the best in Europe. It's the best.
Germany is Europe.
You're probably looking at the
let me tell you, let me talk now to Nigeria. Don't just yell. Don't just yell.
How can you say
when
that?
you talk about
all the technologies emanated from Germany into France, into UK, into everywhere.
GDP is Europe. It's Luxembourg. It's not even Germany. So what are you telling me here now?
It's Luxembourg.
So many factors.
You are talking about the richest country. You are talking about the richest country as per population, Luxembourg. But we are talking about manufacturing and then scientists. Scientists and all the bullshit. You know, Luxembourg is just like Nigeria. They are consuming nation. They don't manufacture any bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Germany made France. Germany made Spain. Everything emanated from Germany.
Tony, let's let Simba finish. Simba was making his submission. Sorry, let him finish. Simba, please go ahead. Oh, Simba is quiet now.
Let me say this before another.
Oh no, can hear you now.
What?
I think we can hear Simba now. Oh, he's gone again.
Okay.
Simba, your audio is going in and out. Remy, please go ahead.
Okay. What I want to say is that there are so many factors.
I think it's.
You are still in and out, Simba.
Yeah, carry on, Remy. I'll just mute you.
Okay, what I want to say is this. When you look at all European countries, the richest country in Europe is Luxembourg. I think probably the top 5, Norway is also there because Norway is extremely rich. But when you are talking about industrialization, you can talk about Germany. They leverage, because from day one, the Germans were known to be hardworking people and they were known to be organized and well-structured people. And they leverage it very well. But when you just oppose it with India, with their rich population, they did not leverage nothing. Because the way of life in India is totally different from the way of life in Germany. In India, it's like Nigeria, religion is at the forefront. Then the class strata is also there, the way they do their stuff. So there's some family in India, because they were born to poor family, they will never see the day of the light. They will never become wealthy in their life. They remain at that particular low level all their life, generation yet unborn. But when you compare with China, they lifted over 500 million people out of poverty. That is a good example of a country that used their population very well. Other countries have not been able to use their population very well. I'm talking about developing countries. But when you not just oppose it with the developed nation, it's quite different because their way of life is different. They did not put religion, or you should understand.
Remy, could it be because India didn't depart from the past, because they are doing some of the things many Nigerians advocate for, that we should go back to our past, because Indians are holding on to their religious thing. Could it be that's what part of the reasons why they are?
But this is year 2026. We are all in modern age now. It's year 2026, and you see millions of people. Remember, India is more than 1.5 billion population. And we can say categorically that over 500 or 600 million people are still under the water. What are we talking about? This country has been...
Indians that are in space? Oh my God.
Even if they are in space, does not even if they
my God. I mean, these are nuclear power. I mean, I don't know what you guys...
Go and do your research.
And then you are not saying that Germany is not the richest country in Europe.
Okay.
You know that, hold on. Do you know that a local government budget? Hold on. Nigeria budget is a local government budget in Germany. Nigeria as a whole budget.
Not the richest country in Europe. Go and check it
we have to, when it comes to this population, to Nigeria, we have to have a threshold for this population that we're talking about here. You know, if you're talking about a population of 1.5, 1.4 billion people, that's a lot. Okay, but if you talk about what is Germany's population right now, Tony? Germany's population.
Yes, about 88 million. You know.
Okay, come on. So if that is correct, that is not a large population. They've not always been a large.
3 million.
They are not up to that.
Okay,
3 million Germany is about the highest in Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but that's not a populous country. That's not a populous nation. Okay, it is not.
Compared to other European countries.
That's how this you jumping up and down about population being this big factor where a nation is great. To me, it doesn't compute very well.
I'm not saying it's a decider, but I'm telling you that it doesn't hold the nation backward. If anything,
and I'm saying, of course it does. It does. It does very much so. It freaking does.
History suggests it doesn't.
Let me just give a bunch of examples about what happened in China before China became what it is today. And the drawback, if you ask me, quite frankly, when it comes to India as a country, the drawback in India is its population, actually. If you ask me, they have a huge population that they cannot manage. No, they have very smart, bright people in India. Yes, they are nuclear power, they have this and that, they have advanced technology, whatever. But their drawback, quite frankly, is their population. If they didn't have that large population, they probably competed at the highest level with the rest of the advanced world.
Hold on, though. What you don't understand is that when a nation chooses to be the way they want to be, it's not up to you. To them, that is a success. But like India cannot be influenced the way we are influenced. You can't force India to do what they don't want to do. They are choosing to live like riffraffs and have their caste system. They are choosing it. You can force your way on them. That's sovereignty. You see what I mean? That is different from us.
A quick question
for you. Is it because they have a nuclear weapon?
Yes, and they have the capacity to defend themselves, but we don't.
Niger, let me give you a very good example. Look at North Korea. They have nuclear capability, but their people are extremely poor. Can you say because they have
that is wrong.
Yeah, no. My question to you.
North Korea is better than Nigeria 1 million times.
It's a lie. It's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
Why do we
Remy, actually, that is lately. That is true. In the past 2-3 years, North Korea has become a really
a country with a good road infrastructure.
So the question I want to ask you,
we are not here. Okay, so anytime you want to make a comparison, why do you normally mention Nigeria? What is your problem with Nigeria, Tony?
Don't mind. So my question to
you, India has a very good road infrastructure. You go to the rural area everywhere. It's just too far. You know what I'm saying? We have no roads, no power, no running water, nothing. What do we have?
I don't think so.
Your politicians are taking your money to Germany, to England to go and buy houses in Atlanta. I mean,
how many Nigerian politicians have taken their money to Germany to buy property there?
All of them, and they are able to build refineries in Malta. I don't want to measure in this tonight.
Most time Nigerian politicians
look at the refineries you build in South Africa now. You have lost them. You steal the money, Jonathan time they take money to South Africa to go and invest there. They have lost all the money now.
Okay, I got a couple more minutes.
North Korea, for example,
what is the topic
I'm
for today?
asking to Nigeria this question. Nigeria said that because India have nuclear power, they have this and that, but still there is multi-dimensional poverty in that country. Now look at North Korea.
They chose it. That's the difference.
So
They chose to
live poor. They chose to live poor.
They chose their path. See, hold on. You don't understand what I'm saying. When a nation can determine its own path and they have the power to influence the world in such a great way, they are free. They are not like us. Don't you understand? And my point is that their population didn't hold them back. If anything, it makes them that powerful. That's why they have the ability to shift the power. This is structure in the world. If they wanted to. If India decides to go with China, Russia, and Iran right now, the game is over for the West. If India does that, it's over. That's how powerful they are.
Please, Daddy, better take over. I think you want to moderate your session. Just leave Tunaja with his population.
Okay. Can I get one more topic so I can be done?
I think your chicken.
Even the topic I spoke on was not my topic.
So let's go to the your this in kidnappers audio that was played that some Southeasterners, or rather the kidnapped victims, were dead. The audio was that the lady was saying some of the children were traumatized, and what kind of mind do they have? Maybe it's better that they were dead. And so that was one of the videos that was played by one man. And one man went on and made a submission that some Southeasterners wanted, or obedience wanted, those Oyo kidnapped victims to have been killed. And there is also the question that was asked of one of the head teacher or one of the ladies that returned from the being kidnapped, that if they were sexually harassed, and she said no. And some people are saying no, the bandits, the lady, she's lying because they don't want to reveal to the world that they were sexually harassed. So
lots of people, me, Tony, yeah, I said so. Yeah.
Why would I? Okay, please. So that is what happened regarding now. So you can comment on that.
Yeah. Okay. I guess it has gotten to this point about uh, acrimonious politics in Nigeria. Everything is politics, and the reality actually is that it's not new to Nigeria. When it comes to this division along political line or whatever line you guys want to draw. Um, the same thing happens here in the West, especially in America. In the country here, as advanced as America is, right? If you are on the right and somebody from the left that's prominent, for example, dies, the people on the right they celebrate, and vice versa too. They do so on the left. Um, Gleefully, they do so, and they will, they make it known on social media on how pleased they are about somebody dying or getting pied, whatever. That's what it has become. And here in America, it's almost 50-50 along the divided line, so to speak. So, in other words, there's large support on both sides when it comes to supporting their candidates or their own agenda. So it's quite acrimonious here on along political line. So if you go back to Nigeria, what the Obedience are doing or whomever other constituents, it's for the par really, because what do you expect them to do? They want ill for the Tinubu's government and and the opposition. They don't want success. They don't want nothing good for them to happen or to happen for them. They don't want that. They want the government's failure. So what they are doing, trying to demonize the gallant rescue of this, you know, pupils. It's what they are doing. They don't want progress for the other side. Maybe not for the
But
country, but
exactly,
if the
why did they pretended to be concerned initially when they were apprehended?
well, that's part of the game. They were not concerned. They pretending to be concerned is like, okay,
Eh,
hopefully something goes bad that's going to mark these people, show their incompetency and show how terrible this government is. That's what they're probably hoping for, and thank God, of course, these people were rescued, and now they're trying to you know you know twist the story and say
Prince
this and
Daddy,
that.
I want you to talk
That's where you
about
find
this.
ourselves.
Prince Daddy,
Online, once again, online or social media is not helping at all. We have so many platforms out there that's spewing garbage, really, and just creating false information and manufacturing consent left and right. And and I've said it before years ago. Um, Compared to traditional media, whereby we have this uh, monoculture, especially here in America, whereby you listen to Fox News or some NBC or whatever, and they force feed you all this information that we all believe. But today, information dissemination is so fragmented. So any Tom, Dick, and Harry can pull up the mic and start talking, and people they get a bunch of followers, and there you go. They spread their own information. So in today's world, it's more dangerous if you ask me when it comes to information management. We are in big trouble right now, and this what you call this? What you call them? Social media influencers. Oh, they are worse than your traditional media because now they strictly follow the money and the likes. So if you're gonna give them money or they're gonna get a bunch of likes, they will say whatever it takes to get the likes and subscription to the website or their channel and spew garbage. They have no journalistic what you call integrity in terms of the reporting, and they shouldn't have anyway because they're not professionals. It's today the true what you call journalists. They don't get that many followers. Then you guys know Candace Owens, right? Candace, you know, though I like her, but Candace has followers, okay, and people that listen to her and what she has to say, more so than the traditional media in America. she has millions of people that follows her and that listen to her. For example, not like she's spewing garbage, but in her case, maybe more legitimate. But there are so many other ones, much smaller channel than hers. Their goal is to make money, and now it's all about money. So the businesses and the corporation or whatever, now they take money. They pretty much buy these people, these influencers, to push their propaganda. So again, to wrap it up, what is going on in Nigeria is nothing new. It's what has become the order of the day, and that's why when a country like China is quite aggressive when it comes to letting information come into its country from other places, well, now we know.
All right, thank you for that, Prince Daddy. I think who is next? Let's see if we can. Go. I was trying to jump Remy. I don't know.
Why do you want to jump me every time? Jump me.
Even let me jump you. Okay, Remy. So what do you make? What do you make of all this drama that is going on now with?
I think I will start by congratulating Nigeria on the recruitment of 50,000 police constable. Yesterday, they released all the names and where they are going to go for their training. That is unprecedented in Nigerian history. At a go, 50,000 police constable. I think that is a kind of good news that came out from that country that we should be all happy with. And they are going to go for training probably for 3 to 6 months and then distributed along, posted to different parts of the country.
That is a very positive thing to hear.
So I would say kudos to the president for taking this initiative. That is one of his campaign promises, and he has fulfilled it. Fantastic.
No. That's not his campaign promise, actually. We're talking about hundreds of talent. That was his campaign's promise. But I will accept it if he...
Monsieur, this is my section.
I have to correct it now. Let's not mislead people. It's hundreds of thousands.
I'm not misleading people. A promise that is going to recruit thousands before this time. Last year they recruited 20,000.
50,000 to extort money from the citizen, to terrorize us on the highway.
No. This thing, Tony, don't do that. I think it's extremely important that we have more personnel, and we don't want our people getting kidnapped now. Come on, we don't want that. And I think it's a positive thing. If he was taking 200,000 right now, I will start forgiving Tinubu everything he's done. So, but please go ahead.
Why don't we wait for the time when we are having the state police? Why the rush?
Because we don't even have enough national footfall. As before you start doing state police, you probably need to make sure the national one is solid too. I think it's a good thing. I think we need to stop this thing. We have to, like I said, I'm recommending a million even. That's the total number of the police. It should get up to 1 million, and the same thing with the military, so that Nigeria will be actually a strong nation.
I think simultaneously they are recruiting into the Nigerian army as well, the Navy, the Air Force, they are recruiting. So people...
But let me ask sorry, Remy. Let me ask to Niger. To Niger, when you make comparison, sometimes we are not being fair to our country. Let me give, for example, somebody went to Egypt and started comparing Egyptian police with Nigerian police. But they have forgotten that when they now look at the job, the duty of an average Egyptian police, they discover that most of the duty of the police in Nigeria that they give to the Egyptian police are already being done by other military or paramilitary officers. For example, road safety. In Egypt, they don't have a road safety. There is still Egyptian police that does that work. Even the work that NDLA, ICPC, EFCC, and all those things, all these jobs are being done by Egyptian police. You understand? So if their population is more, so we have to look at the other paramilitary or military officers that are also in Nigeria. If you compare those ones, if you look at the number of road safety and the civil defense that we have, the what's it called? Immigration, and the custom, law, I mean, these drug people and all those things.
NDLEA.
By the time you add them together and add them together to the Nigerian police, you discover that the Nigerian, the ratio of the police to Nigerian citizens is actually not the worst in the world.
Yes. Even at that, with this 50,000 recruitment, let me continue to Nigeria because of time. Because if you are doing like this, I won't be able to make the submission. Okay, I just want to talk about the abduction in Oyo State. It clearly shows that, unfortunately, the way I see Nigeria, there's some evil people or evil-minded people. How God, for God's sake, can you be asking questions that they were molested sexually? What kind of question is this? Those people that went through this ordeal, you have not even let them rest for 1 or 2 days. You have started bombarding them with unnecessary questions. The trauma of chaining a man down. They chain them, the men, they chain their legs, they cover their eyes, and they put them somewhere for 56 days. Out of the 4 or 5 of them, 2 were pied there. One was beheaded, the other one was pied. And what about our military people that they lost their life, and the police and also the Amotekun people? Why are Nigeria so gullible like this? I don't understand. I think at this present situation, I think they should just continue.
No, Remy, that's not gullibility, that's wickedness. That's wickedness.
Yes. It's just too wicked. I don't understand it. All because of it's not your guy, you want to play.
You know, when Nigerians are talking, is from the way they thought that, most Nigerians don't want the best for their country. And when they are complaining, don't think they are complaining just because of those things that are absent. They just don't want to see anything bright. You understand? That's what they choose, and that's what the way they are.
Okay, that's buttress my point that I usually say that the followership are more horrible. And I gave a very good example. The governors that we have today, 20 or 30 years ago, they were just in the bracket age of 25 to 30. And now they find themselves in governance. And when they were about 20 or 30, they were just like youth of that years. And they will be criticizing the leadership as well. But now when they find themselves in leadership position, what were they doing now? Are they better than the previous governors? Only few.
Let me ask you, Remy, how old was MAKINDE in 1999?
It cannot be more than 22 or 23.
That's how Nigerians deceive themselves. No, the future the future has been for the youth. The youth are the future, and they have been the future, and they are running the country grand.
So you can see it's not up to 60 years old now, if I'm correct. So in fact, we have some governors in Nigeria that are just below an average of 50 to 55, and they were just around 20 something plus in 1999. And they found themselves in this position. So to me, when you continue to castigate your leaders, I think you pick your leader from this pool, and the majority of the people in that pool are horrible people, the followership or ordinary Nigeria that you might call them. So what you see now is what I always say, that the orientation has been bastardized. And I think that we should start rotating from the babies born in 2025 to start afresh. Because forget my generation and the rest and the other generation behind me. We have to start as from now reorientating the new generation so that they can be patriotic to the nation and they can know what actually in every country, it's not only what the government can do for you, it's what you can do for your country that makes a better impression. So I go back to this young woman I'm seeing her face here. It's quite unfortunate that as a professional, and we don't know the underlying health factor she might have had, and we don't know whether truly maybe they committed some kind of atrocity against her. But luckily,
sorry, Tunaja, somebody want to come in. Benin descendant. He want to come. He said you should send him a link. Tunaja, Benin descendant.
I think they have already.
Okay, I think there's a link there.
Benin descendant. Okay.
Arobidigba is around. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead. We need to be because the thing is not moving very fast.
So I hope the police or the people in charge of investigation can come up with what exactly happened to this young woman. But if the parents say they don't want to go for this medical checkup or whatever, I think we should just respect their wishes. So but unfortunately, the society is so bastardized. When you look at an average age of 18 to 30 years old young people, male or female, what they have in mind is always to get rich quickly, and they can go to any length to do whatever they want to do. Some into diabolical means, some into having sugar daddy or sugar mommy, whatever. So that means there is a disconnect, and there's a lot of work for our leaders to do in that country. Because an average young girl, instead of putting all her effort, sometimes just look at the easy way out. And when you're going for the easy way out, there's always a tendency that something bad or sinister might happen to you. There was a lady I saw a video maybe 2 or 3 days ago. I don't know whether she's the one that commits suicide or not. She complained about a rape. But my concern about that lady is that you met this man just 1 or 2 days, and then the man just lured you to the house like that. I don't know why, for God's sake, follow this kind of man. And at the end of the day, throughout the night, the man repeatedly raped her and repeatedly used knife on her, beat her mercilessly, and do a lot of terrible things to her. She came online on TikTok, show all her bruises and whatever. I'm not sure whether it's the same girl that committed suicide. If it's her, oh my God, it's a sad story. So, and then, well, I think I have to stop here because I don't want to continue to reiterate all these negative news. I'm tired of it, and I think a lot of Nigerians are very.
Because of my battery, to Nigeria, can I also make contribution? Because maybe I'll soon my battery will flat.
Okay, so I will stop here so that I give you opportunity to make your.
Is that Akko? Is that Akko?
It's me, Midwest.
I think Akko was here first. He will have to.
Yes, I think it's Akko. So that we make it short, so that other people can have opportunity to talk.
Akko, are you there? Thank you. Akko, are you there? Akko 1, Akko 2, and Akko 3. Let's go to Midwest. Midwest, please go ahead with your submission.
Why are you going to Midwest?
You're a moderator now. You don't count.
Midwest, now you be beneath the center there.
Okay. Let him go.
How?
Midwest, make your submission. Don't do beneath something here. Just make your submission. You have been given the chance.
I want to ask a question because I heard that those.
Sorry, Midwest. To Niger, I think Osaloko came before Midwest.
Because let me ask this question. It's because of my battery. If not, I won't have been there because I see my battery.
No, but we have to ask him to give you opportunity.
Midwest, go ahead. I'm even signing out now. Midwest, go ahead.
Okay, my question is: I heard that these guys, the guys that carry out this evil act in Oyo against our pupils and principals and teachers, that some of them they are dead already. Is it after the freedom of these guys that we lost those guys? Or
yes, now. Yeah, in the
so why all this secrecy around the whole something? Because when Makinde talk, there are a lot of foul plays that the man is suspecting. He's the governor of the state. It's very unfortunate the way our country needs to be structured, and the structure is consuming everything anyway. Except we have to really change things. Because if the government haven't rescued those people and they could not protect, they could not even parade those guys who committed this evil, I think a lot is really going on. We need to be honest. I'm suspecting something as well. What are these guys really doing? Because the issue in Nigeria is being politicized by the same politicians themselves. They can go to any length just to have power. Some people can be overzealous, message never give to them. They want to be holier than Pope. They can plan anything and try to execute it. just to remain relevant in their positions. So I think it is better if we really want to save life in Nigeria, the government, they should try their best to open up over this insecurity. It's becoming very, very dangerous against that country. No matter the number of police they are recruiting or the amount of people or guns they give to all citizens, as far as the leaders themselves are part and parcels of this evil, we're not going to defeat them at all. That's just my summation. They need to open up over that very kidnapping case. And globally, I am becoming so worried about the competition over natural resources in Africa continent. Because the more they destabilize a place, the more they can have access to the resources freely. Congo is a good example. And when I look at documentary these days, I can see European leaders agreeing that, look, it's like they are now in the mercies of China. Finished products, raw materials that they need for their factory and industry, they must go through China. And these resources are from Africa. So whatever they are planning, I don't think it is going to be good for the continent. Let our leaders do their best as much as possible. They are not going to take this universe out of this world. They are not going to take this country, everything out. One day they will go. Even those their children that they feed, that they have positioned very well, better than the other people's children today that they can mock. And that because they were not opportune to have those privilege or enjoy the privilege that their children are enjoying across the globe. A time is coming. They will not believe what that continent will become, particularly the black, the sub-Sahara or whatever they call it. Because it's not good looking. Let's wake up and be serious as a country. All this deception is working, it's not working. I don't think anybody can build a skyscraper on top of a 40 foundation, because you just have to go and remove everything. You have to dig deep.
What do you make, based on this, your vision that you are trying to paint, which is the right thing, what do you make of the things going on in South Africa that seems to be fracturing the continent?
The thing, what is going on in South Africa, look at the international community. Don't you see how silent they are? We're talking about human rights here. No organization could be able to condemn that country. So in other words, me and you that is in Europe, we should be worried about our future. You saw what happened in Dublin the other day. It is already cooked. The hatred is there. Just like you see the citizens in South Africa. They have it against us here in Europe already. It's just for a little thing to trigger it. Okay, go and read the memo they submitted about United Kingdom. 5 years' time, there will be shortage of food, hunger, and the possibility of civil war. The government tried to hide it. Some journals are trying to release it. It's not only there. We all live here. Somebody is praising German economy. The whole German economy is down. Zero. It's like that giant industry that they once proud of is almost like something that is almost off. But they are still managing the space very well. But that does not mean bigger issue is not coming. So like the space, like Nigeria, sometimes you do talk of defense. Yes, I agree. But we cannot defend when we just hate ourselves. And we hate ourselves for nothing, because the government is holding everybody hostage. Because of structural failure. Let's look at, I don't understand. For me, if I look at what is going on in the world today, I feel a little bit concerned for the black race generally, minus maybe the Americans. But we that is really from this Africa continent that are black, wherever we find ourselves, I think we should be worried, because our country has failed us and the leaders are not willing to do something differently. They just want to remain with the status quo and believing that they are achieving something, while enemies are surrounding everywhere. Look at Nigeria, what is going on. Our land is now ripe for all form of negativity. Mexico cartel, they have interest, and they are already there. I don't know whether we've been able to stop those ones. Those ones are far worse than Boko Haram. To be honestly speaking, only one Nigeria. We ourselves, we don't even. Just take my state as an example. You go to social media.
I think it's okay. It's okay, Midwest. Let us move to the next person.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, Midwest, please get my number from Ogele or from Pamo.
Tony. Let us have orderliness here. please.
Who is next? Is it Osaka? Is it Osaka Logun?
Or from a
Osaloko Logun?
Enigmatic.
Yeah, I'll just be very pungent, right? And the fact is that on the prompt topic, the two prompt topics that actually drives the conversation tonight. Yes, I'll say.
Kulata, I greet you, Kulata. Long time.
That's not Kulata. I beg.
You have to change your weed distributor, my brother. This is not Kulata. This is Kulata's younger brother. Anyways, so
enigmatic. Okay.
Yeah, it's an established fact that we do have a bunch of very venial and very banal, viciously and viscerally hateful set of people in Nigeria. And typically, I am very cautious and very circumspect when I describe them as non-Nigerians. But people want to take issues whenever you call them that way. You want to call them apostate individuals. They are the ones when you go to anywhere globally, go and look at their rhetorics, how they speak, and describe their country. They care less a huge about the country. In fact, they've chosen to call the country a zoo at a time until they want to go into politics. They remember it's in Nigeria once again. And subsequently, we've actually come to the realization that they do not believe in the Nigeria progress and the Nigeria project and the Nigeria agenda. Their agenda is a secessionist agenda, IPOP, and we know that. So they wouldn't see anything good or anything progressive about the country. So they care less about anything that goes good for the country. Just they are like the purveyors of bad news, looking for, setting their radars everywhere to just sniff for the, every scintilla of every bad news. That's what actually gives them life. And they have a leader. They have a coordinated, multi-layered, multi-pronged approach to this hatred against other Nigerians. So it's even vexatious, right? And it's quite very heinous to describe them as Nigerians. I wouldn't.
Hold on. Let me ask you, Nigerians. Don't you think that it may be because? Can I ask you? Don't you think that it may be because some of the things that has happened within the country in terms of the war, and then an element of marginalization that is going on in politics, that has resulted in this fracture? Because if this was done to, let's say, the Southwest, and there's a war that resulted in 3 million loss of life, you can imagine this Oyo kidnapping, what it traumatized a lot of Southwesterners, and then the Abiola incident too. Then you top that one up with something else. So, and no Southwesterner has ruled the country since 1960 something. So you can see why they are like that. You maybe if they produce a president.
Let me ask you to Niger before Edmasi responds. So how is this hatred going to help their cause?
So let me just answer.
Their cause is that Nigeria is being a
hold on.
Them.
Let me just
they see it as Nigeria is evil to them. So
I understand your point.
That's what I'm asking you here. That's what I'm asking you. Yeah, go ahead.
I understand your point. Let me just go straight to the point. First of all, Nigeria does not owe anybody a dime. No region of the country has the benevolence of monopolizing expectations from Nigeria. Don't forget that some of us were not alive when all this just silliness happened. And maybe some of you that are alive, you can tell the story better than some of us. But the question is, why must you continue to live in perpetual victimhood? Why must you continue to live guilt-tripping yourself? People of my age grade, people in their 30s, people in their early mid-30s and stuff, and maybe early 40s and stuff like that, why are they bothered? Why are they concerned about what happened when they were not alive, who told them the stories. So they are actually tamping, and then they are yet, when we use certain languages, they think we use them carelessly. They are yet to tap out from the delusional phantasmagoria of the past. And when you do not divorce your past from your present, you can never move forward. You cannot hold a country down because of what you have in your head. The country does not exist because of only you. If you are talking about political marginalization, have they not had governors? Have they not had senators? Have they not had governors at the subnational level? What have become their lot? What have become
enigmatic? They had a vice president.
No, I don't even want to go. I don't even want to go that far. Hausa people, right? Hausa people, I think they have the highest population, if I'm not wrong. People can correct me, in Nigeria. Have they been president as we speak? Nupe people, have they been president? Shetima's people, have they been president? There are so
enigmatic. The only people that should be upset in Nigeria about the Nigerian state are the Benin people. They had an empire. As of 1966 January, they had their own region. Till today,
let's stop. Let him flow so that we don't have much time.
Is that when you are developed,
let me add something to what you have just said.
Please. When you are developed, hold on, please.
Calm down. No, I want to ask a question because what you are saying,
whatever you want to ask, let me land.
Okay, go ahead. Let me just
so when the opium of a lazy man is a default excuses. You already have a default approach to the reason why you are lazy and why you are not progressing in life. No region in Nigeria has had the benevolence of other Nigerians than the people of the Southeast. No region in Nigeria has had the camaraderie and the accommodation of other Nigerians than the Igbo people. More than 70% of Igbo people live out of the Southeast. They live in the North, they live in the Southwest, they live in the South-South, they live in every part of the country. They accommodate them, they do business, they flourish. How many other Nigerians live in the Southeast? When you grow up to develop this heterogeneous, hereditary, generational hatred, and people wake up in the morning to tell you hateful rhetorics about your country, and we keep warning them. Look at what happened 2 years, 3 years ago. In the next 40 years, in the next 30 years, somebody will tell a story that Nigeria colluded, right? Hausa man, a Fulani man who came second, a Yoruba man who came first, they colluded not to make an Igbo person a president. They will turn the narrative, and they will do the next generation of supposed leaders of tomorrow will become hateful. We become engrossed in this heterogeneous and hereditary, and then this bickering will go along for the next 100 years. The Biafra narrative have been coming for several years. They don't want to let it go. What about the people of the South that were involved in the Biafra narrative? How many lies have they told about this Biafra narrative? If they could tell blatant lies about what happened right in front of our eyes about the general election 2 years ago, their political poster boy, still as we speak, being an election denier, not accepting the fact that he lost an election, right? They will take it to the next century, and then they will want to make Nigeria a victim instead of themselves being a victim. Once again, what is the issue of marginalization? Look at what they are doing to themselves now. They are the ones destroying themselves. Then they will victimize Nigerians as being the people victimizing them. They are the culpable people. Look at the way they are victimizing anybody. Look at the trend now. Anybody but Peter Obi in the Southeast, right? They are victimizing that person. You are not good enough. Soludo is not good enough. Peter Mba is not good enough. Dave Umar is not good enough. Uzodinma is not good enough. Everybody is not good enough except only one person. But by the time 2027 comes again, the circle for another election, and inevitably, woefully, he loses the election, then they will blame Nigeria again for marginalizing them. While nobody stopped you from being on the ballot. Nobody prevented you from being on the ballot, but you played against yourself. All of a sudden, Dave Umar started attacking Obi. All of a sudden, coincidentally, a lot of things started flying all over the place. against David Umahi. Is it a Nupe person that is working against David Umahi now? If they kick David Umahi out of government, okay, you are fired as the Minister of Works, and then they replace David Umahi with an Edo man, or they replace David Umahi with a Northerner. That position is taken off the Southeast again. Who would they blame? Nigeria does not exist for a region. You have to work to be a coexistence of that existence. So this
I think hold on. I think you've gone on for quite a range. See, you made a statement that I found quite certain, because that is at the core of your argument. That you made it at the That's what I said. That's what I said. You don't even know what I'm going to say about it, because you said something about monopolization of expectations, because that is at the core of what you are trying to dismiss some other people's demands, because you are mishmashing it with other people's expectations that doesn't rise up to theirs. In reality, some people can say, okay, maybe they are a little bit, exaggerated, because after all, the Southeast has one of the highest HDI in the country, and if you take away Lagos, they have one of the highest. They have one of the highest, apart from Lagos. It's a fact. The data is out there. Go and check it.
They don't, and I'm telling you,
if you take Lagos out, they have one of the highest in the country.
And I say they don't. They don't.
Yeah, you've never been to. You've never been to Ibadan. Okay, because you have never been to Abeokuta. You've never been to Abeokuta. You've never been to Ogun State. For you to say so.
Have you been to Kano State? Have you been to?
You've never been to Ondo. You've never been to Ondo. You're saying leave
the Southwest.
Have you been to Akure?
Leave the Southwest.
You think the Southwest is just made of bushes outside of Lagos?
No, hold on.
You've not been to Akure. You've never been to Lesha. You're saying nonsense.
There was a time in Nigeria that the best performing state when it comes to AGI was Borno State, under Shetima. Under Shetima, a man from the north. So look, when we are
hold on. Let's be factual here. Let me read the AGI that we have.
Who is the moderator here? Who is the moderator?
I am the moderator. See,
let me speak. When I land,
this is the moderator. Is he monopolizing the space as he usually does?
I'm not monopolizing it. I'm trying to share facts.
I care less about what you are doing. Let me speak.
Hold on. You have been speaking,
and I will leave.
Allow me to moderate. Can you allow me to moderate? We are not going to be
I don't want to have back and forth.
Can you hold on? We are not going to be using slogans here. We are not just going to malign it.
To Niger. I think. Wait. Let me come in here. Just hold on. Just hold on. To Niger, you cannot decide how people speak. Please, let everybody have. No, you just want to be structured the way we talk. Let him just give him time.
Hold on. Give me 3 minutes. After 3 minutes,
give him time to talk and let him go.
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 3 minutes.
I've already given him time to talk generously, and he doesn't want me to share any facts. And I'm just
because I don't want to hear your voice. You are a moderator. I want to speak as a panelist.
Hold on. You see. Hold on, I have to share
as
facts.
A panelist.
People are watching. Can you allow it? Can you see? You want a country that functions. You don't respect authority. You want a country that functions. You don't respect authority. A moderator's job is to ensure information that the viewers are listening to is actually verified.
And I care less about your feelings.
You are the one raising the information you are sharing now. He wasn't talking about that information. You are the one bringing this information.
I care less about what you think.
You can share the information after. Don't make this thing rowdy.
Simba, don't do this. Don't get involved. You're a moderator. You shouldn't
write it down somewhere and come back 3 minutes later. Write it down somewhere and come back.
Hold on. Don't tell me what to do.
No, write it down somewhere and come back to it 3 minutes later.
See, come on. You are being unruly now. You need to behave yourself. I'm not dropping you.
You behave yourself.
Let me share information.
To Niger, this is a This is something that's repeating itself far too often. You are a moderator, okay? Can you just drop it?
He's not going to do it to one man.
Let people speak freely.
He's not going to do it to one man. If one man wants to share something, one man will share.
Because one man is not belligerent.
One man does not behave stupid like you. You need to be quiet.
Okay, and now you're calling me. You see that he just called me stupid. Yeah. Okay. Fine. He's just called me stupid on top of it. You're not going to call one man stupid for wanting to share a fact. I don't know why people behave like this. You say you want a country that functions. You can't even behave yourself. You can't even restrain yourself. I just said one statement. I said the Southeast, and I'm in a way, I was trying to even argue along the side that he was arguing to an extent. Because I said, even if the Southeasterners feel marginalized, the data actually indicates that they have one of the highest Asia. He opposed that immediately. So 1 minute you are saying they are not marginalized, they are not marginalized. You are making an argument, and I'm making an argument that backs it up, and you are opposing it too. So you are saying
but it doesn't want you to intrude in. That's what he's saying.
So what's my business with their marginalization? I did in Nigeria.
He insulted me a moment.
And I don't want to toe the path of your own conversation. You are supposed to be
can you apologize for the insult?
Fuck you and your apologies. I care less about your feelings.
You see what I mean?
That's what I mean. You are not moderating.
You are insulting. The last time I tried to interject.
The last time you come over here, you insulted all of us, and you made away with it. So why are you upset about it?
I didn't curse anybody.
Oh, really?
You do not abuse people. You abuse the whole
day. You came over here and literally told us they said, come on, don't try to be obtuse. Come on.
You interpreted what I said as an insult. I don't call you.
No. Don't say you interpreted. Okay, there was a day you came over here and you insulted Baba. You tried to slide to Nigeria. I know you. I figured you out. Okay, don't try that with me.
Tell me what the insult was.
To Nigeria, you cannot. He is talking. If you are not comfortable with what he was, just give him time to say whatever he wants to say and let him go.
When people say things, I like it to be true. If you said I insulted Baba, then tell me what the insult is, so that I can hear it. So that everybody can hear it.
To Nigeria, come on, don't forget. Remember that day?
To Nigeria, please. I will bring him in now. Give him time to talk and let him go, please.
Are you going to demand that he apologizes? Because
no. You have never apologized since you abuse everybody on this platform. That apology is not necessary. It's not necessary.
Keep saying I abuse people, but you never say what abuse I abused you.
We were here. We were here that day. Wait. I was there. Wait, to Nigeria. Wait. You were even crying that day. Everybody you abused, not even one person. You abused a race.
And then he doubled down on it again. And then he doubled down on it.
And so you went everywhere. You went on other platforms. You are crying everywhere. Whining and winning everywhere.
He went on Dr. Damages and they flogged him on Dr. Damages. I heard it now.
And now he's coming back. You are doing it again now. You are saying
because you are unrepentant. You are unrepentant bandits. So that's what I'm doing to you.
See what now he's calling me bandit. See the thing. You people are the ones doing the insults.
I'm just being funny with you, Johan. Are you a bandit?
I'm not worrying. You see what you just said now.
But you abuse freely. You abuse freely. So there's no reason for you to cry about it. Okay.
My own insults.
When people complain about government, look at you now. Just you cannot even tolerate ordinary speech. Or somebody is talking, you can't tolerate. And you be complaining about government.
Don't you understand? He's the one that is not tolerating mine. I tolerated his own.
He's not. You are a moderator. You can let him. Just give him time. If you don't want to hear what he says, okay, you have 2 minutes more. Just say what you want to say and let him leave.
Okay, I will share these facts and he can carry on, which is what I wanted to do in the first place. Now, the HDI of the country, Nigeria, the highest one is Lagos of 0.21 of HDI in Nigeria. The second is Anambra State of 0.76. Lagos 0.721, Anambra 0.706, Imo 0.693, Federal Capital Territory 0.678, Cross River 0.6 75. Abia again. So you see a lot of Southeastern states show up. So if someone like the previous speaker or Sir Loco wants to make an argument, this is the kind of argument he's going to say that maybe their feeling of alienation is not necessarily justified. Well, so
did you study mathematics? Did you study mathematics in school?
Oh goodness. Okay.
One thing. What I think.
You know what?
Let me rebuff that. I think Akko is over here as well.
Aro, please, can you guys just let me make my submission and leave?
Oh yeah, let him. You have shared what you want to share. So give him time now. Let him talk. You have shared what you want to share. We heard you. The Igbos are the best in the. They are the best. Just hold on. They are the best in the whole world.
He has never defended any other region, but whenever he doesn't.
Don't mind him. So you share what you want to share. Let him have the time to talk now.
Any region, come on.
So Simba. I don't know who is the moderator. I don't know who is the co-moderator. But one man, if you are listening tonight, this is the reason why some of us want to come to your platform. When we see a finicky, fickle-minded titty baby handling the microphone, who wouldn't understand the duty of a moderator and the duty of a panelist? You want to inject himself into every conversation. People don't do this. This is the reason why next time, please be very careful who you hand the moderating job to, because moderating job is like a prime minister job to some people here. I'm speaking as a panelist. Give me my minute. When I'm done, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to people listening at home. You are not the subject of my conversation. And the subject of the conversation is that an entire nation, right, cannot continue to tend to the narcissistic nature of some people who believe the nation should, with their inappropriate sense of entitlement, that the nation should cower or probably be on the knees for them every damn time. I just mentioned population, ethnic tribe that has never been anything close to Aso Rock in Nigeria. But there's nothing you do that satisfies them. And I just mentioned that 70% of them live in every other part of Nigeria. If they do not, if Nigeria do not love you, they are supposed to chase your ass back to where you come from. They are in Lagos, they are in Benin, they are in Kanu, they are in Borno. Go to every part of the country. They are there. How many other parts of the country do you see there?
And they are causing a nuisance in all of those places as well. I think you should make it.
They continue to create willful nuisance approach every time. So the thing is that when the young and the old and the elderly of a region continues to cry this cry for 50 years, 60 years, you are playing the victim card. You are playing the guilt trip card. At a point, you need to look at yourself in the mirror. They hate you in Nigeria. They hate you in the Southwest. They hate you in the South-South. They hate you in the North. They hate you in Ghana. They hate you in Tanzania. They hate you in South Africa. They hate you in India. They hate you in Cambodia. They hate you in Bangladesh. They hate you in Indonesia. What the fuck are you? Look at yourself in the mirror. And the point is that you have to, at a point, you have to take yourself out of the delusion of your grandeur. You have to take yourself away from the identification that a country is not meant for you. You are meant for that country. Play the game, play the rule, and play with everybody else in the country. What do you mean by a region is marginalized? Is it somebody from Edo State that comes to elect their governors for them? Is it somebody from Edo State that comes to elect their senators for them? Is it somebody from Edo State or from Borno State or from Ondo State that comes to elect their subnational leaders for them? For the part that they've not been president, as any Fulani, as any Hausa man become a president, as any Benin man become a president, as any Taraba man become a president, what the fuck are you talking about? So the point is that it is 2026 for crying out loud. In the last presidential election, even Omoyele Sowore was on the ballot. Nobody stopped him. Peter Obi was on the ballot. Nobody stopped him. At the end of the day, it descended to 3 different ethnic groups: a Yoruba man, an Igbo man, and Atiku, quote and unquote, representing the Hausa Fulani people. In that election, the Yoruba man came first, the Hausa Fulani person came second, the Igbo person came third. It is the Igbo person who came the distant third that is trying to divide the country now. against ethnic and religious tribe, trying to weaponize, trying to deny the election, and trying to create a hearing to his bunch of vagabonds that he called the ethnic mob that called themselves IPOB, telling them that he won an election. How do you win an election? Not winning a single state in the entire core north. 13 states out of the core north, you lose all of them, not even measured up to 10%. And you say you want the election, and you want Nigeria to, are you not seeing but the northerners talking about him? Come and tell us where you belong, and we are going to keep challenging and asking that question. He said, does it belong to a Biafra or to IPOB, or does it belong to Nigeria? He needs to identify who he is. Is he a Nigerian? Because somebody who actually was considered the leader of a terrorist group, NNamdi Kanu, you say he's your brother, you say he's a good people, he didn't do anything.
And the first thing you do as a president is to free him. Remember that statement.
And then, no, he said the first thing immediately, don't forget the immediately. He said the first thing immediately he's going to do as a president is to release him, somebody that was duly convicted by a competent court of jurisdiction. He said you are going to duly release him, somebody that killed over 30,000 Igbo people of your brothers. They are Christians. But you have the effrontery and you have the temerity and the audacity to weaponize your AVID in America here, American veterans of Igbo descent, to go to Washington and to go everywhere to the Republicans and some other people and lobbyists to say there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the 30,000 people that NNamdi Kanu killed in the Southeast, are they Muslims? Are they Shango people? Are they not Christians? Are the Christians in the North more Christian than the one in the Southeast? Are the people in the North are they special than the people in the Southeast? Why has he not spoken a word against the IPOB and the terrorists? Is IPOB not a terrorist organization? So anybody can claim to be marginalized in Nigeria. A certain Shetima can come today and say, my people has never been president. It can be crime, marginalization, all we care. A child that was born 10 years ago is already crime marginalization in the Southeast. A child is somebody who is my age mate, who did not see anything about Biafra war or anything about the Civil War or anything, is hateful, talking about because of Biafra that he didn't see. Who told him the wanting stories of Biafra? Why do you viciously and viscerally hate your country? And you still want to lead over the country? And at a time, even when you date a woman, when you become so narcissistic to that woman, when you become so cantankerous to that woman, when you become so naggy to that woman, the woman will look at you and leave your ass alone and move on. That is who they are to the Nigerian society. They have become cantankerous, they have become naggy, they have become narcissistic, they have become a problem to Nigeria. Nigeria is not the problem to them. It's either they are Nigerians or not. Let's wait until 2027 election is done. They will come back and say marginalization. They will come back and say rigging. Peter Obi is junketing Europe everywhere. He's not back home to work at the grassroots, to coordinate the grassroots, to chant for election. Then when he's been whooped again, defeated soundly, he will find the possibility of choreographing somebody as an abhorrent vagabond like you, and you believe what he says.
Round up.
You are old, but you are stupid. You are old, but you are so prejudiced. You are old, but the malevolence in you and the abhorrence in you and the level of ignominy and infamy in you wouldn't let you see the front. You are a fucking idiot, and I say it. No apologies to you.
All right. You're welcome. I'm magnanimous like that. It turns out that I may be surprised by this data actually, that the southeastern states, apart from Lagos, has the highest AGI. Even more than all the remaining southwestern states. Every single southeastern state had higher.
There's something peculiar about that. One thing about Nigeria, I know you don't understand data.
I don't think you need this argument. You understand?
I shouldn't bite. I shouldn't bite because
No,
because
just leave it.
that data is easily.
Leave it.
I wouldn't
Just
bite.
try
I
to,
wouldn't bite.
you need to try to understand it instead of that. I'm
I won't
curious
bite.
about
But
how
the question I want to ask you, let me ask you too, Niger. This AGI thing, how is it related to what we are discussing?
sorry, there is a noise. There's a bit of noise coming through. I don't know where it's coming from. Somebody's audio. Okay, good. How it is related is because he talked about expectations. The previous speaker said you cannot monopolize expectations of the different groups of Nigeria because it means Southeasterners are demanding too much. So, and as a matter of fact, if he was listening to me, if he was wise, he would listen to what I'm saying. Because if Southeasterners are so marginalized and oppressed in Nigeria, how come they have one of the highest AGIs in the country? Why is he not paying attention to that? Why is it that the Southeastern states, as marginalized as they are, they appear quite developed? Maybe even more than the Southwest, apart from Lagos, of course. So these are arguments that you can make to a Southeastern. As a matter of fact, I've made arguments.
You know when you speak to Niger, when you speak,
yes.
you know, we understand you. We know where you are coming from. All this one that you are saying, we are not mumu. You understand? So just say what you want to say and let's move to another person.
To Niger, name 3 southeastern towns, cities not developed and Ibadan. Not Oyo, Ibadan.
I said I don't want us to go to that route. I don't want us.
Name 3 southeastern. Name 3 southeastern. Name 3 southeastern cities more developed than Ibadan. So I want to expose the fact that you are not well traveled in Nigeria. You don't have any. Name 3 southeastern cities more developed than Uyo.
Calm down, please. See, if we take an aerial shot, hold on. See,
really, an aerial shot of the city is that an aerial shot of the city is that development. Really? Are you an adult? Are you making this statement? You're making this statement on a public forum?
I'm saying these things because even I am surprised.
I know why I know why I say you should not engage. This is not the first time we'll be seeing this kind of thing.
Now,
so I know that's why I said you should not just go that route with him.
Okay,
I think we are changing the topic of discussion.
I think how would you take an aerial shot of Ibadan? How would you take an aerial shot of Ibadan?
Are you not listening to me? I don't even know. This Aro side, no they hear word.
You know they hear word.
Why you people dying?
Let them make their submission.
Hold on,
let them make their
submission. He's not engaging anything. He's not engaging anything. Just leave him alone. He's not engaging you.
Simba,
the next person should just make their submission. There is AY there.
Simba, calm down. This is not controversial. Why are we being all sensitive?
Because the controversial figure there.
See,
move to another person. To Nigeria, please move to another person. You are the moderator.
Make your submission. You are the next person.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I will move to the other person when I finish analyzing.
I don't want to discuss with you. I've been advised. I'm Rabinini, and I've been advised by my elders not to engage with you, so I'm not going to engage with you. Okay? You know when children are being raised, you tell them not to talk to strangers. You're a stranger, and I've been told not to talk to you. Like, stranger danger. I'm not talking to you.
You know what? I can accept yours. At least you're not necessarily insulting. But it's okay. But the point I'm making is that there's something to be learned from all this. Because sometimes
let him make his submission now. Let him make his submission.
Oh no, be nice now. Be nice. I will stop. He was talking for 3 minutes. Now you can't even let me talk for 30 seconds. See, sometimes some things we have in our head is not true for what is actually real. And this, if there is anything I've said today, that seems to be the theme I keep coming back to over and over again. We say things that are in our head, but when we check the data, it doesn't show that. Why? And maybe there's something to be learned from that. Like the previous speaker, if he makes the argument to a Southeastern person,
do you know that you are making this play boring? Do you know that? Do you know that you are scaring people away? You are making it more boring now. And we are telling you, let it flow. Let them
so
make
you
their
are
submission.
exciting. You are exciting. You think so? You rather it is exciting than
more boring, Gary.
Okay, now see, come on. Let me get to this. Why are you muting him now? Don't mute him. You think I'm the one muting him? AY, are you there? Yeah, AY, thank you for joining us. One of our illustrious sons of Nigeria. There are very few people I would call illustrious in this country, and in the diaspora anyway. I don't know about the ones inside the country. AY is one of them. He's dispassionate and he's trying to analyze things as plainly as possible. AY, thank you for joining us.
Remy will not agree to that.
No, of course we not agree. That one is Jagaban. It's Jagaban to the end. Those ones, their brain is ruled by politics. So that's all it is ruled by. All right. So what have you made of everything? I don't know whether you've listened to what has been.
Honestly, I was not listening. I'm working in the
Give him the topics now. Give him the list the topics for him. So they say.
The topics include the women, the children that were released from captivity. The one man played the video of a Southeastern person. I think that person is supposed to be tied to IPOP somehow, saying that some of the children and that were released were traumatized, and whether it's even that they should have acted timely to release them, that traumatized, that maybe it is better that the children should have died in custody. So one man's submission on that was that some Southeastern, extremists would rather see those Oyo victims die. So that is one. And the one of the released, the head mistress or the senior lady that was released from captivity was asked if she was sexually harassed, and she said no, that she wasn't. And some people are saying she's not telling the truth, that she was probably sexually harassed, or the girls were probably sexually harassed, but she's not telling the truth. So that is one other one. There is the Omahi issue where a young lady
died.
He said, yes, to have died in his property and in shady circumstances. That the evidence was not necessarily collected, and there are counterclaims that he said they are from a higher institution, but Sahara reporters, investigative reporters are saying no. These ladies came from Kaduna or Kanu straight to his property. So that's something that, and now they are talking about trying to bury her without autopsy at all. So that is another one that has occurred there. Then there was this conversation about the population of the country growing, and then it resulted in me asking one man, let him show us a country that population growth has destroyed. That if anything, it has made them more powerful. So that is the context of the conversation. If I miss anything, maybe sit back and shine a light on it.
Yeah.
No, I think you've given him all the topics.
Yeah, I agree to everyone. First of all, as regards the school children, right? So there is no debate on that. The happiness is they were able to rescue them, whatever happened. But it's sad the politics going on in around that as is between the federal government and the Oyo State government, basically. These politics, I think they need to stop it and prioritize the safety of our citizens, right? It's a good thing again, the release. I think anyone that is against that, probably you feel, oh, I wish they find them. That's a big disappointment. So I think we need to celebrate, and it's an opportunity to see put pressure on the government to make sure they protect.
But AY, is it due to lack of knowledge, or can we say it's wickedness for somebody to say because those children are traumatized, and so instead of now that they can become terrorists later, so they should buy them instead? Is it because of lack of knowledge or wickedness that can?
Sincerely, the disappointment with Nigerians most time is we kind of play politics with everything. Things we should not. If you're looking at the country, this is human being we're talking about, right? So I would say this, irrespective of who's in power, even if you like the person, you don't like him, doesn't even matter. So this is about your country. This is about your people. So I can dislike the president of Nigeria, and I'm not going to let that affect my decision on this kind of issues. I think that's where Nigeria have the issue. Like, they look at everything from the less of tribe, less of I don't like you politics, less of religion. It's so sad, It's so sad.
But sorry, Aro. If we are playing politics, but to me that is too extreme.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying? It's too extreme for somebody to say that they should have wasted their life. And I don't know.
Can I put it to you that you're sitting on the fence?
It's just wickedness of the highest level for anybody.
You are sitting on the fence on this matter. And you don't denounce it to the strongest language. Because by that person's rationale, all those malnourished kids in the Southeast in 1966 and between 1966 and 1969, the federal government should have fight them as well, so that they don't become a bane on the country later. Since according to him, they've been
the victim of war, that they are traumatized during the war, so they should have fight all of them.
They should have fight all those young children that are malnourished now, that were seeing their pictures in Kashok on UNICEF. Fight all of them.
Yeah.
Let's denounce that statement that person made in the strongest of language.
Who made that statement? I beg. I didn't even know anything about that one.
I don't know the person. No.
Sincerely,
anybody, a commentator or a high-level politician, I don't know. Or this their social media or something.
Maybe social media. That's where you will see this kind of statement. So again, I think we should not play politics with this kind of things, right? To be honest, we should look at it at least. The first thing is the safety of the people. Is the safety, at least you're able to get back to the society, And on the case of Dave Umahi, it's actually a sad one. I'll be following up that case. I think the lady that said she was a physiotherapist, if I'm not mistaken. I think now we are, okay. Now it appears the other time there was a lady that was seriously accusing Dave Umahi. She was suing her, and she claimed that he was trying to sleep with her, stuff like that. She's a married woman. You see, now it seems we are just a lawless country, right? When things like this happen, let's have proper investigation. You see that even the police, they are kind of compromised, because now they will look at him. Oh, he's a minister. They look for a way to cover him up. He's supporting the government. He's working for the government. This kind of stuff, if they happen in the same country, Dave Umahi should resign and it should be investigated.
But has it been? Wait now. It something happened in his facility. Was it there as at that time when the thing happened?
That is part of the investigation. So,
so why are you not saying he should resign because of that?
You hold on. It needs to be investigated. Was he present? What were they doing there? So it's only a Sahara reporter that are throwing more light on this issue. They said they have some videos. What happened? So I mean, he needs to be questioned. We are not lawless people. Dave Umahi should be questioned seriously. If he's found guilty, I mean, he should face the law.
Is it in his village or in Abuja?
I think it's in Ebonyi State.
Okay.
I think it's
we don't really know, but listen, AY, one of the issues I find a little bit unsettling about this is the nature, the kind of lady that went to Umahi. Let me see if I can share the image again. And then pretty lady, young lady, into a politician that has a lot of money, and that is That is on the premium side where you are looking at higher income.
But where did she find go there? Where did she find go there?
Why now? Why are we like this now? Let's calm down. Why you say where did she find go there? But it's cheap now. That's what took her there. So no, sorry, I muted you. So but the point is that there's a lot of young women in Nigeria now that is almost assumed that when you are going to higher institutions and college and everything, they tend to do a kind of moonlighting or side gig with richer men or
very common.
Yes.
Baba, just call it greed. Call it greed. Don't try and sweeten it up. It's greed, okay? Because you are saying that I could have been a criminal as well if I had greed because I like money. Okay, so to Nigeria, now this time Europe we did, we said as we go. Okay, we all have friends that were running wire. Okay, if I was greedy, I would have done the same. Okay, it's greed. Don't let us call it what it's not.
I want to. Okay, the question I want to ask is that because a lot of Nigerian relationships are based on this type of stuff, I just want to ask because I don't necessarily know. Do they end up being relatively successful? Because because the age gaps can be quite large. They are not successful, are they? Or does anyone have evidence that
they are sincerely majority of the girls we all these forums, they are not successful. The truth is, again, there is hunger of poverty, there is hunger of greed. Because even in university, I know some girls that their parents were actually doing well, but they were involved in wrongs. Because those ones, the level of greed is high that they just want to waste money. They will need more money. They just want to waste more money. Then there is hunger of poverty where this girl, probably their parents can only provide basic needs.
Baba, Tinubu has done free tertiary education. But
leave that now. Let me ask you, AY. Why are we not also looking at the because it's not everybody that is poor that will engage in such thing. We can also see even people that are rich that can engage in such.
Yeah.
You understand? So it's not absolute. Why can't we also look at it from the angle of parenthood? We are not even looking at the role of parents.
So it's a combination of factors, right? Like I don't know, was it somebody mentioned greed? Greed is a factor. There are some that is real poverty that is causing it. So I will tell you this: the issue of parenting is an issue, Simba. You see, there are situations where even some parents they will allow this girl to take care of them. So to
exactly,
for example,
in fact, how can you have it? You have a young girl that is supposed to be sponsoring. But it is now you now have a reverse that even you see the parent asking such a child money from the girl, demanding money from them.
So many Nigerian parents are doing like that.
Is it because the parents are rich? That's why they're asking the girl for money.
No. Let me tell you.
That's a rhetorical question. Of course not. So obviously, maybe the parents are in need. I don't know.
No. Let me tell you. Okay, when you are looking at that, where do we now put our value system?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm
listen.
We should also talk about the society effect, the environment effect as well.
By the time, if you're not, especially in today's age, today's world, if you're not homeschooling your children or your child, okay, if you send your child to a public, even a private school, all the way to whatever university, your influence, parental influence on children nowadays in today's world is quite minimal, especially with the bombardment we have out there when it comes to the outside influence. it's always been there, but right now it's turbocharged to the highest level. So parenting, I don't know. I'm not going to be quick to blame the parents. Even by the way, even as much as young people
you cannot blame a parent. No, wait now. You can't blame a parent that is demanding. Wait now. You have a child that is supposed to be in school, that is supposed to be sponsoring, and you are demanding money and say you cannot blame the parents.
You can blame parents very well.
So many parents are doing like that nowadays.
You have somebody.
Simba, you're going to talk like Tunaja and talk on a moral and a pious ground. Of course, you're right. Of course, the child, the parents are not supposed to be demanding money from the daughter or the child, and make sure the mother or the parents provide for their child. Yeah, that's the way it should go. But in a society whereby there's so much pressure coming from anywhere, I don't know the family background.
Which pressure will now no, please, Daddy. I can't take that one from you.
It's my turn. No. You guys should just stop.
Okay, so I take over.
It targeted too much. So the thing is, there is a goal of greed, like I said, where these guys, not that they are hungry, but they just get involved in this to have extra money to spend. Peer pressure is also there. There is a goal of poverty, where these women, they don't have people to take care of them, so they take this short route, and parental influence, we have to consider that. So I remember growing up, like, for example, I cannot buy a shirt without explaining to my mother how I got that money. You are going to be in trouble. You can't even buy ice cream without explaining how you got the money, except you want to hide. So nowadays there is real more society moral decadence, where even, for example, the young boy, I see situation now, your son is not working. He will go and buy you a car. You are going to accept it as parent, as a father. Even these women, I've seen situation where the family will push these young girls. They will start taking care of them. They know very well she does not have a business. She's not working. She's not any salary. Where do they think they make the money? They are not even interested. They don't want to know. So it's a lot of factors, it's a lot of factors. But however, most women,
what is driving their parents? Sorry, what is driving their parents, you think, to do that?
What is what?
What is driving their parents to do what they're doing?
Laziness
is a big
rich, lack of morality.
Because I will tell you this.
Number one is poverty. Excessive poverty.
Poverty can be blamed for everything in this world, but don't use poverty, because if we keep using poverty, we'll never. It's just moral. It's just immorality. Don't use poverty. It's nothing about poverty here. There's people that are poorer than them. There's people that are poorer than them that will. So poverty, people they cheat. Okay, people bandits. Okay, on that note, bandits is innocent because bandits are poor.
Good morning, guys.
You see, it's not.
This is your rationale. We can as well excuse for bad bandits and Boko Haram. Because
if parents that were really well cultured, where disciplines are not the one raising children like this, I think we have a lot of issues.
No, Midwest, no excuse for such a parent.
It's moral. There is no excuse.
You get what I'm saying? The parents themselves, wait. The mother and father we're talking about
Good morning.
You get what I'm saying now? And now they are raising children, now encouraging their own children to commit this evil. My brother, like me, sometimes I'm confused about the
so why did you not say that one now? So Midwest, why you not calling poverty? Poverty of the mind, yes, but not poverty of the pocket.
Midwest.
Hold on, I need to find where this noise is coming from. There's noise. There's somebody.
No, it's Kenny, please, can you mute yourself? It's Kenny, please. Kenny.
No, I think I don't give back. Let me check out.
You just enter. Sorry, let me say this to him. Kenny, you are just coming in. You have a lot of people. We can hear you. Good morning, wherever you are. Good morning. So when it's your turn, we'll call you. So mute yourself, please. You are driving and it's causing a lot of problem for us.
Yeah,
and it's not only him. I think there's some other person, because before Kenny came, there was another this background noise that was going on.
Mute yourself. You are not. I'm the only one that is allowed to be on mute.
SEYI, Allah, you are the king.
It's my fault.
I'm
You see,
allowed to speak.
sincerely, it's not. Yeah, we not blame all this on poverty because sincerely, I've seen people, family that are poor, but the morals are just there. They don't do all this bad stuff. It's just like you could take a gun and go rob. Now, people were robbing when we were growing up. It's most time it's not really poverty. You know, it's just like a lady that have gone through all this now, get married, have kids. They will not also see problem with that kind of lifestyle, except it's somebody that really reflects, that will know that, oh, this is a bad line. I passed through this system.
Okay, so what you are saying, now we have intergenerational decadence in morality now.
Of course, it is now. It is. You don't know, it is. So
okay. AY, there's another angle I wanted to highlight here. Okay, let's say these girls are not based on runs. I also think that within the Nigerian state itself, like even normal people that are not involved in any of these things, you will see an older man that just because the older man is slightly well off, not even like spectacular like Umahi or just ordinary person, maybe even you or any of the local draggers here. So they will go and you will see a lady 20-something years, 30-something years going after a 50-something years old man.
It's also greed. It's greed from that girl. It's the same greed we are talking about. Because if it's not greedy, she will not go and meet an 70-something-year-old man for money. So it's all about greed. Because
it's 50-something years now we are talking about. So like, hold on. What I'm thinking is that is that not normal for women to do though? Is that not normal? Or is this one abnormal?
No. To Nigeria, I agree with you. It's not unique to Nigeria, okay? And it's not. Yes. It's just a general thing. But I think it's become a cultural thing in Nigeria. I think that's where the problem is. There's not a culture of young girls that want to cheat their way to success and cheat their way and cut corners. Because they all want to buy, they want to drive Benz, they want to wear wig, they want to fly to Dubai, and then they put it on social media and they want to curate a lifestyle, and that then generates younger people coming behind that don't want to aspire to that standard. So essentially, the token lifestyle.
It's not what we are talking about. People having the number of children they can cater for. That to Nigeria was not turning to each population is an advantage to the country. It's not the quality. It's not the quality. It's not the quality. It's not the quality. It's not the quality of people that you have that will determine your development. When you have a bunch of people that are not well trained, people that will have children, they can't take care of their children, and you expect that population is the one that will grow a country.
Let me give you.
When we didn't have children, if you look at southern Nigeria, in the southern part of Nigeria, people are no longer having plenty children. From Yoruba land,
they are still having. No courtship.
And
Let me
this
give
is
you
a scenario. Not necessarily in the north.
Let me give you this scenario. I think all of you guys, you travel all over Nigeria. When you travel all over Nigeria, I feel witness that each time you get to a particular bus terminal or a station, you see a lot of ads, a lot of people, and most of these people are aged between 10 years old and probably 30. Okay, so you will see that, and they sleep, eat, and sell whatever they are selling there. Okay, so you will see that there's a lot of children in Nigeria now that they don't even know who is their father. I'm telling you, because there's so many children out of wedlock. They call them baby mama. Mama. It's about 10% of the whole population now.
Can you guys hear me?
Come on. I'm not sure that's that.
I'm telling you the truth. That is.
Can somebody hear me?
We can hear you, Akim. Just hold on.
We can hear you.
Right.
Okay. Akim.
So Remy, you see the problem with this thing is that we are focusing the conversation on the wrong side. Okay. You see what everywhere you go, majority, even the Western world, they are girls who does this. Maybe they go online. They are street grunts. They are online. That's why you have only fans and stuff like that. People do this thing. But the conversation should be as, why was the minister of government involved in this kind of situation? What was the girl doing there? What was he doing with the girl? The focus should be on the man, not the woman. That services is provided for everybody.
Before you
so
go on,
the question is, what was she doing at Umayi's house? What was Umayi paying a woman? Look, we cannot be emotional. The man is a good minister, but we cannot be emotional about certain things. He's an employee of government, and we must hold them accountable. That's where the conversation should go.
A quick question for you. If this particular person we are talking about, this young woman, if he was a man, what would you have said? And he also buy in Umayi house. And
if it was a man and he buy in Umayi house, of course it's the same conversation.
No, it won't be the same conversation again.
No, it's the same. Remy, you're dumb.
It's never be the same conversation. Everybody can chime in. It can never be the same
sorry for me. Sorry, I used that word. Yeah, but look, he's a minister of government. He's employed by the taxpayers.
So it's not entitled because he's a minister. He cannot.
No, it's not. It's not entitled to behave like that.
Do you know the new thing? Do you know the new thing in Nigeria now that most Nigerian households in Nigeria of today? What
let me listen to me. The man is employed by taxpayers. He's using you and I, our money. Our money is what they used to pay him.
And I will keep quiet. And I know everybody of you know about it. When they are ill in Nigeria or sick in Nigeria today, majority of people always call nurses to come and look after them. The nurse can be a qualified nurse. She might not also not be a qualified nurse. So most Nigerians are making use of nurses nowadays. It is not that will now come to their home, diagnose and give them some medicine, give them some drip or something like that. This is the thing that is going on in Nigeria today. Most Nigerians sometimes they don't even go to the
but Remy, you're just trying to sugarcoat it. All we heard was that she was fully naked, unclothed. She was naked. She had no clothes on. They say they found her in his house unclothed.
Did you see the video?
This is what I heard. I've never seen anything.
So you see.
So I'm saying, listen to me. I'm saying if the conversation, if that story is true, right? That was the situation they found the woman in his house. Hold on, let me finish. I'm saying if the conversation, if that story is true,
but you guys should remember that it's AY that is on the that is.
I know. So what I'm saying is that what I'm saying,
be brief. We understand what you are saying, Hakeem. He's a minister, and everybody, even if he's not a minister,
but why is the focus on the woman? Why is the focus on the woman?
No, wait. You just came in. We've discussed the minister. We are just looking at, okay, the minister has been discussed. We're also looking at why are some ladies engaging in such things.
That's not true. That's nobody's business.
She didn't go to. It's our business.
No, it's not. It's nobody's business.
It's our business. It's our business.
It's nobody's business.
Kenny, that issue is actually more serious than what the minister has.
Okay, there's no Kenny here, Matunaja. What's wrong with you?
Exactly.
Hold on. Let me confirm that. I might see it. Okay, it's not here. It's okay. Sorry about that. He's not here anymore. Yeah, he was here. So yeah, I think that issue about what our young women are engaged in is actually more serious because it's pervasive, especially within the southern community. I don't know about the northern side. I don't think it's happening as that much of a high scale because I find I go to Nigeria now.
You know why Hakeem is saying that? Maybe Hakeem doesn't know how many of our ladies are dying daily because of this kind of circumstances.
Exactly.
He just wants to focus on the minister.
Yeah, but
look. It's important to talk about the minister, but it's also good to also explore why this is happening more and more often and whether it's a problem even.
It's not, it's a personal decision for what they look. It's a personal decision.
Don't be mean, Hakeem. Don't be mean.
It's not me. If a lady decides that this is what she wants to do, that's what she wants. If you want to patronize her, you patronize. If you don't want to patronize her, you leave her alone.
So why are we not crying when you hear such things happening?
So Hakeem, you should just say that we should legalize. We should have a law to legalize abortion.
Are we better? Is Nigeria a better country than? Is Nigeria a better country than Holland? Is Nigeria a better country than Holland?
Forget about all these things. Stop all these things that you are saying. If we are losing a lot of people due to these same circumstances, so are you not saying that we should not discuss it?
we can discuss the cause of the death. Why are they dying? How do we protect the ladies? Not
we cannot
why are they
protect them
doing
because
it?
there is no
So if you
prostitution
don't know
law
what
to
is
protect
pushing
them.
them into it, going to
Well,
that
it's
sort
not.
way,
There's
so
not
we don't know.
look. It's a personal decision.
It cannot be.
Okay,
It cannot be. Wait,
Decision
if
was
that
it's
is
a
your own
personal
belief, you
decision.
cannot
No,
impose.
it's not my. It's not my.
Wait,
It's a
wait.
personal
If
decision.
that is your own opinion, so and you cannot decide what we discuss. You understand? You cannot streamline our discussion.
I'm not
You say
streamlining
your own. If you
your
don't,
discussion.
no,
I'm
that's what they
saying
say. Why are we not discussing it? So you cannot
no.
decide what we discuss.
I said the conversation should be about the man.
You just came in. We discussed Umayi for hours
But
on this
you yourself
platform before.
you're saying I'm streamlining your conversation, and at the same time you
I
said I
think
just
what
came in.
Hakim
So
should say.
if you know that I
Hakim,
just came in, so why you say that I'm streamlining your conversation then?
Hakim, I think what you should say is that they should legalize prostitution in Nigeria. So
I'm not saying whether they should. Remy, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I never say that. I didn't say that,
I
and
want to say,
I'm not.
you said a woman has a right to use her body anyhow she likes.
I say it's a decision.
Nobody is disputing that. But when it now comes to the issue about castigating some people because she went to his house or something like that, why not legalize prostitution in Nigeria so that everybody will know that it's a job, and then there is a record to show, and everybody can follow up easily. So we know you are in that pool.
If the government want to do that, so be it. Let them. If the government feel like that, so they need to. The government should do it. But please, let me explain something to you. I'm not against what David Umahi did. I'm not saying he shouldn't do it, but I'm just saying in his position. Hold on, Remy. I'm just saying in his position as a minister of government, something like that happen. That's the conversation. He's been engaged by the taxpayers.
He was not even around at all. It was not at his home.
Okay, we can have all this conversation, whether he was around, whether he was not around, what was the person doing there and stuff like that. That's the conversation.
We don't have the whole grasp of what happened yet.
Yeah, so if we have the grasp of all the whole story, then the conversation should be surrounded by that.
Everything was just insinuated. Before you know, the picture is already flying around.
If Dave Umahi was a private citizen and it has nothing to do with government, I don't care. I wouldn't care about this conversation at all.
No. It does not really. I know because you are right. But at the same time, I know that the photo flying around that blood gushing is a lie. It's all fake. Okay? Because it's all fake. Nobody knows.
Okay, Mr.
Exactly
APC, let's assume that is fake for now.
Yeah,
okay, but also let's assume that it is real for now.
Hakim, sorry, we don't have much time to. So, AY, are you there? AY, we don't push AY away now.
You will come back.
So who is the next to talk?
It's supposed to be Arogidiba. Has he make a submission?
No, Aro has not talked. Aro, are you there?
Aro is not there.
Okay, so if he's not there, okay, we can get back to basics now in terms of.
Then let Hakim make his own submission now. Is he not the next person?
Well, yeah, but I wanted to ask you guys though. I don't know. Maybe you guys are married, so it's a little bit different for you. Many of you are in the West. Generally the age gap is very different in the West. But when you go to Nigeria, you see younger ladies being interested in older men. And I think AY said the marriage is not the same case that we all have. That when these older men go with these younger ladies, the marriages don't work out. That's my question.
Were they interested in you as an old man when you went to Nigeria recently? Did any young girl
see.
Oh my God, they make you an old man.
Yeah, I know that. He had to keep that one there. He had to keep that one that I'm an old man.
Because this question you're asking, I know where you're coming from. Maybe
I'm asking now. I'm curious because you don't know what that is all about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that one is part of it. Now, sincerely, marriage in Nigeria most time now is poverty alleviation program. So women use it to escape poverty too.
Yeah,
it's not that they really love the older men. It's the money. It's the even in America.
Regina Daniels and Ted Nwoko. Just that ugly Nwoko.
Yes,
very ugly man.
Yeah, even in America, you will see young women that will tell you, oh, they only date older men. You will see a 25-year-old one will date a 60-year-old. Some of these women who in Nigeria, 20, they will
somebody,
tell you, oh, I prefer older women.
a lady has told us on this platform before now.
Yeah, women don't. There are women that genuinely don't have problem with age, like they genuinely don't have problem. But some of them,
look, okay. So I have a personal theory. I have a personal belief that women naturally are more mature than men. So most of the time,
they're
what
more
happens?
mature, but that does not mean a 20-year-old should be getting married to a 60-something-year-old man.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying.
Come on, see a lot of Nigerian girls marrying all these white men, very old, 70 to
I don't agree with that principle. I don't agree with that principle because me, like when I hold when I go still marry one small to take care of.
So what I'm trying.
What is the formula? What is the age gap? Because I have a feeling that the older the woman
what is the age of that girl you met in Nigeria? To Nigeria. What is the age of that girl?
Why did Ojuku go and marry that small girl called Bianca?
I'm just curious. What is the formula now? Is it that when the lady is 35, she's allowed to go to 60, 70 years? Because it looks like when the ladies are older, they're allowed to marry almost any age. But when they're slightly younger, they're not.
Yes, that is the truth. When the ladies are older, let's say, for example, a lady of 40 years, most time nobody will complain. You marry like a 65-year-old man. No, you will not see complaint. Where the problem is,
even 70, nobody will complain.
Where the problem is, right, is when the older men, 60-something, they will go and marry 20-something-year-old. That's a big one. You have a lot to contend with, right? Because these women will marry you for the money. In America, I've listened to women, they will tell you, yeah, when he died, as long as you have life insurance, I'm okay. You have properties to inherit, no problem. But in Africa, when they do that, it's really a challenge because one, sexually, you might not be able to satisfy these younger women. It's very demanding. And now, if you decide to have children with her, there is high tendency that
AY Dakpada. My friend will be doctor. He tell me say prescribe Viagra for 90-year-old man the other day. What in the talk?
Why will he
not
kill him?
Yeah, that's it.
Not be lying, oh. Is this not a lie? Oh, my friend will be doctor talking prescribe Viagra for 90-year-old man. Guess how old the wife is? 75. The wife that 90-year-old man wants to.
That doctor needs to be taken up on it. What is that all about?
No, he doesn't have a choice, so he can't deny. He can't deny him. He cannot deny him of his right. So he has a right. He has a right to health care.
That is normal. Even here in Europe, most of the women here, they take some kind of medicine to make them horny most times, especially when they are above 40. So what are we talking about? So that's why it makes them horny and make them their skin look more radiant. Because the more they have, the more they make love, the more it's good for their health as well. So all of this, but still, I won't support a young girl below age of 25 or 26 or let's say 30 dating a man of over 60. That is unfair, man. It's just about the money, nothing else. And to be frank, tell me how old is that girl you met in Nigeria? I know. I'm saying the truth. Down in your conscience, I know you met that girl.
And you're a married man. You're a married man, and you'll be feigning that you are holier than thou. You dey go Nigeria, go carry small girls.
Can he raise his left hand and say he did not do something like that in Nigeria when he went to
See, I'm saying that
you met a woman, you met a beautiful young girl. I can see the way you are fantasizing against that girl that buy. See the way two Nigeria was this girl was beautiful and they killed this girl. Oh my God! I know you already fantasized.
No. I acknowledge that, man. Some of the beauties I've seen in Nigeria.
Just accept it. You can like beautiful girls now. Is that a crime or something like that?
Please,
no, to Nigeria, don't mind Remy. Remy just trying to get back at you. Don't mind him.
But Dr. Simba, let us grill to Nigeria now. Just grill now.
Sorry, guys, what was the subject of today? What's the subject of today about?
The subject of today is through Nigeria taking a lot of young girls to Nigeria to
I'm not taking a lot of young girls. I'm not taking them.
We're still on the live show now. Let us discuss something. What's the topic about?
Okay, let me give you the topic.
Let me leave that one alone.
Please.
Just rounding up now.
One of the topic is what you started talking about, the Umai, the ladies, Umai, whatever. Then there was this this thing that they said that some guys that maybe probably the IPOB were saying that those rescue children, that why should they rescue them? They should have allowed them to be killed because they are traumatized and they may eventually become a terrorist or something like that. So that is one. That is another topic. Which one is it? Okay, it was also talking. I think to Nigeria introduced one population, whatever. I don't know. I don't understand that one.
Yeah, you talk about if you have a larger population, it's good. It's propel the economy of that country to grow. It's debunked in several ways, which is always a lie, of course.
No, you grow your population, you grow poverty, you grow wealth, you grow both sides anyway. You grow both sides. You grow because don't forget you have to, as your population grow, you have to be able to generate enough income to be able to provide the right set of whatever they need
environment.
For them. So environment
to
for
develop.
them. So you to education, your healthcare, you have to continue to develop your roads, you have to continue to develop your infrastructures and stuff like that. So
I've seen everything.
Yeah, on one side, it create a huge market for the economy, but also it create a huge workforce as well for the economy. But then the government have to be able to still generate enough income to be able to support that level of growth. If it's that easy, don't forget that there was for many years China had a one-child policy. Okay, they had a one just to be able to put a stop gap to the rate of growth or bed growth in their country.
So bridge the gap between the infrastructure and the
exactly,
and
so
the population.
that they will be able to catch up. If not, they will not. If not, they will be playing catch up for very long time. They know that okay, they already have a population explosion. The only way to do it is to put to bridge that gap so that they will be able to develop and catch up with the numbers. So that was one of the reasons why those policies came in. On the other hand, if you look at India, that hasn't gone in that direction. The economy is growing. The country, they are building infrastructure, but the population is still just exploding continuously to grow. So they've not been
consuming everything, and they are not seeing the effects.
You cannot see the effect. That's the difference. So while in China they were able to see, no, we need to catch up. So you can straight away that give them the advantage, the opportunity to be able to catch up. But India hasn't done that. You see that the whole growth is just consuming, the whole population growth is consuming whatever government effort on the other side. So I think
Akim, to buttress your point, that they said that in Nigeria that we need at least $100 billion every year for the next 15 to 20 years to clear our deficits. Where are we going to get that?
No, Nigeria.
No, actually, that's not the case. So where do you get that one from?
Deficit so you don't know about that.
No, that is about economic growth. $100 billion for us to develop this economy to a high level, but not $100 billion.
But I use the correct word now. I use the word deficit now. What is deficit in the budget?
The deficit, deficit in the budget, but
but that's the word we use now. He's not talking about debt now. He's not talking about debt. He's not talking about debt now. He's talking about deficit.
No, sorry.
We have to be in surplus.
I said deficit.
We have to be in surplus. Our budget has to have a surplus of that amount for us to be able to balance.
We are talking about infrastructural deficit. We are talking about
but that's what I mean now. Your infrastructure will be budgeted every year now. Maybe it's the budget or is the annual budget? Is the annual budget that we used to correct that?
It's part of the budget.
If he has said, hold on, let's be organized here. If he has said infrastructural deficit, I will agree. But he said deficit. Deficit tends to refer to government spending annually. In terms of
no, that's what I said though. I don't know what you are hearing.
Simba, let's even assume that's what you say. So what's the problem, Tunaja?
The problem with that is that that is not the deficit of the Nigerian government. Nigerian government don't have such a high deficit. $100 billion is like they don't even spend up to $100 billion a year.
Yeah. So where now that they don't spend? Hold on. So now that they don't spend up to $100 billion a year, so where are we?
Then why would you need $100 billion to cover the deficit when you don't spend up to that?
To cover,
you think that budget that we are having is a budget that can take us out of poverty? That's small budget that Nigeria is having.
No, I agree with you that if you want to get Nigeria to where it needs to get to, yes, I agree with you. You need to.
Yeah, but what's your argument then?
So
what did Simba say? What did Simba say that was wrong with that?
The term he used at the time, I didn't hear the term.
Yeah, what is wrong with the term deficit? What is it? Will just explain to you the whole point of that saying deficit.
The term deficit tends to refer to government annual spending, where they actually have. Hold on. Where they actually have to borrow money to be able to meet the commitments for the year. So that's a big difference. But that is not the case that he's talking about. He's talking about infrastructural deficit and what Nigeria needs to spend to become actually prosperous. That's what he's talking about.
Okay, so do you have any issue with that?
No, zero issue with that. So what are we on now?
So, Progressive, let me ask you this question. If Nigerian government now go out there to continue to borrow more money for infrastructure development, don't you see this Nigeria will start crying again? That they are borrowing. How can we get the money? Because I learned one thing from those countries that they develop. They make sure that they borrow a lot of money from the Western world to develop their country, especially the local government also are indebted to tune of billions of dollars.
So like which country?
Of course, you know the country I'm talking about now.
Am I supposed to? Am I in your head? I'm not in your head, Remy.
I'm talking about China. That's what it did.
So China, China did not develop in 3 years. China did not develop in 10 years.
Of course.
Okay, so the problem we have in that country is people who live in the West, who see road, who see 24 hours electricity, and who say, oh, why is Tinubu not giving us this? Who see all these schools, all these beautiful things. So people go to China, they see all the shiny buildings, shiny structure, they see this system working. And they expect that in 2 years, in 3 years. No nation has ever. And if you say, "Oh, must we wait 40 years? Must we wait?" No, these things is not rocket science. It takes time. Okay, the system work in its own way. There are roads. You see that Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, right? In 25 years, it might look like some old-fashioned road that they will now have to find a way to expand to 6 lane on each side, that they will not have to create some bridge across it, that they will not have to build a roundabout or a flyover somewhere. So the development is not finite. It doesn't get to a place and then it's end. Nations continue to develop.
I look at the map of Nigeria. I see all this new construction of road from north to south, and from east to west, and from south to the north too. I see the north, that Sokoto Badagry Highway, and I also see the way it crossfires during the Lagos to Calabar Highway. And I see all the road coming from the east to also join the Calabar Highway. For the first time, we have not done. If we would have done this thing 20 years ago, that means
it's not Remy. It's not what. It's not if we could have done it 20 years ago.
Open at all.
It's not. Look. It's not if we could have done it 20 years ago. We can still do it now. But what I'm trying to say is that
I know. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying
Nigeria. These things will be done when they are done, it will lead to economic expansion, and that economic expansion will lead to further development. That is how every country works.
So,
You remember
there
were time when people were saying that one that China goes now, China goes is fake now. Even in Europe, in Europe, they were not allowing Chinese goods to come into Europe.
China now.
They were not even allowing Chinese goods to come into Europe at a certain time. But today, all of their big companies have warehouses, have factory in China. All of them.
Yes. I want to also I want to add this to what you are saying. I was checking yesterday, Lamata, Lagos State train, whatever you can call it. They extend the lines they are going to construct in Lagos from 6 to 11. And then the new international airport they are reconstructing now, they are building underground train that will lead the red line in Lagos directly to Murtala Mohammed International Airport. I think that is fantastic. So when they finish all of this thing in probably next year, and then you can now get a train inside the airport directly that will take you to Oshodi and the rest. Go take it down to Lagos.
I mean, they're not going to build it. They're not going to build the train in next year.
No, they say it's part of the contract now.
It's not part of the contract.
Okay, we shall see.
It's not part of the airport contract. Is separate.
But now they are doing it now. Time will tell. We shall see. Time will tell.
They said they were going. They say they would do it, but they didn't. They didn't say they didn't even say they're going to do it. They said they would do it, but they've not started at all.
So what I just want to say is that Nigeria, as big as we have not really connected that country very well. There's still a lot of vast spaces that need development. So, for example, if you happen to have a plot of land along that Lagos to Ogun State now, along the shoreline, you already become an instant millionaire, just like that.
Yeah, but you see, is that not the problem? Whereby, you see, part of the problem we have in Nigeria now is planning. Why are you selling land to individuals? Why are we not having developers? Why are we not having developers?
Don't touch that place, because if you touch that place, that country will burn.
How?
I will tell you why it will burn. If the government decides that all land now belongs to the government, then
why do you put word in my mouth? I never say belongs to the government. I say, why are we not using developers?
Don't mind Remy. Nothing will, if the government decides to take all the lands in Nigeria, there's nothing will happen. I did not
even go in that direction. Because the problem we have today, is you will buy your land, you want to build your house. So, Arosa, you will buy your land, you want to build your house, you don't care about topography, you don't care about erosion, you just raise your foundation as you want to raise it to protect your own house for the future. Everybody just do whatever they want to do. No, government need to regulate that industry. People should be made to buy houses rather than build houses. Provide facility for people to buy houses.
You have a very good point.
Yeah, so that if I want to develop, I go to a community. Let me hold on one second. If I want to develop, I go to a community. I negotiate with the community. I go to the council, I negotiate with the council. The community provide me with the land. I can say, okay, if I build 300 or 200 houses, 5 will be for the community, 5 will be for the council. Okay? We can make such deal with them. They'll say, okay, fine. Then we develop that estate, or the area, provide all the facility that is required: drainage, waterway, sewage, electricity, street lighting. We develop all those houses. As a developer, the community get their share, the council get their share. You as a developer, you start to sell your house. But you would have followed all environmental standards that are in place to create that estate. This thing can be done.
You are right, but the problem we have now is this: some of this property after development, they want to collect their money under 1 year. In fact, that also
no, but it's not. Look, Remy, you would have developed house, right?
What I want to say to this is that they can do that. Part of the negotiation with the government, with the property developer, should be that whenever you develop this kind of particular flat or house or duplex or whatever, the payment should be spread at least 10 years.
No, Remy, listen. The developer don't have that leverage to spread payment because he's a businessman, okay? So the bank is hold on now, Remy.
Yeah, it's the bank. The bank. It's the government has to do that to the bank.
Remy, is the bank that can do that have the capacity to do that. So me developer, build a house. You want to buy the house, you then go to your bank.
The bank pays me.
Exactly. The bank will pay me full cash my money. You will go and make an arrangement with the bank how you will be paying them, whether it's 20 years, whether it's 30 years facility, any arrangement you make with the bank, that's you and the bank. It's not me to be selling house that I take
But I think that is one thing. That's where CBN is lapsing. No, but that's how it works now. That's how it works.
Let me say this. Let me say this, guys. You know, Akim, as noble as that your idea is, because if we don't do that, and that's why our environment is not well planned. But the issue that you people are raising now is a fundamental issue about the financing. You understand? Do you think Nigeria economy is strong enough to be able to finance houses that people will pay over 20, 30 years? And then do we really have the structure? Wait. I'm just asking the question. Then do we really have structure to actually protect that money that people will not to run away with it?
The structure is the house. Your collateral is the house itself.
You in Europe, if you don't pay, the bank take your house. It's simple as that. The house is not going to run. The house, you cannot move if you can run away, but the house cannot run away.
It's bad debt for the bank, but at least the house is still there.
The bank will come back and claim it. Do we have do you think that the country Nigeria has that money that they can pull and then put into that kind of project for that long term?
Yeah.
Of course.
CBN can start. And
how can you say wait now? Don't let us be. Well, you said CBN is going to print money or what? Or
but CBN and the banks already offered mortgages now. There's already mortgages.
Right. That is federal government housing because that was
30 million.
Now, when you are talking about, it's not that kind of thing that we do. Let me tell you, in Saudi Arabia, you understand, there's nobody that will even build house with their money. They don't even have the money to go and say, okay, they have cash to go and build. Everybody will go and take a loan. And they spread it over a long period. It's because they have the money that the government has already injected. Anything that you want to even buy in Saudi Arabia, you can get them on loan or credit, or you understand. Is our economy strong enough for that kind of
I don't think so.
Those are the things that we have to look at now.
So how do we get there?
I don't think the problem is if our economy is strong enough to do something. I think the problem is, can we build affordable housing for people to be able to afford? That's the question. That's what the question should be.
So
it's still part of the economy, Akim, now.
Yeah. So because
if people are not earning enough for them to be able to even pay what it requires of them, then what are we talking about?
So this is what I'm saying. What we should talk about is how can we bring technology into being that will allow us to build a 3-bedroom apartment or a 3-bedroom house for like 20 million naira from start to finish.
No, you cannot find though.
Remy, what do you, Remy? Come on now.
Let us wait, Remy. It's possible. Let's assume that it's possible, Akim. Let's assume it's possible. And in the country, let's say we have, 100,000 is even the minimum wage. So how much do you think they can be taken from that 100,000 that somebody is earning for him?
Simba, in the Europe where we are now, nobody on minimum wage go to buy house. The bank will not.
I was going to say that statement.
Nobody on a minimum wage. There's no way. Look, you take your contract and your payslip to the bank. They check it. No, sorry, we cannot offer you. They will not give you.
That's why there's social housing for people like that.
Hold on, guys. That is not the process here, because you are telling your own process. The process here is that once you have a paid employment here, and you can save money up to 10 or 5, it depends on maybe 5 to 10% of the actual amount of the money of you want to buy the property. If you can save it up, or you have a special saving with your bank to save that kind of money for 2 years, the bank can, because there's something they call a special housing savings here. If you can save that kind of money, then the bank will give you that loan at a much reduced interest rate, and you buy your apartment or you buy your house. So you cannot just.
I don't. So there can be some form of government support in that area.
Yeah, the government will not guarantee your loan.
Exactly, but this one government this one is no government guarantees. You and the bank.
I keep. I beg. Can these people say how long it will take person to save money to 10% to buy house for this side?
That's what I'm saying. You get to the bank.
You go to save forever.
So no, because every time you bring this conversation up in Nigeria, how many people even Europe, if you are minimum wage, forget it. No bank is selling you any house. So here, in Ireland, bro, if your contract never did knock 40-something thousand annually, forget say you won't go. No, it's not just you. It will be both. It will be it will be two of you, couples.
Yeah. Akim, do you know what they did here? Because here is a kind of welfare society. So the house you buy here, the appreciation level over the years, even if you are lucky, cannot reach 2%. Let's say you buy a house in 2015 and you want to sell stuff in 2025. The money you get on it cannot be up to 2%. I mean the premium or profit.
No. What I'm trying to say is that just to get.
So what I'm trying to say is that maybe in Dublin or Ireland over there.
Let me ask you, when you are talking about even the profit, what is your inflation rate in Finland?
Unless I check it, I think it's about 6 or 7% now.
Okay, so wait, your inflation rate is 7%, and you are talking about profit of 2%.
Sure. Let me check.
Is that a profit?
It should be up to that.
It's a loss now.
No, that's the same thing Remy say. That's the same thing saying. He said that the house does not appreciate quicker. He's saying houses does not appreciate quicker.
If you buy a house in 2015 in Ireland, if you buy a 3-bedroom in Dublin in 2015 for let's say maybe let's say middle of Dublin, okay? Let's say maybe that's for like 300, 290, 300, 2015 Abby, about 290, 300, eh?
Yeah, for that region.
A 3-bedroom in Lucan now is nothing less than 480, 450, 480 minimum.
So that is why it's appreciated over there, but here it's not appreciated. So it's not so they don't make it very difficult for you to get an apartment here. But don't say you are going to make every abnormal profit in 10 or 15 years.
Their own system is different. It's not so their own system is kind of is different. But you can appreciate. But one thing I always know about house is that though you appreciate, don't forget that if you were to pay off that mortgage at the end, you're paying
double, triple.
You're paying double.
All over the world now.
You're paying double of that house. So people will just say, I bought house 250 now. I sold it 600. Go and calculate your repayment.
Go and calculate your repayment.
So do you, Akim, this kind of system, do you want to introduce it to Nigeria?
But that's because but
you have peace of mind that you won't. Exactly. Because at the end of the day, the other side of it is this: you are renting, and when you are renting for the period as well, you pay that volume of money anyway. So when I was renting, and you don't own it. You have no equity at all. So when I was renting, I was paying well into almost €2,000. My mortgage is not up to €2,000, but I have equity on the house.
So you have peace of mind. You have peace of mind. Nobody's going to come.
Exactly.
And say,
nobody's going to come as long as I pay my mortgage.
You cannot put this one here. You cannot put this one here. You cannot do this. No, it's your house. You can do whatever you want to do in your house. But what we need to do, Remy, is to look for a way to be able, because the problem we have is if you want to build maybe a one-story building, you will go use concrete, use rod, use concrete. You build like it's too expensive to build. We need to find.
Akim, as an engineer, and I've been studying this for a while. The way we build houses in Nigeria does not suit our topography, does not suit our weather, and it is daft. We use far too much concrete.
Yeah, too much concrete and road and everything is too expensive.
Logically, in Nigeria, wait, let me finish. In Nigeria, most of Nigeria does not have. I mean, there's really no earthquakes. There's no major tremors. Nigeria does not sit on a fault line. for most of it. I think there's 1 or 2 places, but most of Nigeria, we don't have any major fault lines that we have at the moment, or we are envisaging in the near future.
So what kind of house should they build?
We should be using engineered clay.
Bamboo or
engineered
grass.
clay. Engineered clay is the ideal material that we should be using in Nigeria, and we're calling engineered clay.
Even we're not using enough. We're not using enough wood as well.
Yes, we're not using engineered clay and wood.
We're not using enough wood. If you once you build your house. Once you build the surround, Remy, once you build the surrounding of your house with
engineered clay is actually strong. Is not as strong. Concrete is too strong for what we are using it for. That's a fact.
But
concrete. That's the thing. This are Remy. Go on. This is an engineering fact. Go and do the research. There's actually a new movement across Africa to start using more engineered clay as the material of choice.
So this engineered clay, can it absorb the heat?
Yes, that's exactly. Yeah. Concrete is bad for our weather. Clay is perfect because okay, maybe some of us have not been. Some of you, like Mr. Remy, you are born in
see those clay. See those clay houses they build those days.
If you leave the clay house in Nigeria,
they're always cool.
Because the nature of how clay absorbs and actually disperses heat is the thermal performance of clay is what is perfect for Nigerian weather and everything. If you live in a clay house sat in a clay house in Nigeria, you notice that it's cool. And also the way
you see these people will build a house, even a 2-story building. They will not use concrete to deck it.
There's no need.
They will not use concrete to deck it. I'm even talking about the decking or decking.
Yes, concrete is a super material that has its uses. But concrete should be used in.
So what will you use to deck it? What will you use to deck it if you want to deck
wood?
If you
want wood. They use wood.
They used to use wood those days. Now I don't know why they stopped using wood.
This is what I'm saying. We need to find a way for housing to be cheaper. For us to build cheaper houses. If not, people will not be able to have access. Once one big man just do something. Now everybody, both poor man.
You go to Germany and you look at those old houses. You go to Austria and Germany. You look at those old barn houses. 100 years, 200 years is wood. Not a single piece of steel.
Even in the city of London, very close to Westminster, there. I rented an hotel now, and the decking was just a wood. Even the St. Thomas Hospital, they have wood. Some of their buildings
for this side they use rod for house to build the decking. Because my house, I don't think a rod there. They do use rod.
Say you don't think a rod there. Take your carpet off now.
Because I'm the structural diagram of my house now.
You go see wood.
Brand new, I buy my house. Now nothing there when I buy it. Now me do everything. So I can now wood be everything. Not a piece of iron rod inside. And this is a country. This is a country. No, but this is a country that you have high winds. You have a high volume of rain right through the year. Nigeria, yes, we have torrential rains. But we don't have winds. Wind won't carry out. My house don't stay there.
Look. Just look at it. People are building shops, bigger shops, and they'll use wood. The shop will never be strong. They'll use wood and sink. But wind will blow. Still with it. But if you can build a house, look for cheaper way. We need to find cheaper ways to build houses in that country.
We have a lot of wood.
So that family that are on a combined family that are on say maybe 450K, if they can afford 100K from their salary every month as mortgage payment, why not? Why not?
Even look at our roofs. See the way we build roofs in Nigeria. In this part of the world, they still use slates to build roof. Slate shingles.
Yeah, slate they use now. Slate not be say not this. Is what they use. Slate is what they use.
But in Nigeria, everything is just I don't know. We have a perverse idea of things. And then now we now start using more energy because everybody wants to use AC. If you have engineered clay sometimes is not as strong as concrete. but it doesn't. Concrete is too strong for the uses that we are using it for. And even the way that we use concrete, we don't even mix it properly. So to be frank, we are not even getting the performance we deserve. Because concrete, because the way they use concrete, the way they use concrete is just perfect. It's just not right.
Aro, you have to understand that
it's a material that is actually an engineered material that you cannot just. You can in this country, if you buy concrete, it will be mixed, it will be tested. They will come and they will deliver it on that day. And it will be offloaded and spread on that day within a short period of time.
You have to understand. So if this people wants to build the house now, you see the outside frame of the house is what is block. Inside, all the partition inside.
Everything is wood.
Wood. All the
frame,
partition inside the house.
The whole frame is wood. The outside that is block is just decoration. Just small
decoration.
Block. Yeah.
Inside that block, they'll still come inside and they'll use wood again to touch do inside.
And the inside is just what? It's just plasterboard now. Now plasterboard with the inside.
If you're going to that what do you call this area now? I always forget the name of this area. Like the small UCD campus, not the bigger campus, the small one.
Yeah, I know that side.
As if you are going to Donlery side.
Donlery,
What's that area called again?
No, it's Logan. No.
It's the Logan area. Yes, the Logan. You're correct. It's the Logan. So if they are building some house in that place, because I used to drive past that place recently, right? They're almost installing. It's like they are installing the house, not building. It's like they already built it somewhere. They just bring it and start to install.
Now the roof. They see that they install. They do roof for here. Now they don't do the roof finish for somewhere else. Now they just bring the roof and just put it on top of the house.
They'll bring pattern. They'll bring this one as they're installing. You see, there's already window. There's already door. Everything's already attached to it.
You can build a house. You can build a house. The only thing that takes time in this place building a house. Is the foundation.
Use that machine.
The foundation
to guide the house.
The foundation is always concrete. So they do the foundation. They do the pipe work. They do the facilities. The facilities, the borehole, everything comes. Sorry, I said ball. The sockaway, everything comes into the foundation. It's all prepared. They do the foundation. They do the form work. They pour the foundation. They let the foundation set for about over 1 week. So they let the foundation set. And everything else is just wood.
You see, once that foundation set, go there in 3 days time. There's a roof on top of the house.
There's a roof on top of the house. There's a roof on top of the house already. The roof is prefab. You see them on these lorries now, the back of those beds. They just bring the roof. They bring the roof, 10 roofs in one big bed. They bring 10 roofs and they do 10 houses. They did 400 houses in my estate now. That 460 houses they built for them.
Even Rivers End Estate in Trim, it's nearly 800. It's nearly more than 400-500 houses there. I knew when they were constructing those estates.
And all the people where they do those buildings, all their staff where they do those construction, they feel pass 50, including the carpenter. Including the carpenter. Now Glenville, and then they do pass. Now the carpenter, the girl will be the girl that is the head of HR in Glenville. Now one of my cousin Maria. But it's just simple now. Now, just very simple, very simple job now. And like I said, there's no reason. I've already decided that my next residential in Nigeria is engineered clay. I'm not using concrete.
Look, the government, if government just creates that room for people to be able to have access to finance, and then people can, like you and I now, can just set up a company. Go to a community, negotiate with the community. They give you the land, and then you take that deed of land.
But they're already doing that now. But they're already doing that. The only thing that's missing.
You as a contractor, you go to the bank. The bank give you the money you need. You don't even people don't understand that a lot of times things like you don't really need your own capital.
Akin, they're already doing that. There's two things about it. The first part of it is this: the developers themselves are catering to a premium market. Yes. Okay, that's the first part. The developers are not interested in affordable housing. So maybe government policy needs to energize that area. The developers, there's already developers.
Our people, they are not just they're not inventory enough. Is it that what I'm
No.
going to
The developers, and there's an element of
to
money
build
laundering.
A bungalow, for you to build a ordinary bungalow in Nigeria.
Let me finish now. Akim, let me finish.
50 million.
Akim, let me finish. Akim, let me finish. Recently, some months, about 6 months ago, the head of EFCC actually had to sit down with developers. The EFCC are actively trying to correct, because the problem with developers in Nigeria is there's an element of money laundering and all this involved in all this. There are developers doing this, okay? The problem is they are all targeting. I mean, I still have a friend that paid 75 million for a built house in like a holiday home, just a bungalow in somewhere in Lekki. On this is Lekki.
What kind of thing is that?
So it's the house already built.
Those things are not they are not reflecting true value of the economy, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Property market in Nigeria does not reflect.
Yeah, so I think he paid about 100. It's like between 75 and 100 million or something like that for a 2 or 3 bedroom bungalow.
You'll be buying house in Nigeria for same money you can find to buy almost a house in Europe.
In Lekki, if you want to buy a simple 2 to 3 bedroom flat, if you don't have
in Lekki, like Lekki Chevron, I still flats.
Up to 75 million.
Well, even 150.
Listen,
even 150. I know.
150. There are area in Spain where you can see house for that price, you know. 150 million naira. If you convert it, that's how much. That's about
even here you can.
That's about that's close to 100,000 euros.
Akim, even here you can find apartments of under 60 to 70 square meters under 100,000 euros.
Ah.
Yes.
Akim, you don't find that one for most of Ireland.
Under 100,000 euros.
No, Ireland is gonna be hard.
Here.
Maybe one dilapidated place for Wexford, maybe.
No.
It could be maybe housing that you need to rebuild.
There is this apartment. You know that here. Let me tell you that something that will shock you. Even a house. There is this particular house that I checked, and they want to sell at 160,000 euros, and it has 2 bathrooms, 4 bedroom, 1 big living room, and have a very spacious surrounding with 1 or 2 car park place. So it's not so, it's not so, the way they do it here is that they control it tightly. Because they are just using it just as like a welfare society. It's not for this capitalist kind of stuff. What I just want to say that the new housing project that Tinubu is building all over. There's one in particular I was interested in Lagos. But at the end of the day, they told me we are sorry. They are only selling it to civil servants. So you see, and those people, they can spread the money to pay in 20 years. But first, you must be a civil servant in Nigeria. So the civil servants are the ones that corner everything. So you as an individual in the diaspora, they say, okay, if you want to buy as a diaspora, we are sorry, you have to pay the money back in 2 years. But if you're a civil servant in Nigeria, they spend it for you for like 20 years. So I argue that that's it.
Well, I'm working here now. I went to look at it as well. The thing, yeah. I looked at it. It was only 15. It was only about the mortgage thing was only about 15 or 20 million as well. It wasn't.
Yeah,
wouldn't cover.
It's not expensive at all. And
wouldn't cover the
people can really look into. But when
I was interested in the Oyo State ones, in the ones in Oyo State.
It's the same thing.
The GRA ones.
They have not started the Oyo State one for
those GRA. They're like there's about Akala. No, not Akala. They should name them all types of people in Oyo State. Those like 4 GRAs in Oyo State.
Okay. Even you.
But it's under that housing scheme as well. That federal government housing scheme.
Is it in GRA?
They call them GRAs. No, they say they did like 4 new GRAs. They established like 4 new GRAs. But they all.
It has changed because there is some new housing development going on around the battle. And I checked one, and they want to sell 1 plot of land in the very beautiful, but they have not really started building there. But the plot of land is about 1.8 million naira. But
really, where area one here?
I will tell you. The other one, this one is around Monia area.
Money or bad, they will be able to develop.
And the one I'm talking about, if you are interested, is that do you know what the place they call Ologun Eru?
Ologun Eru now to develop.
Ido local government area.
But also genus towards.
You can take Eleyele to go inside.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
They see the airport here, Abi.
Boya Besha, I don't know. So, and the other one that I'm really interested that they have really developed, but a plot of land there is about plus the management fee, everything is about 18 million naira. That one, it has it's Android homes. It has a mini.
I know that one towards Coca-Cola.
I don't know.
I think that one's towards Ashejire now. That one, I think that one is towards Ashejire, towards Coca-Cola. I think they have
one is the old one. No, that one is the old Android home. The one I'm talking about is also towards Oluyole local government. They have a mini stadium inside, and the roads were tarred and everything is quite okay. You understand? So they are selling that one plus everything. That's the land alone. People started building various duplexes inside already. So, and those duplexes that he himself built, if you want that one, it's close to about 70 million. But to me, I think it's a waste of money because it's just too. I don't like the design and the space. I don't also like it. So the market is so. Even in Ibadan now, you cannot get land easily again. Everything.
Everything is all. When the governor is the biggest landowner in the country and just in the state and just try to acquire that.
Everybody is praising Makinde. If you know what that guy is doing,
it's like Remy, you believe so much in land as like a kind of business. It's not a business.
No. Me, when I have my free time, I just look around. Okay, it does not mean I'm buying them. I just look around. The one I can buy, I buy. But not that I'm looking to buy every now and then. No. I understand you are looking at the inflation aspect of it, but sometimes you never can tell as well. Also,
but I don't blame him. To be frank, I mean, if I was maybe okay, maybe young, but I mean, if I was in the position that maybe older at the time, I would have bought more land as well.
With all due respect, 60 is not young, please. 60 is not young. I actually came up for you what you said earlier. Why disagree? You see, if I'm a developer, if I can build two homes, luxurious homes, where I can make times 3 of my investment. Why would I build 50, 40?
But I meant about BT. I made mention as well that it's government policy needs to maybe encourage them to do that. There's no incentive
for me to build that.
So I think the incentive should come from CBN. CBN should maybe make available a special development loan to developers. But however, there should be a clause that they must use it to develop affordable housing.
I don't know how much of the knowledge of financial listing that you have. CBN providing loan is not the duty of CBN to be providing.
But they've been doing that in the past. But they're not doing all these different agri programs.
Doesn't make it right. CBN is not a loan.
Okay, but maybe CBN can facilitate it through one of the banks.
They cannot. But it's not their role. It's not their role. That's not the role of the CBN.
There's a low-cost housing estate in there are 2 of them actually. One was built by Oshoba. Then Sam Ewang built another one they call it the Elega, and the one I forgot the other one. They have a design 2-3 bedroom, like it's like a self-contained, but it's like a 2-3 bedroom for a single family unit. It was given to us civil servants back then, civil servant people and all that kind of stuff. But you can look at that template, because the more you build, the cheaper it becomes if land is available.
Yeah, even Kiloko now, even in Ikeja now, that in central Ikeja, Omole Estate as well. They have them in Omole as well.
One call flat, one call like 3-story building, one call like
flat. Yeah, flats.
So you can look at that model where it will like cost maybe 7 or 8 million per unit. then you can
maybe even 10 is even okay. 10,
exactly
10,
another
15 is okay.
another ballpark. But I'm telling you, if you're building about maybe 7,000 or 11,000, it becomes cheaper because you become efficient, and then you can kind of scale it up and you when you want compared to just building few units. So I'm just saying that would be a model, but
but BT, if you are building a house that you want people to pay over a long period of time, because that's the only thing that the Nigerians
it has to be a 25-year payment period around
and that means, let's say, what do you think would be the, let's say, even that model that you are talking about, what do you think will be an average cost now? Then if you are not going to give it out for that long period, you have to factor in that period also, inflation and everything.
That is why,
so do you think
back then that is why they preferred government workers than private, because it's more stable. You are in the system. In today's world now, the private sector now,
that one, even BT can't even use that one as a model, because the government that were doing that time, they are not looking at the business aspect of it, and anything that you are not looking at go and look at those estates now. They will be
really. They have turned those, funny enough, you said that they have turned the people that bought those buildings back then. They've expanded, they've added,
they will have dispersed the whole place.
No.
In fact, most of them will have sold it, and one thing that let me go ask, most of them will not even they won't offset their loan.
That was the thing.
That's another thing.
To be honest with you, the one that was done by Sam Ewan.
But Simba, we cannot use back in the days.
No, I'm not. Wait, now I'm not saying that is. I'm not. He was one I mentioned. I'm not saying that is going to be. I'm talking about when
we need to be able to look. Okay, we need to be able to look at the mistake made then and correct it now. And
but the issue is, whatever you want to do, Akim, you have to look at the visibility of whatever anything that you want to operate in an environment.
We
are facing flooding issue you see, this flood is not only happening in Lagos, it's happening across the country.
I will come for you. I will come for you. That I will buy ticket. Come for you. Wait now. What I'm saying is
that say if you come now, hey, me and Aro will just come carry you. Aro, where be that place?
I know they follow you carry beat you. The guy like 6'3".
But
the man, they're not a big man.
My point is that there was a movement from
I will carry crane follow body now
from that low class to the middle class, because they did not only provide money for housing for people that were rented that moved into those buildings. They also provide more financing for cars. So those, do you remember those golf cars? Golf, when it became those two golf. There was financing for that as well. People got loans for businesses that were working. So there were so many schemes for you to move from that low class into the middle class. So they had so many programs where your salary only wasn't the one financing your loan. So you had other grants too that came, like your school fees for your kids now. Healthcare came as a package. So you kind of relieve the pressure on you paying those loans because you had government grants backing you up in
BT, what I noticed about all those things that government were doing those days, they are not looking at the sustainability. They are just doing it for
the socialist.
So and those things are not sustainable.
We can look at it and kind of modify it a little bit now. Don't abandon.
So like what BT is saying. Like what BT is saying now. Okay, let's look at it now. So you're a salary earner right now, right? If you not do pass yourself, say you don't want to do pass yourself. Public school generally is still free, primary and secondary. So now you have student loan. So it's almost like the burden of education in terms of fees is completely out of the way. That's one part. Then if they can sort out the issue of healthcare as well, right? Look for a way to make it cheaper for people. All of a sudden, your salary is about food, it's about bills. That's all. You pay your accommodation and you still put your children in private. There are people in that country. There are people in that country who rely on people to support them, who have children in private school. Make it make sense.
No. I still believe that even with with the current earning of an average Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians can still afford a low cost housing if government make it a policy. You understand? Because you see Nigerians, even up to now, you still see people building 30 million, 40 million house within 1 or 2 years, and they'll complete it.
They'll complete it. So exactly, this is what I'm saying. But if you can provide that if you
so
provide that platform,
it's not only it's not even. In fact, let me tell you, the poorest people in Nigeria today are the civil servants. Yeah, the civil servants.
Mostly civil servant salary earners, because people that are trading, selling stuff. A lot of people in that you see that your marketplace that you see. A lot of people in that market can afford easily to pay 100,000 a month.
Hakim, you are not a Yoruba. You are not a Yoruba. Maybe Aro and BT will be able to translate to you. Wọ́n ní iṣẹ́ ọmọ aláṣẹ jẹ, òwò ọmọ aláṣẹ là. O lè ṣiṣẹ́ kó là láyé, wàá kàn máa jẹ ni. So hold on. Before you translate, BT, what does it mean?
So it means that when you work can only sustain you.
Yeah, you guys, you support. I want him to answer it now. Let me see how Yoruba is.
Oh, BT, okay.
Okay, BT, okay. You think that BT doesn't understand Yoruba?
me, I understand what I understand what Simba just said now.
Now, Prince Daddy is supposed to ask that kind of question.
Where is he? Is he there?
Prince Daddy show come and answer.
You can see the insult. Can you see the insult?
Where's Prince Daddy?
Prince Daddy is there. He's just been.
If you are talking about Prince Daddy, when it comes to that, it's an Olodo now. Olodo uprising.
Prince Daddy is Olodo uprising.
But Simba, even during the OBJ era,
who came up with that word, Olodo uprising? That's
don't worry, Daddy. Progressive. Even during the OBJ era, you could see the upward mobility with government programs targeting the civil service. The people moved up.
But the civil servants then corrupted the BT. The problem is this: the civil servants of the time they corrupted it, they took advantage, and they made it impossible for government to sustain it.
No. The whole point was that it got to a point with these housing schemes that the middle class and the rich were buying it to them.
You guys, sorry. Is that Nigeria is no longer on the is on the platform, but I want to shut down. So anybody that want to,
I'm here now. What do you mean I'm not here?
Let us shut down. It's already over 6 hours, please.
Yeah, we're not talking about war. We're not talking about war. We're not talking about military. So Nigeria, don't worry about Nigeria.
Sorry, hold on. So that program at the beginning, it worked perfectly because I knew people that actually moved up. But it got to a point where the middle class...
Sorry, BT. Tunaja, are you going to shut down now?
Yeah, let him finish speaking, then I can shut down.
So
no, what we are discussing is not something that is supposed to be.
Let me shut down now. All right, all viewers, thank you for joining us. And if you want to come backstage, use the link and come backstage, and I'm shutting it down now. Thank you very much.
No. Send the link first before you close that. Don't close down. Send the link first.
Let me send the link. I will send it.
All right.
I will send it.
Because somebody's
but if you send the link, the person have to come immediately, because once you show that link disappears.
That's Papato. I think Pato wants to come up.
Okay, where is the link now? Let the link be. Okay, let me put the link. I've not seen it.
Tell Pato to go to work. Or is it where is it? Is it evening time where this word, the way they create this word, some people will be in the morning, so will be in the evening. You just get confused.